In the grand cathedral, the time for the ritual has come. The old priest, clutching the ceremonial staff, calls forward those destined to receive divine callings. Among them is Levin. He swallows his saliva, and his heart pounds wildly when his name is pronounced. Taking a step forward, he closes his eyes, and in a fervent prayer reaches out to the goddess, quietly begging her to find the path that will change his life. While he prays, his thoughts drift to Ariath blonde standing nearby. He asks for a favorable fate for himself and for her, hoping they can face the future together. The priest raises his staff high, invoking the holy stars and the power of the goddess to reveal the youth's destiny. Bright magical circle flares above his head. Suddenly, the air in the cathedral seems to shudder. The priest's face hardens from solemnity into complete disbelief, and the other officials freeze motionless. Leaping forward, the elderly man shouts, demanding the boy's attention. His voice echoes through the corridor, and the crowd around begins whispering in confusion. In a loud voice, he proclaims the impossible. Levin has been granted the S-rank profession of Holy Beast Hunter, a revelation that leaves both Levin and Arya with mouths agape in astonishment and unable to collect their thoughts before the magnitude of this divine gift. He stands beside Arya, their new titles officially recognized. He holds the title of Holy Beast Hunter, she of Holy Sacred Knight. The weight of these S-rank callings falls over the village's silence as their futures are forever changed. Their guardian, the local lord, addresses them with a stern expression. He declares that from now on they are the pride and hope of their house, endowed with the vital mission to serve the kingdom with their extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, the man's impassive mask cracks and he breaks into uncontrollable, loud sobs. He is completely overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. He cannot believe that their small community has produced two legendary S-rank heroes at once. He pulls both youths into wild, tearful embraces and speaks at once as their sovereign and as their father. He confesses that he has never known such deep joy as at this very moment. In his arms, she recalls the day she was first brought into this family as a lonely orphan. Arya feels that whatever she does, it is her duty to repay the debt of gratitude for the life they have given her. She shares these feelings with Levin while they prepare everything separately and says that they can finally start giving back to those who raised them. Behind, the Lord is still wildly howling with Joihai's theatrical spectacle causes a wave of smiles and sighs among the peasants. Their mother approaches to say goodbye herself, greeting them both. She admits she is worried about the young man because she fears his innate kindness in the capital can only complicate things. But Arya quickly promises that she will always be by his side and support him. When the laughter of the village echoed in their ears, two began the journey to the royal capital. At the end, a neighbor teased her, saying she was looking at her younger brother forever, and the young knight was embarrassed to the point of heat. But determination did not waver, so they took a step toward their new fate. He is visible from afar. He rides away in a horse-drawn cart, which carves a lonely path through the vast fields. Behind the travelers who were leaving, those who remained silently watched with heavy hearts. No sooner had the carriage disappeared into the distance than the lady was still visible, and the gentleman expressed his concern that two of them would serve the tsardom. The priest solemnly agreed, sharing their unease for the young couple's future. The Lord thoughtfully watches the bond between two young men and notices. They are not just friends, soon they will become lovers, but not yet. Nearby, a lady silently prays, begging for their safety and well-being as they set out on this terrible journey. In the rocking carriage, she looks down at her hands, and her voice trembles under the weight of the new title, as if she is unsure whether she can truly live up to the expectations of the Holy Sacred Knight. Nearby, a young man watches the village they called home slowly disappear from view, acknowledging that their old life is already behind them. He breaks the heavy silence with a question. Did she notice the sudden improvements in the village? New fences and the long broken windows and doors in the assembly hall miraculously repaired. She looks at him sincerely and surprised. She was too busy, so she noticed nothing. He continues, explaining his realization. The kingdom has already begun sending aid to their village as direct investments in their rare S-rank callings. The burden of new duties becomes even more tangible as he recounts how their service is already changing the lives of those they left behind. With a reassuring smile, he tells her, as long as they fulfill their duties to the kingdom, the people of their village will be safe and protected. He offers words of support, urging her to face all the hardships ahead and overcome them together. She looks at him and her eyes warm as his words find a response in her heart. The unknown no longer seems so frightening. When she repeats his promise to herself, she is lifted by the thought of meeting the future on equal terms. She shines with a radiant smile, and her eyes sparkle as she enthusiastically agrees to the promise they made to their future. He silently watches her, momentarily stunned by the warmth in her expression, while considering the weight of the path that lies ahead. As the carriage rolled through endless rolling hills toward the capital, a gloomy thought gripped his chest. This was the last time he truly saw her smile. Memory is sliced by the sharp crack of glass hitting the floor. The sound breaks the silence and throws him into a sudden, cruel twist of fate. He stands, trembling all over, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, and a mocking voice cuts through the air, humiliating him as a worthless failure of the sacred beast user. From his towering throne, the king points with a ring-bearing finger accusingly, and sternly demands the boy explain himself once more. The cause of the monarch's wrath is a single, unremarkable egg. It sits motionless, as devoid of grandeur as it should be at the legendary summit gathering. In the luxury of the throne room, the contrast is striking. On one side, a giant shining egg radiates power, while the king mocks the insignificant creature before him, demanding to know who is to blame for causing such disappointment. He looked coldly and tensely as the youth was called forward. 11 eeks, the announcement echoed through the hall, marking the start of the verdict that would decide the boy's fate. When the boy knelt to present his summon, mocking whispers rippled through the crowd. Some mocked the tiny object and joked whether it was an egg prepared for food. Others said they had never seen a sacred beast's egg of such pitiful size. Yet despite the harsh insults, he firmly insisted. This was the creature he had drawn from the ritual. His defiance only fueled the monarch's anger. The ruler growled with rage and smashed his goblet on the floor. That sudden cruelty made the young summoner tremble, his hopes shattered along with the crystal shards. He continued his tirade, demanding to know if the boy realized how grand the resources wasted on his training were. The cost hung heavily in the air, both in gold and years of preparation, as the king loomed over him. His face twisted with outrage at such a meager return. Looking closely at the small, unremarkable egg, the lieutenant spat the word trash, and could not accept that 2 years of waiting had resulted in such a pitiful outcome. He ordered everything invested in the boy to be returned immediately. His patience was finally exhausted. His cries for revenge echoed in the chamber, branding the boy as worthless and good for nothing. When insults rained down like hail, the boy froze in place, and a memory flashed of how 2 years ago he left home. Now, drenched in the bitterness of this public shame, his path was meant to reach its climax today, the moment when he would finally call the partner who would determine his future as a user of the sacred beast. He trained tirelessly for this single goal, imagining a glorious fate that now slipped from his hands. He stood frozen in the harsh reality of the throne room, while the king breathed heavily from exhaustion, and his rage did not subside. The boy could only look at the quiet, simple egg on the cold floor and whisper to himself that such a result should never have happened. He still huddles on the cold floor, clutching the small egg as if it were his own heart. The king, with a face twisted in disgust, pokes the thing with his ringed finger, calls it a monstrosity, and orders the guards nearby to break it immediately. Despair burns his voice as he presses his forehead to the ground and begs for mercy. He insists, no matter its size, this is a vessel for the holy beast, a living creature that deserves a chance to exist. His pleas scatter against the deaf walls, in response only the king's cold contempt. The monarch rejects the idea that anything valuable could come from what he calls pure junk. His voice thunders a new, icy command: destroy the edge. The soldier assigned to this task hesitates, gripping the weapon's shaft even tighter, looking down at the trembling boy. But the king's patience snaps. He roars the final, unconditional order: strike. When the blade falls, he does not recoil to save himself. Instead, he curls into a shield, taking the blow upon himself. A dull, disgusting thud rolls through the body, followed by the steady drip of blood drops on the stone floor. He takes the blow meant for the egg. The king looks at the screen with annoyance and incomprehension. Why would anyone throw away their own life for a piece of trash? He snorts at the boy's feigned foolishness, but the silence he took for calm suddenly breaks with a sharp, clear crack. In the center of the room, a dazzling, blinding wave of light suddenly flashes. The king involuntarily recoils from the shock. He opens his eyes wide. Former arrogance vanishes, replaced by growing fear, until the glow becomes even brighter, as if something beyond his control has come into play. From the fragments of the poor shell bursts forth a magnificent creature. Its mighty wings unfold, and it lets out a sharp, triumphant cry. Arya watches from the side, her breath caught in her throat as she sees the birth of a legend that challenges everything the king proclaimed. A young woman brings a majestic griffin to the king, and her voice rings with pride as she declares it her sacred animal. The audience freezes in amazement, and within the palace walls, the birth of such a legendary creature becomes visible before their eyes. He remains unmoved, and his gaze does not leave the creature until the knight beside him bows, acknowledging what he has seen. The girl raises her eyes and waits, hopefulish, needs the monarch's approval over the mighty companions. Next to him, another young man silently watches as his own egg cracks open, but instead of a mighty beast, a tiny pale lizard emerges into the world. He holds it carefully in his palms, with surprise and uncertainty on his face. It chirps quietly and softly, blinks its big eyes when settling in the boy's hands. It seems fragile and unremarkable, a sharp contrast to the mighty griffin shown just a moment ago. The king leans forward, his brows furrowing in uncertainty as he intently watches this tiny lizard and tries to figure out what the hell it is. The boy just lowers his gaze to his new companion and feels the weight of royal skepticism pressing down on him. Laughter bursts out from everywhere. Mocking voices fill the hall as they demonstratively poke and say that Saint Zveruka is nothing but an ordinary reptile. Levin and Arya watch from the side, their faces reflecting the tension of this cruel performance. He shifts his gaze to the high priest. The monarch demands an answer. Can this miserable creature even be considered a sacred being? Levin watches the exchange intently. His hand rests on his thigh, and he feels the full weight of the moment hanging over them. The elderly man can only give a strained, uncertain answer. One has to agree that this creature seems to be no more than an ordinary lizard. The disappointment in the room is felt physically. High hopes for the second holy beast have melted away. He silently watched as the king's evil laughter filled the hall. The monarch mocked the boy for the small, ordinary lizard that hatched from the egg. The king grimaced at the waste of gold, and his disappointment grew into cruel pleasure at seeing the boy's failure. Then he drew his sword and aimed the tip straight at the boy's throat, uttering a cold, final ultimatum. The order was absolute. The boy was to be stripped of his status and immediately expelled from the kingdom. His presence was no longer allowed. The monarch leaned closer. His gaze was cold and merciless as he declared that there was no longer any place for such defeat in his court. The young man was forbidden to ever appear against, severing all ties with his former life and home. He did not lower his stern gaze until the guards roughly grabbed the boy and dragged him away from the throne, and the order to expel him echoed through the hall. His desperate pleas fell silent, drowned by the irrevocability of the royal verdict. He was thrown onto the hard cobblestones right outside the palace. The boy writhed, unable to accept the sudden exile. His mind boiled with thoughts of the village he was forced to leave. The very feeling of defeat weighed heavier than the physical force of that banishment. While the boy was being driven out, the king turned his gaze to the successful summoner, and his voice was already filled with praise for the magnificent griffin she had brought into this world. He praised her achievements, emphasizing that it had fulfilled an important promise connected to Arya. He watched as she bowed her head in gratitude. Her face shone with joy from success and the promise of a bright future in the service of the king. Somewhere far away, the boy caught the mention of the name Arya, the last, painful blow memory of the life he is losing. She stood straight while the king solemnly announced his recognition of the marriage between her and Arya, union now confirmed by royal authority. This declaration cemented her new status, while the memory of the exiled boy began to fade in the court's thoughts. He had already pronounced his harsh verdict, and the girl's joyful gratitude echoed through the hall, a sharp contrast to the stunned silence of the boy who had just lost everything. While the celebration continued, Arya froze on the threshold. The confusion grew as she looked back at the stage she was leaving behind. She remembered the promise they once shared, a vivid memory of the time when they vowed to face the future side by side, and their smiles were filled with hope and mutual support. The warmth vanished instantly. While he stood frozen in the doorway, searching for an explanation, she turned away with cold finality sharper than any royal command. Heavy patterned doors of the throne hall slammed shut with a dull thud, sealing his fate and severing the connection to the life he once knew. In the suffocating darkness that finally settled, the heavy truth descended: he lost his status, his home, and the person he loved most. Only the rhythmic clinking of the wagon wheels accompanied him as he watched the familiar landscapes of his kingdom flee beyond the horizon, finally realizing the true irreversibility of exile in borderlands. He looked down at the small, inconspicuous lizard sitting nearby, the only reminder of 2 years of exhausting training that ended in disgrace, and could not understand how to find a way forward from nothing. He lifts his eyes to the little creature perched on his head. Its tiny tongue keeps flicking out, and it emits a quiet chirping. He thinks aloud whether it is hungry and marvels at how that little one seems completely unconcerned by their terrible circumstances. Its carefree lightheartedness sharply contrasts with his own heavy heart. Continuing the journey, he looks back at the night, walks beside his companion, and sprinkles soothing words, insisting that everything will be fine with him despite the uncertainty of his future. The carriage sinks deeper into the shadows of the dense forest, and tall trees close around them like silent guards. When the crew finally stops at the edge of the forest, the knight steps outside and hands him a heavy sack filled with supplies. The soldier speaks quietly, explaining that this modest offering is the only help he is allowed to provide before the long road to the borderlands. He bows deeply, with a heavy heart. He offers the last sincere wish that the young man be in good health and safe in the harsh lands beyond. Truly left alone, the young exile begins his path along a narrow forest trail. A barely noticeable, sincere smile touches his lips as he glances sideways at the lizard still perched on his shoulder. His boots crunch through dry leaves and underbrush. The rhythmic sound of footsteps is the only thing breaking the silence in the ancient woods. For 3 long days, the pair keeps their steady pace through the very heart of the forest, moving farther and farther away from the world they once knew. He continues his journey, listening at the same time to his little companion Elfie. The lizard runs ahead with purpose, almost as if it knows exactly where they are headed, leading him deeper into the wild wilderness. Suddenly the sky darkens, and a fierce rain begins rushing streams beat down in a heavy downpour on the dense forest canopy. Fleeing the storm, he finds a small cave and lights a fire. The wood crackles and pops and he watches the flames entranced. The warmth sharply contrasts with the damp cold outside as the kettle begins to boil. The little lizard chirps impatiently, its thin sound echoing in the confined space. It tells its companion to wait, the food is not quite ready yet. His eyes widen in amazement as he examines the meat, noticing how the juices bubble transparently and deliciously on the surface. The quality of the food is much better than he expected for a meal in the wild. With a grateful smile, he prepares to start eating. Before the first bite, he offers a traditional thanks. Nearby, Elfie watches with the same impatience, and a pair of steam rises into the air from the hot dish. He notes how lucky they are that Elfie found this cave to hide from the rain, and remarks that the meat is grilled to perfection. He asks the lizard if she enjoys this dinner as much as he does. While they eat, he thinks about how picky his companion is. He refuses to eat insects or the typical food of monsters. Quietly encouraging the lizard, he gently asks him to eat to his fill and gain strength. In the silence of the cave, their bond grows stronger. Settling in for the night, he slowly lifts the warm cup. Steam rises as he prepares to calculate his next move. With equipment from the soldier kitchen, utensils, food, and a map, feels that it is possible to pass through the forest. But still, anxiety about the path ahead does not let go. The map spread out before him, showing an endless expanse of jagged peaks and winding paths leading into the unknown. Turning to his small companion, he expressed doubt about where they were heading just after finally emerging from the dense forest. His finger traces the route to Clinia Kingdom. He understands, if they continue along this path, they will come right to its borders. While he watches the rain, a wave of nostalgia overwhelms him completely. His thoughts drift farther and farther to Lumer village and to the people he left behind, but he knows he cannot return. Memories of the smiling Arya and the weight of his failed duty haunt him. He looks at the little lizard, wishing, and thinks how he wishes he could share the beauty of his home with his new friend. He looks intently at the parchment, and a heavy realization washes over him. The promise he made to her may now prove impossible to fulfill. At night, he flipped through the regional map, tracing a winding route with a simple pencil that was supposed to lead him to Clinia Kingdom. Eventually, fatigue overcame him. Heavy eyelids twitched and finally closed, and he sank into the long-awaited sleep. From the entrance to his small cave, a fierce rain began to rage. Streams pounded the ground, and the rumble with an echo rolled through the stone hall where he rested, lying down. Nearby, his little white companion scurried across the wet floor, scratching the stone with claws until it noticed a dry spot and stopped to wait out the storm. When the storm finally ended, the first ray of morning broke through the wet canopy. The ash from the fire that burned last night remained cold and already extinguished. The young traveler woke with a dull groan, rubbed his numb neck, and grumbled about the merciless hardness of the cave floor before reminding himself that today he needed to clean up in the forest. He shook off the last sluggishness and decided a quick breakfast was the first priority before setting off along the path again. But his plans were instantly shattered the moment he looked down. There, calmly sleeping opposite him, was a mysterious girl with wings and a single horn, and he was frozen in shock. He involuntarily shudders from complete shock. His face twisted, a mute hysteria of despair and denial frozen on it as he looks at the sleeping figure nearby. The girl, dressed in small white wings and with one horn, remains in peaceful sleep, unaware that her presence has stirred everything around. Panic overwhelms him. He grabs his head and thoughts wildly race, scattering feverishly with questions about her origin and whether she had escaped from somewhere. His gaze does not leave those strange wings. He pleadingly, convulsively asserts his innocence to the empty air, and he is frightened by the consequences of this sudden appearance. As soon as she begins to move, her eyelids flutter and her eyes snap open. Half asleep, she utters a single word, one that cuts the heart: "Mama." He can only stare back, his jaw dropping until the absurdity of the situation reaches a new peak. She panics, searching for words to explain the impossible scene to Arya, but looks at him, mixed with feelings of misunderstanding and suspicion. Meanwhile, the winged girl rubs sleep from her eyes. Her voice is quiet, persistent, and she repeats the maternal address again, completely ignoring his despair. She shines with pure, innocent joy, tightly clasps her hands and looks up at him, filled with unwavering tenderness. Mama bursts out aloud again, clearly and ringing, and with this, she cements her strange attachment to him. He freezes in place, cold sweat breaking out as he tries to comprehend what insane twist his grief has taken. Despite the shock and turmoil, the everydayness of the day bursts into his mind, and he catches himself thinking about what maybe to have for breakfast amid all this darkness. His despair finally finds an outlet in a desperate scream. He demands to know who she considers herself to be, since she calls herself Mom, even though he has never met her before. But the girl is already thinking about her stomach, carelessly asking for the same rabbit meat they ate the day before yesterday, leaving him completely bewildered by her familiarity. Next to her, a small white lizard with a good-natured look watches the drama unfold and lets out a whole series of melodious whistles. She is not at all bothered by the confusion, she simply basks happily in the morning sun. The little creature seems to have changed. Liven watches the winged girl intently, and his voice trembles as he utters the name of his comrade Elfi. She momentarily ignores his confusion and happily devours the soup straight from the pot, smiling contentedly and declaring that Mom's cooking is truly the best. He is increasingly shaken by this title. He begs her in a pleading tone to stop calling him that. But when he asks why she resists, she replies dryly, he was the one who called her so. In her eyes, he became her mama. The boy tries to reason with her and says that Elfie was supposed to be a little white lizard, not a girl. She sharply cuts him off, insists that she is definitely not some lizard and that she has already explained this. After this, she reveals her true nature. She has both a human and a dragon form. Like a holy beast with two hypostases, she acknowledges her relief he did call her after she had waited so long for his signal. He is deeply struck by this discovery. His eyes shine with both relief and surprise. Seeing his reaction, she quietly and sincerely thanks him and again addresses him with the same quirky pet name. When they sit together in the silence of the cave, a wave of satisfaction washes over him. He understands, if he fulfills his duty, the way back to the kingdom may finally be open to him. He notices, the thought of returning to the royal court again rises in the memory of the king and his advisors. Looking into the distance, he doubts whether he really wants to return to that place. He stared into his bowl and the past pressed heavily on him. Echoes of royal contempt and cruel labels junk and scum rang in his ears, and sensing his pain, the winged girl leaned closer. Her voice trembled with concern and she asked if he was all right. When her anxiety subsides, she watches him show a small, reassuring smile and confirms that he is okay before they begin to pack up their meager belongings, together folding the camping pot and bowls, preparing to leave the camp. He barely manages to finish packing when she grabs his hand with unexpected strength. Her eyes are burning with excitement, and she insists that they immediately dive deeper into the cave. Her sudden burst of energy confuses him. There is almost no choice, so he is forced to follow her as she pulls him forward. The energetic girl rushes forward, her laughter echoing through the stone passage, and she calls him not to fall behind. Watching her go, he realizes that despite her new human appearance, her restless and impulsive nature remains exactly the same as when she was a little lizard. Following her example, they quickly reach the mouth of a dark, deep tunnel that pierces the mountain all the way to its heart. There the air grows cold, and the shadows exude an ancient mystery. Entering inside, they come across a cave illuminated by clusters of radiant crystals. Soft, ghostly light falls on the jagged walls. She confidently leads forward, not losing her course, and he stays very close, eyes wide with awe at the hidden beauty of the subterranean world. Their path ultimately leads to a colossal gate made of stone, doors carved down to the smallest details, and entwined with thick ancient roots that, over centuries of isolation, have overtaken the entrance. He gazes intently at that huge structure and cannot believe his eyes, but she does not hesitate for a moment, reaching out to touch the seal as she prepares to open it. Panic. He tries to warn her not to act so recklessly, but she seems eager to uncover the secrets hidden behind the ancient gate. She stands before the ancient manuscript, and in her gaze is deep reverence as she prepares to fulfill her mission. When the gem flashes with a sudden bright light, the gigantic stone barrier begins to creak and grind, opening its ancient mechanisms grown under the weight of centuries. Peering into the newly opened darkness, the young man calls to Ithai's voice trembles, mixing awe and anxiety. He presses her, demanding answers, recalling her earlier words. But she can only utter a shaky, broken phrase and does not take her eyes off the shadow ahead. Suddenly one colossal, clawed limb thuds on the cave floor, blocking two companions frozen in its path. A gigantic monster emerges from the darkness, its mighty figure, covered in dark scales, glimmers under the dim light. Stunned by the creature's incredible size, the boy jumped up with an exclamation. He can't believe that before them is a mountain of muscle and scales. He stares intently at the creature's head and thoughts race. They are standing before a dragon. Is the ancient legend really alive? Before them looms a spectacle, a mountain of scales and ancient power. Levin freezes and looks at the girl beside him, his voice trembling as he asks where they are. Elfie is silent for a moment, her face revealing nothing as she shifts her gaze to the beast. She extends her hand. A small palm presses against the cold, hard scales of the creature. Whispering softly and sadly, she tells the dragon that much time has passed and announces her return to the place she once called home. Turning back to her companion, she asks him to bend down for a moment. He hasn't yet processed the request or even asked why when she easily lifts him into her arms. A sharp turn knocks him off his feet. He chokes from shock, his face flushing deep crimson as he is carried like a child. He protests, his dignity humiliated by the awkward position, but she ignores his pleas. She tells him to hold on tight, recalling that there is something she desperately wants him to see. With a swift leap, she throws them both into the air. The ground rapidly falls away, and everything around blurs into a dizzying, smeared whirl. He squeezes his eyelids shut tightly as the wind lashes behind them and they fly higher and higher. Feeling his fear, she gently nudges him, "Open your eyes and look." She says he will not fall, her voice calm and reassuring against the roaring air. Only daring to finally look, he freezes. The scale of the spectacle before him steals his breath. On the giant dragon's back, an entire civilization has settled, stone bridges, arched passages, and lush greenery blooming on the living mountain. He can hardly believe his eyes, stumbling as he asks about the city lying on the dragon's back. She confirms his guess, naming the place Lindworm, a great continental dragon. As she explains, it is the ancestral home where the divine dragon lineage lives. She flies closer to the sprawling metropolis, the wind blowing her hair as she looks down at the streets she once knew. Levin is silent, overwhelmed by the realization that the legends of his world are far more tangible and magnificent than he ever imagined. He recalls ancient legends about the divine dragon tribe that once ruled the heavens with incredible wisdom and magical power, serving as protectors of humanity. But the legends still insist on a tragic end. After a brutal clash with the legions of the Demon King, their people were considered destroyed, and their existence was supposed to dissolve into the pages of history. Glancing at the girl beside him, he asks to confirm that she truly belongs to that legendary line, and she responds with a gentle, all-knowing smile. The weight of this revelation makes him sweat nervously as he imagines the king's shock, and most likely his frantic reaction. What if he ever learns the truth about her identity? She senses his anxiety and explains. Although their numbers have come to an end, the Divine Dragon clan was not utterly destroyed, only a few survivors still hold on. Listening, he immerses himself in her story about the time when their home was a living refuge full of diverse life and blooming flowers. But in her memory, now silence and neglected ruins overgrown from within. Her face darkens as she explains. The magic that sustained their world has withered, so the city and all her kin have fallen into a long, deep sleep. He looks at her as if feeling compassion for the first time, quietly acknowledging how bitterly lonely it is to be one of the few who still do not sleep in a world that has fallen silent. He silently gazes at the massive, dormant figure of the dragon and wonders how many eras it has spent in this silent watch, waiting for the return of its people. Turning back to the girl beside him, he admits, despite only ruins remaining, he feels the beauty this place once had, and her face softens. She freezes in confusion as he offers her a warm, sincere smile and thanks her for allowing him to see the place she calls home. She looks away and memories from the past wash over her like a wave. The desperate struggle of a mother trying to protect her, and the cold truth of exile from the kingdom arranged by the king. Her thoughts drift to warmer, more recent moments, to how, at their first meeting, genuine joy shone on his face, and to the warmth of the meals he prepared just for her. A warm smile touches her lips as she realizes how lucky she is to have found a companion who reminds her so much of her mother's kindness. For a moment, it takes his breath away. While he freezes in surprise, she replays the devastating weight of her own losses in her mind. It seemed to her that her destiny, her family, and all those she valued so much had disappeared forever. Sensing her inner struggle, he reaches out and firmly takes her by the wrist. His voice is steady as he solemnly promises to be by her side and support her. With tearful determination, he declares that he will raise her to be a worthy person. Suddenly, a paternal instinct awakens in him. But as soon as he begins to consider the practical details of their new life work, a stable home, he gestures toward the ruins where they now live, and this completely confuses her. She lifts her head and looks at the giant figure of Lindworm, the dragon carrying a continent on its back, and proposes a bold plan to build a new home here for her and her mother. And she, smiling brightly, says she wants a large, spacious house, such a grand dream that he is left completely speechless. He immediately protests, pointing out that the ruins are completely unfit for living. But she does not back down an inch, confident that as long as her mother is with them, everything will be fine. With a flash of fierce determination, she lays out her idea. They will make an official contract with Lindrum himself and undertake the titanic task of paving the way and rebuilding the city from scratch. Breathless, stunned by the incredible audacity of the proposal, he can only repeat the words pioneer and contract, shocked, as the realization of their situation slowly dawns on him. High above the back of the ancient dragon carrying the world, an unprecedented new chapter of their life is about to begin, marked by the terrible need to tame and settle on this impossible border. He stood before the colossal creature, and the legend of the great land dragon began to stir again. The weight of this moment pressed on him, and although the idea of making a contract with such a legendary beast seemed impossible, the path forward finally became clear. Beside him, a young girl gave a bright, unwavering smile and insisted, "Everything will be fine because he is capable of coping and succeeding." He faltered in response, stunned by her sudden and unconditional confidence. She continued to encourage him, proudly declaring that she was a holy beast user and therefore had every reason to believe in their success. He watched her, her optimism sharply contrasted with his own doubts that had not yet faded. Explaining further, she noted, "This role is not just raw power but a heavenly calling granted by the goddess herself." She reminded him, being chosen for such a task is a rare and significant privilege that goes far beyond mere skill. Her gaze softened as she said that this path has a reason, even though the dark memories of being called incompetent and trash by those who turned away from him surged to the surface. She would not allow these cruel shadows from his past to define who he was becoming. She pushed him to stop getting stuck in the past. She made him look to the future, read what might unfold there. Eventually, he exhaled and agreed to try. The newly found determined desire began to sprout as she smiled warmly and supported his choice. He again shifted his gaze to the huge, massive figure of the dragon. He understood, if Elfie had placed such faith in him, then he must repay her in kind. The time for hesitation was replaced by quiet, steady courage. The ancient monster looked at him with one piercing eye. The gaze bore the weight of centuries and an indescribable power. In the silence of the moment, the bond between man and dragon solidified, marking the beginning of a new fate. A massive beast looms over him. Its presence weighs in the air like a stone. Levin swallows saliva. The mention of the contract, a sacred bond that turns a wild creature into a partner, presses on his thoughts. Although he trained for 2 years, the reality of this moment frightens him. He briefly focuses on traditional methods of taming, maybe offering her food to win favor, or gentle touches to build trust. But the option of raw force and fear to compel obedience seems completely impossible against such a title. Looking up at the giant creature, he realizes, none of the usual approaches will work here. Arya calls him, her voice sounds like a beacon of support, but because of the dragon's incredible size, his heart pounds wildly with anxiety. He shifts his gaze to her and sees unwavering pride and support in her eyes. She believes in Heimven when his own resolve wavers in the shadow of an ancient being. The dragon freezes in place. Its massive, scaly head lies close to the ground. The old and wise gaze of its eye seems to scan the small person waiting for them to make their move. Closing his eyes for a moment, he admits to himself. He still feels unfit as a user of Holy Beast. Doubt gnaws from within, a cold reminder of his own, in his opinion, incapacity and the terrible risk of failing this contract. And memory of the promise flashes to life. The gaze becomes firmer, the face hardens. He recalls the oath, to build a huge house and make Elfi grow strong and happy. One single goal raises his strength and he overcomes his fear. Taking a sharp breath, he refuses to retreat and reaches out his hand. As soon as he touches the contract, a sudden crystal crack echoes through the chamber, a sign that the connection that will change everything has already begun. He watches as the crystalline shell compressing the enormous beast begins to crack. The air is pierced by the sharp, rhythmic sound of breaking glass. Shards of the magical barrier rain down, flashing with lightning, as a glowing figure of the awakening dragon flies away from it. Protecting his eyes from flying shards, the young man tenses before the sudden release of energy. Next to him, a large land dragon finally stirs. Its giant body shifts as the remains of its prison crumble to dust. Next to her, the winged girl inhales sharply, her eyes wide with delight as she sees the return of the ancient creature. The dragon's heavy claws twitch against the stony, a sign of life, awakening in limbs that had been dormant for centuries. One reptilian eye suddenly opens wide. The golden iris narrows as it focuses on the world for the first time in a century. The gaze pierces through with an intelligence far surpassing that of an ordinary beast. Clenching her hands on her chest, she stops from a wave of emotions and gasps for air, raising her gaze to the giant figure. The dragon addresses her in a deep, rolling voice, calls her princess and acknowledges her presence. It slightly tilts its giant head, and the voice rolls like an echo through the cave, greeting her back. The ancient creature confesses, it has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Its loyalty has not wavered over the years. A radiant smile flashes across her face, and her eyes shine with tears of happiness. She gently greets the creature named Lindworm, turning it toward herself as if no time had passed. Confusion overwhelms him at the sudden turn of events. Levin shakes his nape, trying to comprehend the reunion unfolding right before him. His surprise is cut short by a moment dragon suddenly looms over him. Its huge snout is just a few centimeters from his face, and Levin recoils in pure horror. He freezes in place until a little girl nearby offers her greetings and announces that the contract is signed. The opening knocks him off his feet is in complete stupor, not believing what he heard. He shudders in shock as the giant dragon shifts its weight. Its huge head hangs just inches from his face, and a hoarse rumble utters his name. It continues. Hey, it pierces, explaining that despite the long sleep, everything was happening around him. It officially recognizes him as its master, the holy beast. Since this clarifies the nature of their bond, and says that contracted beasts gain the ability to understand and speak human languages, it is almost impossible for him to comprehend that he is now the master of such a legendary creature. With relief that he was not burned on the spot, he bows modestly and asks the dragon for a hint. The ancient creature responds with a low, seemingly amused snort that echoes through the cave. Meanwhile, the winged girl asks if they can all live together within the dragon's domain. The great beast agrees without any hesitation. His expression softens the torments. Focusing again on the urgent situation, the dragons suggest making their way to the surface. He doubts whether the beast has enough strength so soon after awakening, and the beast admits that its power has indeed faded after a century of sleep. Despite his exhausted state, the dragon assures them, although the flight may be a trial, it will provide a way out. He begins to direct his energy, preparing to tear an exit in the solid rock, while it silently freezes in reverent awe. An ancient creature gathers dazzling light in its jaws, and the cave trembles wildly from the merciless force of energy. Levin raises a cry of alarm as the ground shakes, and Arya desperately orders Elfie to hold on tight. The young girl freezes with eyes full of horror, sensing the inevitable explosion of Lindworm's power as the dragon prepares to break free with a fiery burst. With a deafening roar, energy explodes. A colossal pillar of pure white light tears through the earth and rushes upward to the very heavens. It breaks through the dense canopy and clouds overhead, carving a wide, dazzling path through the very atmosphere. Rising from dust and debris, the young lord and the winged girl find themselves on the surface amidst lush greenery and freeze, staring upward into the boundless space they had almost forgotten. Pure joy overwhelms. Hirsch embraces him with both arms, and her voice rings with a triumphant message. She is calling Mom. He only blinks in surprise, not yet having recovered from the sudden leap from dark depths to dazzling daylight. Soon others join them. Thigh share a moment of deep relief. He chokes with laughter and marvels at a simple thing: they are still breathing. And she gently agrees, and in her gaze the clear sky is reflected. High above them, a solitary bird soars in the sky, a silent witness to the amazing escape of the entire group. Looking back at the giant likeness of the dragon, the group reflects on the incredible achievement recognized by Lindworm. The success was greater than they expected. He explains that the contract with Levin accelerated the available magic to a crazy level. Levin remains completely bewildered and tries to understand how his own presence could have so greatly influenced the power of the ancient creature. He looks intently and notices. His new master truly has a huge well of magical power. With such strength in his hands, the ancient beast understands long-awaited restoration of his clan is finally becoming possible. A massive creature glides through the clouds effortlessly, while a young boy lifts his head and smiles gratefully, uttering sincere words of thanks. In response, it emits a friendly rumble, officially inviting them to its continent as they emerge on the horizon, ready to begin the next stage of their journey. On the dragon's back unfolds an endless landscape, a realm of towering islands in the air and stone-strewn ruins. Levin and Elfie finally step onto this hallowed land, and it recognizes. This is its homeland. She smiles warmly, greets him warmly, and calls him Mama sincerely from the bottom of her heart. He freezes in place, confused by the unusual title and the depth of her feelings. This greeting evokes in him a warm memory of Arya, once she met him at home with baskets of fresh harvest. He is even embarrassed by the parallel. A wave of shy nostalgia overwhelms him. Turning back to the present, he quietly confirms he is home. He looks at her eyes, gaze steady, and asks if she still carefully keeps their promise, ready to start their new life together. She looks at him and with joy throws herself into dreams of how she will build a huge new house. He strikes a heroic pose and confidently commands her. The hard work is on him. While she dreams of their future home, he begins to estimate the scale of the terrible work ahead in the cemetery of broken masonry. He digs into the debris, rummages through the ruins, looking for anything that could become a foundation. He explains why to gather these materials and teaches her how to turn the ruins into a sanctuary. He also emphasizes, the next priority is strong wooden beams for the main pillars. He notices a huge fallen log. He moves to take it for construction. She watches him intently with wide, curious eyes and sees the first steps of their dream taking shape among the debris. He sat next to the girl with wings. His shoulders drop exhaustion pressed mercilessly. He apologized and began to explain, to build a real house from scratch would take a long time, so he advised them to find a cave and wait there. But she looked at him with complete sincere confusion and insisted that it wouldn't even take a day. He stayed very close while she, having taken off, flew over the rocky terrain on the dragon's back, waving to him don't fall behind. She promised to show him exactly how their people build homes and left him wondering how a child could possibly understand such complex architecture. Finally, they reached the foot of a colossal ancient tree. Its mighty roots were firmly embedded in the dragon's skin. A sunbeam pierced through the dense canopy, casting a calm glow on the hidden shrine. When they waded through knee-high grass in the trash, he could not get enough of the scale of everything created by the divine dragon clan. She carefully searched the thicket until she finally found what she was looking for and explained. This is the divine tree, the very heart of the system that regulates weather and temperature along the entire worm line. She pointed to the clearing and smiled triumphantly. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she announced that they had reached the key to their new home. In front of them stood a mutilated stone pedestal surface entwined with climbing vines. Slightly above the ground, silently hovered a perfectly cut crystal diamond shape, trembling with a dim, even glow. He froze, staring at the artifact in complete despair, having no idea what such a tiny thing could do. She confidently declared that they would use it to build a house and added, since he is her mama, he would definitely be able to control it. Although he did not believe it, he still reached out his hand. His fingers touched the cold, shining surface of the gem. As soon as his skin touched the crystal, it exploded with a blinding flash, and an intricate mosaic of shimmering symbols and maps flew into the air. In the forest clearing, a mechanical voice sounded. It greeted him as a master and displayed the current status of the management of Lindworm City, and he froze, unable to utter a single word. He freezes in amazement as a holographic figure materializes from the crystal. She calls herself Lindworm City Management Bureau and requests an order, opening a construction options menu up to small houses and fields. Besides him, the winged girl explains that the city's systems can materialize physical objects using magical energy. She notes that their new contract will open even greater possibilities for creations in the future, so he begins to think that first they need to build a storage. The young heart beats wildly with delight from the incredible power of the divine dragon tribe's technology. He can't wait to start, and his companion watches with playful pride, enjoying his amazed wonder. Choosing a course of action, he selects an option for a small dwelling on the illuminated display. The girl rejoices abruptly, eyes wide open, waiting for the system to process the request. But when the hand passes through the interface light and causes no reaction, his confusion only grows. He begins to doubt whether that legendary miracle creating a home from nothing is even possible. Suddenly, a small spark of light flashes before Hima responds to his request for a small house. He freezes, watching enchanted as the magical energy begins to gather together. On the floor, a giant translucent blueprint diamond of the house appears to Midiu. The enormous scale of the magical structure overwhelms them. Both words fail as the foundation takes shape. When the construction begins to harden and hang, he panics. He does not understand how to complete the process. He calls his companion for a hint, but she can only silently watch the amazing birth of their new home. He, not believing his eyes, looks at the energetic girl while she demands a bigger house in a more picturesque place. He shouts back, trying to convey that their current situation is much more complicated than just choosing a place to rest. A few minutes later, when the initial chaos subsides, he turns to the holographic guide. The ghostly figure orders him to first definitively determine the location before executing the construction command, and he rubs his chin, pondering where to set up their new home. While he is thinking, the winged girl rushes to the nearest lake and excitedly calling beckons him. She points to the water as if to say that's exactly where he should look. He agrees. Having a water source is convenient, but he still keeps in mind the concern about the trash around that still needs to be cleaned up. Eventually, he decides to move to the area near the world tree because he considers proximity a significant advantage. He tells her that if necessary, they can always move later. The proposal that even makes the leaves freeze for a moment from. The mind has already decided, so it extends its hand and firmly gives the command. to start the construction process. In response to his words, the flickering sketch begins to harden. From a ghostly outline, it transforms into a sturdy log cabin, which for a moment hangs in the air. The structure suddenly collapses and crashes to the ground. With a deafening blow, a shockwave ripples through the soil. The force of the impact throws them both backward, and dust and debris swirl around the newly erected building. He freezes in front of the already built house with eyes wide open, in amazement, barely managing to process that the magical system really worked. Nearby, the girl is already rushing to the little house, on cloud nine at the thought of the home they will be able to share together. He feels the warmth of a grateful embrace as the young girl shines. Her wings tremble joyfully as she gives sincere words of thanks. When the excitement finally subsides, he is overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion and collapses to the ground to rest, unable to stop marveling at how absurdly advanced the divine dragon people's technology is, thanks to which all this became possible. Seeing how she rushes like an arrow to their new home with inexhaustible energy, he feels relief. He thinks, with this shelter, he and his comrade might finally be able to carve out a normal life for themselves. Their quiet moment does not last long. She turns to him with wide-open, expectant eyes and says that her stomach is completely empty. He exhales and says that the meat they had in the morning was the last of the supplies. It has already been turned into soup. The news is immediately met with denial. She demands more meat. The realization that there is no more meat hits her like a physical slap, and she freezes, frozen in a state of purely comic despair. She has no despair left. She begs him to give more. And he thinks, maybe the control system can simply generate food, but the holographic interface immediately cuts off hope, stating that this is impossible. The system adds, since the magical reserves of the city are now depleted, most functions are limited to basic structures, houses, and fields. Realizing that the system can no longer provide food, he acknowledges the harsh truth about their situation. He does everything possible to calm the crying girl, assuring her that he understands their plight. Her hunger cries echo through the empty corridors of the new home, a sharp contrast to the silence they had just begun to enjoy. When she calms down, they survey the area, but the search for food leads nowhere. He notes that there is neither wildlife nor fish nearby, and she recalls a time when she could grow food herself. No stores, no chances for dinner nearby. Their options are melting right before their eyes. Then she offers a bold solution and returns to the surface. She says, her natural gift flying can get them there in an instant. He has not fully considered this possibility yet until the pangs of hunger make it inevitable. The very thought of meat she feels as a flash of mad energy and suddenly grabs him. He does not have time to protest or ask her to wait before she declares, they are leaving immediately. Eyes wide open, the same cold, single-minded focus of a predator seeking prey. With an explosive surge of power, they are torn upward. The city remains behind, blurred in a frantic motion. He can only cling to her. A cold feeling of inevitable danger covers him as they rush headlong to the surface at a terrifying speed. Far from their sudden ascent, in the spacious halls of the Kingdom of Elven, a completely different tension hangs in the air. The king sits on the throne and demands from his advisors a strategy that will finally crush the rival nation of Kron and ensure his armies an unquestionable victory. The step forward to answer the call is the Holy Knight Arya Remus. She stands before her sovereign with heavy determination and is ready to offer a solution to the long-standing conflict that has been raging along their borders for years. She proposes a ruthless tactic, to poison the very river that feeds their enemies. Her face is cold and composed as she explains that spilling the toxin into the water supply is the fastest and most effective path to complete victory. Realizing her proposal, the monarch slowly, thoughtfully stretches a calculating smile across his face. He quietly emits a sound full of intrigue. It is clear he is struck by the cold logic of the plan to poison the enemy's water reserves. The lively streets of Selen village in the Kingdom of Clinia awaken with the morning offering. Among the crowd, a young traveler with his companion stops by the butcher's shop, and the girl's eyes light up with pure delight as soon as she sees the hanging meat. She cannot contain her excitement. She shouts for her mother to give her meat, much to his embarrassment when the friendly seller offers her a taste. He breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing how precarious their situation is. They are right under Lindworm in a land where its loud outbursts can attract unwanted attention. The burden of the political atmosphere weighs on him. He knows that Clinia and Elwyn are fierce enemies, and their presence here is a dangerous risk if they are discovered. While he tries to calculate their next move and calm her down, a familiar voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts and makes him flinch in surprise. It is the Holy Knight herself who greets them with a warm, trusting smile and asks if they need any help with their search. The shopkeeper loudly and joyfully welcomes the travelers as soon as they approach her well-heated shop. Levin explains that they need to replenish their provisions, and joy flashes in the woman's eyes at the thought of a big sale. She is almost thrown back by the scale of the request. She leans closer as he asks for enough supplies to last a month or at least a week. Such an order clearly exceeds her expectations for a pair of young travelers. Because of their light clothing, she jokingly teases whether they are going on a mountain trek or just traveling light. Noticing their close bond, she speculates whether they are brothers, and the boy freezes for a moment, not knowing what to answer. Since there is more in their history than they show, she laughs sincerely and decides not to pry into the soul. Instead, she offers a generous discount, pats Levin on the back and encourages him to take advantage of her hospitality. In a moment, a generous pile of fresh products and supplies is already in place, ready for transportation. He feels a wave of relief as he and his companion haul the heavy bags, confident that this catch will keep them alive at least in the near future. When he tries to pay the full amount, the woman snatches a handful of coins back and pushes them into his hands, insisting on the promised discount. Her laughter rings in the air and she waves off his objections, clearly enjoying this exchange. For her kindness, she asked only one thing, that in the future they return to her shop. He can only give them a grateful smile, humbled by the unexpectedly warm feeling he found in the heart of this village for the first time. He stands with the others while introductions continue. The smiling merchant Merced says she is a traveling trader and is currently staying in Salon Village. Next to her is a young woman named Karen who comes from Clunia, politely greeting everyone. Following their example, he introduces himself as Levin and presents his companion Elfie. The young girl beams, her eyes sparkling as she greets the new acquaintances. When the pleasantries are over and the business done, they say goodbye to the traders. The shopkeeper shouts warm words of thanks and an invitation to return as they set off again, with a wide, cloud-scattered sky spread above them. After an exhausting trek that clearly took its toll, they finally reach the safety of their cabin. Elfie dashed to the door with a joyful cry, "Finally home," while he lagged behind, bent over and gasping for air, recovering after the grueling journey tryst. He still can't quite recover. He asks if she could fly a little slower next time. But she doesn't care about his fatigue, her stomach growls and she insistently demands food. He has almost no choice, he has to push forward through exhaustion. Resigned to his duties, he starts to lay the fire, grateful for the fallen trees nearby they provided plenty of kindling. He makes a mental note. As soon as the flame begins to lick the bottom of the cooking pot, gather a larger supply of firewood. Then he turns his attention to the fresh supplies, especially the chicken, vegetables, and fruits that Karen helped them choose. A faint smile slides across his lips as he assesses the quality of the ingredients at hand. Glancing down at the prepared dough on the wooden board, he felt a plan maturing in his mind. It was time to prepare a specific dish, one that would surely satisfy their hunger after a long journey. He begins by carefully slicing fresh chicken, making sure the skin remains intact for the best texture. While he works, he notices the impressive thickness and firmness of the meat, deciding, despite the price, today is worth arranging a truly luxurious meal while his companion watches eagerly. After preparing the meat, he pours oil in a thin stream into the pan and generously rubs the chicken with a mixture of fragrant herbs and pepper. The kitchen immediately fills with the first hints of a spicy aroma. Nearby, the aroma reaches the sleeping girl. She shudders, then suddenly sits up. The unbearable smell of cooked meat fully awakens her senses. She rushes to the fire by the fireplace and, excitedly calling out, beckons him while he tends to the sizzling pan. While the chicken fries to a perfect golden crust, he gently asks her to hold on and be patient, and meanwhile prepares the sauce, butter, flour, lemon, and milk to finish the dish while it steams. With Emil, almost everything was ready. He asked her to help to set the plates and hinted that they could enjoy the feast in the comfort of their own home, not just outdoors. Finally, he cuts the perfectly cooked chicken into juicy pieces, and she watches every movement of the knife with wide, hungry eyes. He serves the final masterpiece, a hot plate of chicken in lemon cream, pan-fried, topped with fresh herbs and citrus slices. It is a festive dish for their new beginning in this home. As soon as his companion dove into the dish, he quietly warned, "Careful, the food is still boiling." She barely listened. Her cheeks flushed with delight as she savored the rich flavors, and a satisfied hum of pleasure escaped her. He takes a bite himself, noting that quite some time had passed since he last cooked this particular recipe. Nearby, the young girl beams and calls him Papa, declaring the dish simply incredible, and a quiet, warm smile appears on his face. The wealth of this feast amazes him. Elfie shines with joy, 2 whole portions of chicken, a luxury they haven't had for weeks. The simple pleasure of having meat on the table again fills the small room with a sense of coziness and familiar order. When Karen brings fresh salad to finish the table, Az catches himself thinking that finally the whole family is together. But the home scene tears and pushes him into a distant memory of the solemn marriage recognition, and his thoughts return again to Arya. And he will wonder how she is there without him. Feeling his sudden distance, the girl stops eating for a moment and asks if he is okay. Maybe he is just exhausted. He abruptly returns to reality, gives a reassuring smile, and says he was just remembering their old house in Lumiere Village. She tilts her head, interested in her mother's native city, and this prompts him to confess that he still cannot let go of his anxiety. Many years have passed since Arya was able to return home, but he reassures himself that she is surely skillfully fulfilling her duties in the Night Order. The conversation suddenly takes an unexpected turn when she stares at him with a steady, inquisitive gaze. With childlike straightforwardness, she asks if Arya is really his lover, and for a moment he is speechless, bewildered by this frankness. He quickly clarifies the situation. He says that he and Arya are just childhood friends who grew up together like family. Elfie hums quietly, absorbing these words, and her face remains unreadable as she contemplates the nature of their closeness. Turning back to the food, he flinched. Her plate was empty, not a single piece of everything had vanished to the last crumb. He doesn't believe it, asks if she really even finished the vegetables. In response, a confident, indifferent shrugging of the shoulders as if such a trick should be normal. He admits he was surprised. He thought her diet consisted entirely of meat. But she gives a playful smile and insists that she will gladly eat whatever her mother cooks for her. This sweet statement makes him feel as if she is too obedient, and that is probably not a good thing. Although she touches him with her warmth, suddenly a wave of practical concern overwhelms him. He imagines that the deity dragon must eat, and begins to toss and turn inside, gnawing at himself with the thought. What if she later needs hundreds of kilograms of meat every day to survive? This makes him break out in a nervous sweat. Her anxieties are instantly confirmed as soon as she extends an empty plate to him with a bright, impatient look, demanding to know when the next portion of meat will be ready. Her appetite's speed knocks him off his feet. Thoughts race to keep up with her demands. Later, while they were walking the familiar streets of Siren Village, he realizes their current expenses won't last long and they might have to find a way to become self-sufficient. Nearby, she freezes in place. Her eyes widen as soon as she notices something strange in their surroundings. They approach the local butcher shop and immediately see that the curtains on the shutters are drawn tightly and closed. Their annoyance hits them at once. He aloud wonders if it is just a planned day off, but the silence and absence of people for this time seem inappropriate. Looking back, he notices almost every other nearby shop is also closed. The steady rhythm of the usual noisy market is silent, strange, eerie, without a single person. This feeling sends a chill down his spine, but the tension eases for a moment when he sees nearby Seitam or Sadie's. Sighing with relief, having found the shopkeeper and her assistant, he asks if both of them are safe and thanks them for keeping their shop open despite the eerie silence enveloping the city. But the relief proves short-lived. The merchant explains that nearby fields are devastated, and he grits his teeth in frustration upon hearing about Elvin's forces. The young assistant unfolds the tragedy. How the soldiers of Elwyn suddenly invaded the region of Cunias and mercilessly poisoned the very water that sustained it. Stunned by the revelation, he struggles to gather his thoughts because the seemingly impregnable fortress Colonna has actually fallen, an event he can hardly believe. He presses for details and asks how such an impregnable fortress can be taken, until the merchant, trembling, whispers about a figure named Silver Devil. She admits that her information comes directly from a childhood friend who served as a knight in Clunia, so the creepy rumors sound even gloomier. This commander is a young girl with a silver, recognizable shield known as the Holy Knight. It is said that she caused the complete fall of Colonia's defense in just one night filled with devastating destruction. Comprehension strikes him like a physical blow. Thoughts rush as he again and again whispers the name of the one who caused such destruction, Holy Knight. He is haunted by the memory of Arya. Back then she asked if she could really fulfill the duties of the Holy Knight. Now the young winged girl looks up at him anxiously and calls softly, but he is too lost in his own thoughts to respond immediately. The realization that his childhood friend might be involved in the recent atrocities becomes almost unbearable. Shaking, he asks for more details in desperation to prove that his growing suspicion is wrong. Liven inquires about the identity of the Holy Knight, but the locals can hardly tell anything. He wonders if the rumors about the demon-like figure concern Arya, but he cannot reconcile this image with the person he knows. To his question, Mercedes clarifies. In the castle serves the formidable young knight Erish risks everything for the kingdom. Sharia assures Elfie that there is no danger because the kingdom is well protected. She and her companion share a light moment while the young man absorbs this information. His inner doubts are hidden behind a quiet stone mass. As they move on to their tasks, Mercedes pushes him to decide on the day's purchases, and this elicits an excited exclamation from a young girl. The group travels through a picturesque valley, and in the distance, a castle stands frozen like a silent guard against the backdrop of the mountains. She overcame everything with joy, clutching the supplies, and plunged into a sweet dream about the feast yet to come. She continues listing her culinary desires, asking for teriyaki, potato soup, and apples, while he carries the heavy load of their provisions. Despite the domestic calm, his thoughts are again drawn to the strategic weight of the festive night to the S-rank class, capable by its mere existence and command of changing the very fate of the battle. He contemplates the geopolitical map, considering the kingdoms of Elwyn and Clonia, where those with S-rank professions dedicate themselves to their states. A heavy question lingers in his mind. If he had remained in service, would he have stood on the front line alongside Arya? This thought briefly brings a memory of her, a soft smile on her face as she spoke about the promise they made to always be together. The burden of the past weighs on him. His gaze drops because the reality of his current situation crashes into those distant memories. His fist clenches in his palm near his thigh, a physical manifestation of the internal struggle gnawing at him from within as he wonders what he is really doing with his life now. Turning away from dark thoughts, he addresses his companion, calling her as she stands nearby with their recent purchases. With new determination in his eyes, he tells her that despite his status as an outcast, there is a specific destination he must reach. He admits, even though he has no right to meddle or even worry about the welfare of these lands, he still cannot remain indifferent. He decisively points towards the distant spires of Marley Castle. She looks back at him with understanding, recalling how Arya once said that childhood friends are as close as family, and then his concern for her safety becomes completely natural. She urges him to hurry, sparks in her eyes determination while preparing for the road ahead. Levin gives a soft smile and a word of thanks. He is deeply touched by her unwavering support and readiness to help. Catching her enthusiasm in planning, she promises a lavish meat banquet meal as soon as their task is completed. He is momentarily confused by her sudden excitement, but quickly recovers and assures that he is ready to follow her example. The promise of a celebration hangs in the air, and she commands him, climb onto her back for the journey. He hesitates, feeling a wave of embarrassment from the very offer, but she does not get distracted, focuses on the task, and her wings begin to unfold beneath his quiet rustling. Suddenly the girl disappears. She is replaced by a majestic white dragon soaring into the sky, and Levin holds onto its back. The transformation happens without any pause, and in a moment they are flying high above the clouds. He freezes with eyes wide from shock. The wind cuts through his hair as he finally realizes the true nature of his companion. The scale and power of the dragon beneath him are overwhelming. Cutting through the air, he freezes from the incredible speed of this form. This way they will reach the place much faster. Catching his silence, the dragon throws its head back and asks if something is wrong, but he remains lost in thought. He cannot find his voice. His face suddenly flushes dark red as soon as he realizes how unexpectedly comfortable this ride has become. The warmth and softness of the dragon's scales strangely soothe him. He gets drawn into the rhythm of the flight. Despite the sharp acceleration, he unexpectedly relaxes. The ride is steady and smooth, much better than any carriage, so he can focus on the road ahead. He soared through the clouds, and his voice barely carried over the roar of the wind as he lamented not having learned about this dragon form earlier. Elfie, unfazed by the height, only reminded him. She had spoken about it from the very beginning. Far below, the spires of Marley Castle rose under a darkening sky, and Arya and her companion stood tiredly. Their breathing came in ragged, hoarse gasps as they faced a threat that was unseen. Realizing that everything was too bad, she forced herself to make the difficult decision to retreat. She led the way back through the heavy gates, just as the cold rain began to beat on the dense canopy of the surrounding forest. High above the storm, the dragon sharply turned left, and her voice rang with excitement as she pointed to the distant castle, but the roar of the wind drowned out her words, so the rider barely caught them. Then she folded her wings and dived down. A white streak cuts through the gray drizzle and rain, rushing toward the swirling green sea of trees below. When they approached the treetops, he caught sight of a figure lying motionless on the forest floor, and a sharp cry of alarm burst out. Despite Elfie's warnings about dangerous monsters hiding in the forest, he knew they could not just abandon someone alone. The great beast swiftly descended, weaving a path through ancient trunks and branches to reach Sodner. As soon as they landed, he sprang from her back and rushed into the darkness toward the fallen girl in the ruffled dress. He crouched beside her, and his voice sounded urgent as he checked if she was alive, but only a barely audible, painful sigh escaped her lips, which immediately fell silent. He kneels beside the fallen girl, his voice tense with relief as he realizes she is still conscious. He asks her not to move, but the body betrays her. He trembles with wild, merciless shakes that reveal a deep, old trauma. Gently but urgently, he asks what could have happened to her and whether she has become a victim of a sudden, cruel attack. While he looks at her, she whispers a poignant plea. Her voice is barely audible as she admits she can no longer fight. The weight of her words seems to evoke a dark memory of the massacre she witnessed. A scene of blood and despair. Even the young winged girl nearby freezes, gripped by silent horror. She continues to explain in fragments. Her gaze is fixed on the broken shards of a blade nearby, and she bitterly laments the failure. She could not protect the castle and the holy knight to which she had sworn to serve. A sudden realization strikes him as he looks at her more closely. The thought flashes in his mind that this fragile, broken girl might be one of the elite defenders of the castle. Before he can ask anything else, her strength finally runs out. She falls forward onto the cold ground, and consciousness fades. He sharply turns to his companion, and now with new determination, declares that they must immediately take the girl to Lindworm for treatment, while his winged comrade doubts. Are they abandoning the original path to the castle? As they prepare to carry her, her last fading words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. The one they seek is no longer within the castle walls. Above the kingdom of Elven, high in the sky, a majestic creature soars over the sprawling forests and distant mountains, a silent witness to the drama unfolding below. In the silence of the royal archives, Prince Zex corners the more sensible chief Gideon against the wall. The blade is already drawn, and a sharp question tears at his lips. He explains his appearance here is no accident. He came precisely to investigate the records that Gideon is so desperately trying to hide. He demanded answers. The prince gestures toward the charred remains of the book and asks what secrets were so dangerous that they had to be burned to silence them. The ancient pages mention the day when a representative of the dragon lineage will descend to the beast tamer master, a prophecy about the birth of the sacred dragon. He further describes a creature resembling a small white lizard, a detail that weighs far more than its modest appearance. Suddenly the prince is enlightened. He connects these ancient words with a boy he once knew and realizes Levin Eeks has done the impossible. The burden of this discovery overwhelms him. He prepares to report to the king about the colossal losses the kingdom has suffered. In his thoughts, he returns again and again to where Levin might be at this very moment. On the back of the great land dragon, Lindworm, the young trainer prepares for a new life. Far from the world he once knew, he sets a modest goal to lay a small field to feed them in this lonely sanctuary. Before starting work, he briefly meets with his companions. They discuss the dark-haired knight who collapsed powerless. She still lies in a deep sleep. Since they sat on her back, she has not moved once. Although he has many questions for her, he still decides rest is the priority now. Turning his attention to the task, he proclaims the start of the Lined Worm Reclamation Project. His enthusiasm is picked up by everyone, and the companions without hesitation get to work, plowing the land and preparing the plot for planting. With a heavy hoe in his hands, he begins the exhausting work breaking the ground. Sweat gathers on his forehead as he realizes even a small plot requires colossal effort, yet he stubbornly stays the course to wrest self-sufficiency for his small group. The field is just a patch of brown against the backdrop of the endless scaly cover of the dragon. It is a modest beginning, a tiny island of arable land amid a sea of ancient stone and moss covering its huge body. While he works, his thoughts slide into the past. He recalls many divine and magical beasts he once commanded. He considers the agreements he held before exile and wonders whether to call old allies for help with this tedious manual labor, although they were meant for much greater achievements. He instantly dismisses this thought. He considers it disrespectful to call mighty beings just to work as someone's retinue. Feeling his fatigue, the fair-haired companion finally suggests resting, saying she brought some treats to reward them for their hard work. They sit together on the wild rocky terrain, catching a brief rest. He looks at the clear sky and wonders if it ever rains in such a strange place until he learns that a divine tree governs the environment, maintaining temperature and weather in perfect balance for their survival. Now he focuses on a simple task, lighting a fire, because around it seems like spring mode. But small sparks suddenly turn into a huge, roaring pillar of flame, and he is completely caught off guard by this. The sudden burst of heat and light makes him jerk in shock, and the girl nearby cries out in fright as the flame grows stronger, as if it suddenly comes alive and begins to act independently. While the hellish flame rages, she steps forward, shielding him and urges him to stay behind. In the very heart of the fire, a dark, threatening figure begins to take shape. To their surprise, the figure that appears before them is not a monster, but a majestic, scarred beast who greets him joyfully and amicably. Calling him master and making him understand this is his old friend Louis. The tension in the air dissolves as the huge creature calmly sits down, and the young girl blinks in astonishment, not understanding the sharp transition from palpable threat to friendly meeting. With a polite nod, the monster officially introduces himself. Louis, the Crimson Lion, and sincerely apologizes for the drama and suddenness of his arrival. This unexpected guest was actually the first beast of fire with whom he had made a contract throughout all his years of training. And now, a meeting right on the dragon's back. Despite the joy of reunion, he cannot help but wonder how this even happened. And he cannot fathom how Louis could appear if there was no summoning magic to call him. He freezes in disbelief when the great monster explains his arrival with a simple, honest shrug, insisting that he was just trying with all his might to reach his master. The explanation is laughably straightforward and makes the young man doubt how the logic of this world even works. Leo continues, admitting that the mechanics of his manifestation remain a mystery even to himself. He was simply consumed by desperate worry for his master's safety. This mad impulse to help, it seems, triggered the blinding light that transported him through the veil. When asked if he knows about the recent exile, the beast responds with a stormy affirmative, and his loyalty is not shaken at all by the change in status. Then he bursts into a passionate tirade against the king, expressing deep disgust at his selfishness and greed. The beast reveals, through their shared bond he felt his master's pain and longing, and the thought of continuing to serve such a cruel ruler became unbearable. Inspired by the little girl's devotion, he humbles himself and asks for a chance to be just as useful to their cause. His unwavering loyalty makes a deep impression on everyone listening. A gaze filled with determination. Crimson Leo solemnly makes a formal vow to give his life in service to his master and promise to do whatever is necessary to support the two through the trials ahead. They both shine with joy. The warmth of reunion finally washes away the shadow left by their past trials. As the sun sets over the cottage, the master sincerely thanks his old friend and welcomes him into their new life in Lindworm. The silence is gently broken by a familiar voice calling them inside for the long-awaited dinner. She gasps sharply with delight, enchanted by the incredible spread of food laid out before them, her eyes wide with wonder. Nearby, a young girl is equally mesmerized by the dishes that look far too delicious, and their companion quietly chuckles, hinting that this is not all. With pride, he presents the main dish, a large, hot, stone-oven-baked pizza with vegetables and cheese. The aroma spreads through the air as he solemnly announces the dish, eager to share the results of their hard work. Just now the giant creature offered its help. His fiery temper made him the perfect candidate to work with the heat the oven demanded. Although he reduced his massive figure to fit in the space, the strength remained overwhelming. Because of this, his master was both grateful and a little stunned by the creature's devotion. In the stone hearth, the fire dances with precision, maintaining a perfectly even temperature. The controlled flame from the beast's maw soaks the crust with a rich, smoky flavor, and every piece comes out cooked to perfection. He can barely contain his excitement and declares that his new companion is truly the best. The lion-like creature shines with pride. It is pleased to have been useful to its master. And the young girl looks at this touching moment with a gentle smile. They quickly gather around the great beast and shower him with praise and affection for his culinary contribution. He purrs loudly, as if arguing, while everyone admires how soft and fluffy his mane is. The brave warrior is now a gentle giant in the warmth of their company. When night falls on the quiet hut, she turns to her companion with an interested expression and asks him to tell how he first met the majestic lion. He settles in and warns, this is a long story that began during his training as a holy user. While the story is just beginning, a young girl and her fluffy protector have already fallen into a peaceful sleep curled up together on the floor. Nearby, the remnants of the feast were cleaned up. Now only the silence of the house at night and the promise of new adventures lie ahead. The big beast finally calmed down after the feast, so the host was left to clean up the aftermath. He smiled warmly and wiped the plate, and the pleasure from the successful party lingered in his mind for a long time. When he was washing the dishes by the sink, he thought about how lively the dinner had been. It was a relief to see how quickly Elfie got along with the rest of the company, and the house finally felt truly full. With a heavy sigh, he returned to the kitchen and felt how the fatigue of the day finally caught up with him. His gaze slowly slid down to the bed where the mysterious girl lay. He became curious whether she would ever wake up. His concern for her health grew with every hour of her silence. The silence in the room sharply contrasted with the memory of the outburst of rage. King Julian roared in frustration, could not accept that the girl before him had received the curse of the Dark Knight. He finally mastered himself and officially met Eris as the border guard, speaking of the tragic beauty of the herd warrior woman, noting how she was still too young to bear such a heavy, life-shortening burden. This cursed path gave her incredible combat power, so she could wield a giant scythe, but that power had a terrible price. Each use literally drained her own life force, trading the future for a moment of clarity. While the king pondered her fate, a flustered messenger flew into the hall and reported, The silver demon is attacking the city gates. Julian wasted no time and ordered the young girl to immediately set up her defense and face the threat head-on. He issued his final edict, promising, as soon as she casts off the silver demon in Marley Castle, she will finally become his concubine. Eris, weighed down by her braid and the curse she bore, turned her face to the impossible. She suffocated from the gas when the battle turned into a disaster, leaving her with a shattered body and broken spirit, yet she still managed to barely utter the order to retreat. Her vision began to blur as darkness tightened its rings, every breath turning into a struggle that echoed in the suffocating silence of the forest. She lay motionless on the cold ground. Her giant weapon was thrown away. A sinister realization descended upon her. The price of power of the Dark Knight was her own life, and she wondered how many years she had just burned. At that moment, the answer no longer mattered. Disappearing into the shadow, she felt an empty desire to simply vanish and let the world go on without her. Suddenly, two wide golden eyes tore through the darkness. Above her loomed a huge mane creature, and it looked with a timidly curious surprise. The great creature turned around and rushed back to the nearest dwelling, recognizing the spark of life, and roared in panic, announcing that the guest had finally come to his senses. The door clanged and slowly creaked open a moment after he entered the room together with Arya. As he entered, the girl caught the smell of fresh food. She still couldn't recover, tightly clutching the blanket. She sharply raised her eyes at the stranger swide, frightened and demanded to know who they were. She stares into the bowl of porridge. Her mind is foggy with confusion. She suddenly realizes that this is not the afterlife. Levin pushes the food closer and hands her the bowl, encouraging her to eat, but she hesitates wary of the food prepared by a stranger in this unfamiliar place. The aroma of warm food fills the room. Her stomach treacherously growls and Levin and Arya gently and sympathetically watch her. He reminds her, no need to rush because the porridge is still quite hot. Resigned to the situation, she takes a small bite, thinking that what she eats now hardly matters, her life is already dwindling. Levin watches her closely and says he once read that this dish is exactly what helps recovery well. The simple, warm taste strikes her with unexpected, forcing tears immediately begin to well up in her eyes as she admits that it is truly incredibly delicious. The warmth of this gesture breaks through her protective armor. This ray of comfort triggers distant memories of a time when she was much younger and far more vulnerable. In her memories, her mother sits by the bed and lifts a bowl of what she called magic soup so that she would recover faster. All she ever wanted was a quiet, peaceful life warmed by the love of her family. Returning to the harsh reality of today, the burden of her choices and her fate forces her to finally break down, sobs echoing in the silence of the room. Levin can only silently watch, feeling the deep well of sorrow she carries within herself. She finally reveals the dark truth. As a Dark Knight, she sacrificed her own life force for the power to fight, and her time is almost up. A voice heavy with despair demands an answer. Why did they even bother saving someone already doomed to greatness? Levin catches Eris as she collapses to the ground. Her body jerks with violent coughing fits and blood appears staining her lips. She gasps hoarsely for air, her eyes wide open filled with confusion and pain, and she does not understand why this is happening to her. In a moment he looks with fear as Arya examines the unconscious girl. Arya's face is stern as she says the child has spent a dangerous amount of her life force, leaving her in an unstable, life-threatening condition. He looks away and his thoughts rush back to the ruins of Marley Castle. Now it becomes clear to him, the brutal battle that Eris endured was against Arya herself, Holy Night. The girl's breathing remains shallow and heavy. Her face is covered in sweat as she slowly sinks into a feverish sleep. He recalls the stories of a mighty knight named Eris, a young woman who risked everything to protect her nation, though the price was terrible and struck her body every day. Next to him, Elfie trembles with indignation. Her voice breaks as she exposes the cruelty of those who forced Eris to use her power and knows at what cost. She turns to him and implores him to find a way to save her. He looks down at the suffering girl, the weight of her calling presses like a curse, not a gift. He rummages in his mind, searching for any way to help her. Reaching forward, he carefully takes her hand in his silent promise to find a way to ease her burden. He looks at her from above, and in his gaze relief and yet unrelieved anxiety. His heart is still heavy from the misfortune they have just endured. His breath catches when she suddenly pulls her hand to grasp his palm. Eyes wide open in a strange, empty innocence, and she calls him mother, marveling at the size of his hand. He boils with complete disbelief at this strange name. While the rest of the group watches the unfolding scene, a mixture of shock and confusion at her sudden change in character. Soon they are overwhelmed by a full-blown tantrum. She begins kicking stubbornly, demanding rice porridge from the past, refusing to calm down, refusing to cooperate with anyone. Eventually she calms down when he brings her a fresh bowl of warm lunch to the headboard. but he has to repeatedly ward her off to be careful with the heat while he prepares to feed her. When she leans in very close, opening her mouth in anticipation, he is overcome by a wave of nervous tension. He suddenly realizes how hopeless and strange this situation has become. With a heavy heart, he listens as others insist. She has undergone a complete infantile regression. With every tearful, stubborn demand she makes, this version seems increasingly plausible. He continues gently coaxing her to eat for her health, and finally persuades her by promising praise. She responds with a playful, skeptical look. He watches closely as she looks away, her voice trembling with long-buried pain. She laments that her father never said a kind word to her, no matter how hard she fought. The admission confuses him. He did not expect her thoughts to turn to her father at this moment of regression. Under the pressure that weighed on her, she recalls his harsh demands, at least to be useful to the nation. She sits quietly and fragile, pinned to the pillows. The burden of those expectations still weighs on her young head. Raising her tear-filled eyes to him, she asks a painful question. How much longer does she need to continue? The forced smile cracks at the edges, hiding deep fatigue as she aloud wonders what to do now. The armored dam finally burst, and she chokes on tears in her palms, sobbing, feeling like she is about to die. Her despair covers the silence of the room with such force that her small body trembles with every breath. In the silence of the infirmary, he stays beside her, a silent witness to what she had to endure. Between them, there seems to be an abyss. She curls up under the blankets, seeking comfort that words alone cannot provide. Rubbing her hand, she reaches out and calls her mother, begging her not to leave. Sadness and longing tremble in her gaze, and she herself seems to vanish into the memory of the time before the battlefield took her spirit. Behind the walls of their sanctuary, the conflict between Cronia and Elwyn continues to smolder, unresolved and merciless. If they capture her now, she will once again become just a convenient tool for the army. He clenches determination, and his gaze sharpens as he sees her sleeping. Then and there he decides, there is no reason for her to keep fighting until her life is completely drained. He weighed the burden of the curse, flicking eras, realizing that being a Class S-rank Dark Knight was a load few could bear without divine protection. Breaking such a hex seemed impossible, but this thought pushed him to a sharp, decisive movement. He scared the small creature at his feet. Noticing his sudden determination, the blonde woman watched him closely. Her voice, whispered barely audible, was trying to understand how his mood had changed. For a few seconds he was silent, lost in his own conviction. Next to her, a young girl with one horn dropped a spark of hope, realizing that her own unique nature could become the key to saving their comrade from the answer. While he was preparing to set off, his companion, having dismounted from the majestic winged beast along with him, asked what exactly drove him, why undertake such a deadly dangerous task. He admitted, he might be seen as a person acting in his own interest, but still declared if there is even the slightest chance that he can help, he is obliged to do so. In a moment, the great beast soared into the sky and carried them over the endless, wavy landscape as they began their search. They eventually descended closer to the dark, menacing patch of forest where thick mist spread over the ground. He signaled the beast to land, sensing that this was their destination. As soon as they touched the ground, the winged girl warned them of a palpable threat. The entire territory was suffocated by toxic haze. She suggested that it was the deadly trace left by the chemical war of the Elvinsky army, and at this thought, he forced himself to cover his face from the stinging air. This deserted place matched the grim rumors whispered in the nearest village. There lived a creature with one horn. Its lair was the depths of a poisonous lake. He stands together with comrades at the edge of the clearing, and the silence of the poisoned forest presses on them with a heavy whirl until they finally see their target. Before them is a legendary creature, a majestic but sad beast with overly long, twisted horns that mark it as a ram of the poisoned lake. Elfie confirms its identity, noting that its power might indeed be the key to lifting the curse, although it is known as an unclean sacred animal. Eager to help, the winged girl prepares to strike. They need to defeat the creature to take its power. He quickly intervenes, grabs her hand, and explains that violence is not the solution, which confuses her even more. Taking a step forward alone, he approaches the giant beast with a steady, calm gait, leaving his friends behind. He speaks quietly, calling himself the tamer of sacred beasts, and makes it clear, he has come not as an enemy, he is the one who knows its nature. He gives her a soft smile, assuring the creature that there is no threat from him. Despite the wary posture of the gray-bearded man and the low, rumbling growl rolling from his throat, he does not back down. His presence spreads calm. Approaching closer, he recognizes the poisonous state of the surrounding waters. Indicating this, he shows that the monster is not the cause of this plague. He explains that he understands creature does not attack people out of malice, but is bound to this place for a far nobler reason. Suddenly he realizes, The bicorn is never naturally impure, it deliberately absorbed forest impurities, soaking them into its own body. Like a living filter, this creature sacrificed its own health to cleanse the land and protect the people living nearby. Moved by this selfless act, he bows his head in gratitude and thanks the exhausted guard for many years of service, then sincerely requests, explaining that he needs his unique power to save someone dear to him, hoping the beast will recognize a kindred spirit. He solemnly bows deeply before the majestic dark-haired beast, formally demands a contract in an even voice, and imploringly asks the creature to lend him its power for the sake of someone else. In response to his fervent request, brilliant ethereal light begins to burst from the binoculars, washing away the shadows of his corruption while the contract is forged. Later the scene shifts to a quiet, secluded log cabin hidden in a peaceful forest glade, far from immediate threats in the woods. In the modest dwelling, the young woman suddenly sits up sharply on the bed. Her face flushes a dark crimson as she recalls her recent behavior and lets out a silent, humiliated scream. Her sudden outburst draws the attention of the great lion sitting nearby. He sincerely rejoices that her mind has finally cleared, although she seems more concerned with the incredible softness of his mane. She succumbs to the creature's fairy tale fluffiness and pulls him into a tight embrace, whispering how sweet he is, while her companion watches the touching scene with a gentle, understanding smile. When she buries her face in the warm lion's fur, she whispers, "Such comfort seems like a distant memory," even voicing aloud the thought of whether she has already reached paradise. But the beast quickly assures her she is still among the living. Stepping outside, the young woman immediately freezes at the incredible view. She looks into the endless clouds and green fields far, far away, trying to comprehend where she has ended up, as if she stepped into a dream or even into the very sky. Beside her, Louis tells an impossible truth. They are now standing on the back of the great earth dragon Lindworm. She is paralyzed with shock. While her brain convulses, she tries to understand who her master really is to make a contract with such a legendary creature. The line admits the story will be long. He continues, telling how, like her, their master was once exiled from his country, losing his place in the world before finding his way here. She listens silently, and the realization of their shared circumstances slowly settles as she holds in her thoughts the boy who saved her. She tightly clasps her hands near her chest, and the weight of her past presses down from above. With a trembling, quiet voice, she admits she did not choose this path, she just ran away because she had nowhere else to go. Seeing her despair, the beast offers another perspective. There is no shame in running away when it is necessary. She raises her eyes to him wide open, as she considers the thought that running away was not a defeat but a beginning. The great beast gently reminded her, if she wants to stay here, then this place, this very spot will become her new home, her true place where she belongs. He speaks with such certainty that he begins to calm her troubled heart. Eris is silent, and her gaze warms as she recalls the life she left behind and the one she might find here. The wind touches her face, bringing the scent of a future she never dared to even imagine. Her thoughts drift again to a simpler time, a memory of a warm, ordinary home where the family sat together at the table and peace reigned. This was the life she always longed for, a quiet existence filled with simple family love, far from the burden of her noble origin. She looked at the sprawling landscape of Lindworm, and the wind lifted her long hair. The thought of starting fresh in such a peaceful place, living not as a knight, but as an ordinary girl, filled her with a quiet, aching feeling. Her reverie was broken by a voice calling her name. She looked down. A shadow of doubt flashed across her face as she weighed her current fragile state. Levin and Elfie hurried to her, their faces showing clear worry. He asked if she was really able to stand and not lie in bed anymore, and inquired how she felt, confused by the sudden attention and the memory of how she was carried. She begged them to forget how she looked before. Yet Levin, despite this, steered the conversation to something more serious. He said he had something important to talk about. He fixed his gaze on her eyes, sincerity frozen on his face. She straightened up and gave him her full attention. In the same calm voice, he put forward a bold idea. He believed he could find a way to lift the Dark Knight's curse that tormented her. He asked if she was ready to take the risk and try to break free from this burden. The young woman stared at him, eyes wide open, shock mixed with a hope just being born. The possibility of living without the curse, living where she truly belongs, suddenly became attainable. Levin tells Eris his plan. He wants to break the Dark Knight's curse tormenting her by borrowing the power of a holy creature. She listens attentively, and in her gaze, hope and uncertainty mingle as she asks how such a thing could even be done. The conversation is interrupted by a heavy, stuttering thud. A mighty creature emerges from the shadows. A collector with a blonde horn, dark, tousled fur, and overly long spiral horns. The girl shudders in shock, her eyes wide open as she sees this formidable beast. She steps forward to tame her fear, introduces Bicorn as his shortened companion, and assures that despite the frightening appearance, it is a sacred creature. She still keeps her distance, doubting whether a contract is needed and what it means for her salvation. The massive creature leans down so that its large, intelligent eyes are level with her face, and a soft female voice with a polite greeting echoes in her mind. The unexpected kindness in the monster's tone makes her heart tremble, and along with it comes a strange, quiet feeling of peace. He returns to the bicorn, which he names Edel, and asks what she thinks about the girl's condition. The monster confirms his suspicions, saying that her life force is systematically draining through the very essence of the Dark Knight Roland. This revelation shocks the girl into numbness. The boy ponders and suddenly realizes. Her life force does not simply vanish into emptiness, it is purposefully drained. She tries to grasp a hint of meaning, looking alternately at her companion and the beast, and wonders if there really is a difference between these two fates. The beast explains, their species has a unique ability to cleanse curses by reversing the flow of energy. By using this power, they can slow down destruction and restore what darkness has taken. She gazes at the bicorn, and hope flashes in her eyes as a promise of salvation is laid before her. The voice says they will be able to return the stolen life force by casting a ray of light and leaving a long shadow of her curse. She freezes in complete disbelief. Her eyes widen as the weight of the revelation settles in her mind. The possibility of the futureth possibility of truly living seems like a dream she never dared to imagine, especially after being told that life would be short. Nearby, Liven watches intently. His presence is like a strong support as she struggles with the hope that maybe she has not been doomed after all. While she listens, Bichorn and Edel lay out a plan. She should use her Dark Knight abilities and they will seize the moment to reverse the direction of the curses. This reversal will restore the life force that was continuously drained from her and will make the very source of her suffering a source of renewal. While he speaks, Levin tries to clarify the exact steps needed. His brow furrows with anxiety over the risks. She suddenly is overwhelmed by a wave of fear. Her voice trembles as she utters the terrible thought of what might happen if the ritual fails. Hearing her fear, the winged girl steps forward and gently takes her hands, lightly squeezing them to offer support. With a steady gaze, she tells her to trust her and entrust the process to her skilled hands. Her touch radiates warmth that begins to calm the wildly beating heart. She continues, and the expression in her eyes softens. A gentle smile appears as she explains that she can feel the ebb and flow of life force in others. She assures her. She sees her essence Clearlitha's connection allows her to safely direct energy during cleansing. Hearing her words, Levin adds his own reassurance. He promises to intervene immediately if the situation becomes even slightly dangerous. He admits that with the help of their winged companion, he feels much more confident in the outcome, but she remains silent. Her gaze is fixed on her clasped hands as she weighs the choice before her. Then he speaks with new confidence. He asks her to take this chance and promises that they will all stand by her to protect her. He asks if she is ready to try. His words are a direct challenge to the despair that had held her captive for so long. When he finishes, she lowers her gaze to her hands. The spark of hope in her eyes clashes with the doubts that have not yet let go. The possibility of truly starting life from scratch seems both beautiful and terrifying. The path she must now decide whether to take. She takes a deep breath, clenches her hands tightly near her chest, and announces her decision to try the rituals. Seeing her determination, the team gathers in the open field to review the strategy one last time. Since the strategy is detailed, it becomes clear. Louis will start the attack first, forcing her to defend using her Dark Knight abilities. Then Edel will be able to reverse the life-draining curse and restore her vitality. She freezes for a moment in shock and asks if Louis really has to be her opponent, but the logic of the plan remains ironclad. The curse must be activated in order to be lifted. Feeling her hesitation, the others encourage her with words, but she is still somewhat unsettled by the gravity of what lies ahead. 11 understands that more power may be needed for the successful ritual, and suggests calling for additional help, an idea supported by both Louis and Edel. He recalls the bond that connects him with his comrades and feels. The time has come to summon those who have been waiting for this very moment. With a sharp shout, he activates his summoning spells. A bright emblem flares on the ground, and energy sharply pierces the air. From the radiance emerge 3 winged warriors, the Valkyrie sisters, who bow respectfully, greeting their master after a long absence. They descended with such ease that it completely contradicted their combat prowess. Huge white wings folded as soon as their feet touched the ground. Elfie and Arya stood in awe, recognizing the legendary figures like divine messengers called to stand beside them. The 3 warriors stepped forward and assessed the situation with practiced ease, while one doubted whether it was truly worth expending all their power. Another reaffirmed that they would give their heavenly might for Eris. Despite her own readiness, The leader's sister could not hold back and sharply complained about the sudden summons, accusing their master of being a ruthless taskmaster. He could only apologize guiltily in response to this abrupt call to arms. He tried to ease the tension, but from his sister's barely noticeable smiles it was clear. There was no offense. Their playful banter only confirmed the long-standing bond, one that went beyond the formal roles of master and servant. He sincerely thanked them. He told how much it meant to him that they responded so quickly to his call. The warmth in his voice reflected genuine joy to see his old allies again. The pink-haired warrior finally gave in. She crossed her arms and demanded a hearty stew as payment for her services. With a small smile, he gave his word, then returned to work with his hands addressing the quiet girl waiting nearby. He gestured toward the gathered force of Valkyries and the Great Lion, assuring Eris that with such formidable allies by her side, she would be able to unlock her full potential. She froze, and when the approaching ritual finally began to truly reach her, her eyes opened wide. A wave of nervous energy washed over her. Her hand clenched as she gathered courage for what was to come. The weight of this moment pressed down on her, leaving only one thing to wonder: how this trial would ultimately change her. She gathered all her will into a fist. Her gaze did not tremble as she prepared for the unknown. Whatever the outcome of the ritual, she was ready to accept it fully. Her heart bore the burden of her choice. Behind her, the winged sisters approached with solemn grace. Their presence silently attested to the gravity of this moment. They moved as one, their divine forms casting long shadows on the ground as they prepared to lend their power. They raised their magnificent spears in unison, closing into a protective circle around the ancient radiant seal, which pulsed with rhythmic golden light. The air hummed with the resonance of their combined power, and the ritual firmly took hold. Their efforts made the magic surge wildly forward, and Louis, as if unable to contain himself, let out a thunderous roar. His primary fanged form flared with raw energy. Simultaneously, a torn dark saber began to manifest, wrapped in a twisted gloomy aura that seemed to absorb the light around it. His roar still echoed as she gripped the massive weapon. Her delicate body trembled under the unstoppable, all-consuming force passing through the hilt. A gloomy voice, cold and commanding, whispered in her mind that she would become his beauty, and that the brevity of her last life meant nothing compared to how he saw perfection. Her thoughts were suddenly pierced by the memory of a cruel face, a man who once looked at her with cold indifference. He spoke of her death as a happy event, that dying young and beautiful was a convenience, a way to preserve her image until time erased it. His mocking words were cut off as she let out a defiant scream and, clutching the hilt, struck with the heavy blade with a force drawn from despair and determination. Her gaze blazed with a fierce spark that challenged the darkness, and the strike unleashed a violent eruption of energy that tore through the ritual's territory. His allies froze in silent shock, shielding their eyes from the blinding flash as the explosion subsided and the dust began to settle. Through the dim smoke, the silhouette of the bicorn survived, a silent witness to what had just happened. And Levin and Arya watched, holding their breath. He watched as the dazzling light of the ritual began to fade, revealing a transformed figure standing amid the dissipating energy. Beside her, Brigort silently witnessed the birth of a new power, while the jagged silhouette of a mighty blade emerged in the air. She stood tall, her figure now clad in dark armor, majestic wings adorned her back, the very embodiment of the Dark Knight. Feathers drifted in the air like snow, her gaze remained fixed and unyielding, though the restoration of her life force was still in doubt as she gripped the weapon forged from her resolve. Levin coughs as the smoke begins to disperse, his gaze darting through the thick haze in search of others. He calls Erich's voice boiling with anxiety after the blinding flash of light that just consumed everything around. He raises his gaze as a winged silhouette falls from the sky, and the air fills with the sound of metal striking metal. A heavy, dull thud, the figure crashes into the ground. Her new armor clatters and rattles wildly as she finds her balance. He suddenly lunges forward and manages to catch her literally before she falls. Her huge white wings brush against him as he feels for support and bears the unexpected weight of her luxurious plate armor, holding her as she recovers from the descent. He watches as she lifts her gaze to him, and in her face pure incomprehension when she finally realizes that she is still alive. He whispers her name in his voice, both relief and wonder at her magnificent transformation. He shudders as soon as she suddenly starts moving. The metal plates of her suit clang loudly with every gesture. She marvels at her own strength and exclaims that her body feels unbearably light, as if the crushing weight of the curse has vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality striking her chest. In a moment, Arya and Elfie catch up with them, bursting in nearby, shock and delight mix on their faces. The newcomers freeze, examining the huge wings and splendid armor, trying to understand the friend's appearance and puzzling over how such a change even happened. They listen silently as she beams with a smile and confirms, "The darkness has receded. A feeling of freedom washes over Heron she hasn't known for years. The young girl laughs wildly and rejoices in the success of their bet, while the whole company celebrates the amazing recovery and the strength that has returned to their comrades. She appears again in her usual form. The ethereal glow of transformation finally recedes. A calm voice confirms. Her life force is fully restored as soon as she managed to reach the true depth of her power as Dark Knight. He turns to the gathered. Grufai's voice sounds sincerely grateful as he thanks them for their tireless efforts. The heavenly warriors nod in response, recalling how during the height of the conflict their own formidable attacks proved futile. She is silent for a moment, carefully studying his face, in his ice uncertainty and gratitude. On her lips, a quiet, timid word is about to be born as she tries to address the young man who helped save her. He does not lose the pace and continues to thank everyone present, from the mighty beast Edel and Louis to the Valkyries, all the way to little Elfie. Nearby, a blonde knight quietly exhales, admitting, for the first time in many years she gave her all and now she is completely exhausted. She quickly changes her mood, reaching out to him playfully yet firmly reminding him of the promise he made. In her mind there is only the reward left, thick hot hearty stew with chicken and vegetables, and a request that he will gladly fulfill. She silently watches the exchange with an expression of quiet concentration, and then finally asks if he is really a hunter of sacred beasts. When he answers without any hesitation, she is genuinely surprised that he even holds on to such a specific detail of his identity. She unfolds her distrust and explains that her experience with tamers usually boiled down to self-absorbed men with bad tempers, so his gentle bond with comrades is a rare sight. He nods understandingly and remarks that even in a place like Elwyn, such unpleasant people, unfortunately, occur often. He meets her gaze with a gentle smile and expresses sincere hope that they will all find a way to be happy together. Then he reflects. They cannot control the races they were born into or the roles imposed on them, but the choice of how to live their own lives remains theirs alone. He contemplates the strange turn of events and tells himself, if he hadn't called Elfie, they would never have ended up riding a dragon. Elfie does not look proud while Eris listens. Her face softens as she realizes the reality of what is happening. Suddenly a thought occurs to him, and he exclaims as if he remembered something important. Eris looks at him with curiosity. What could have caused such a sudden flash? He explains the porridge that was before was meant for recovery, so it was almost tasteless. But now she can eat whatever she wants. He asks what her favorite dishes are and wants to make sure she will like the upcoming meals. Since he is in charge of the kitchen, he insists that it is important for him to know the preferences of everyone who lives there. Eris freezes at this casual mention that she lives with them. Her cheeks flush as she tries to process the invitation. Hearing his own mistake in words, he freezes with shame. He wanted to speak about her future so boldly and confidently, but he just realized what he had said, and panic rises within him because of it. He quickly apologizes, admitting that he might have gone too far, speaking as if she had long had the status of a permanent resident. Eris, however, seems deeply moved. Her heart flutters at the thought that there will finally be a place to belong. After a moment of quiet reflection, she gently admits she wants hamburgers. He freezes for a second at such a simple, familiar request, and a slight smile trembles on his lips. Then she asks him to simply call her Eris, noting that they are the same age and now companions. She sincerely thanks him for bringing her here. A new chapter of her life begins with a warm handshake and the feeling of their friends nearby. She smiles warmly, her cheeks slightly reddening from mild awkwardness as she extends her hand. Although she admits to having no experience in this, she businesslike asks them for advice and support in the coming days. He takes her hand in strong, friendly palms, sealing the new agreement with a simple, sincere confirmation. While the connection is being established, the dark-haired beast speaks, thinking that settling in such a place is quite a pleasant idea, and asks if he will also be allowed to stay. His sudden request confuses the young man. Next to them, winged warriors exchange meaningful glances and jokingly hint that maybe they will intervene, then promise to guard the group from close range. The blonde standing nearby can only freeze with wide-open eyes and watch in amazement as this enterprise rapidly grows. She immediately gets flustered and demands to know for sure where everyone plans to sleep and whether they intend to share the same roof. He hears her outburst and quietly snorts, calming her. He fully intends to provide separate housing for their new guests. Despite the initial panic stupor, she quickly bursts into joy and enthusiastically notes how rapidly their small community is growing. She nods and agrees, feeling that life is about to become much brighter and more chaotic. While he looks at the group, a quiet sadness flashes across his face, and he silently hopes that someday he will be able to bring other Arya here. Under the vast open sky, a motley company stands together in golden fields, a new chapter of their journey, beginning under the watchful gaze of distant mountains. She stands in Elwyn Kingdom, eyes wide open in disbelief as news of the renewed assault on Colonia reaches her. The very thought of a second strike seeming impossible given the heavy losses they suffered during their previous encounter. Next to him, a stern commander in heavy armor discussed the strategic advantage of this moment and noted, Colonia has not moved from the place since that battle at Marley Castle. His subordinate tried to say a word and called out to the commander-in-chief, but the man focused only on what was happening right now. He shifts his cold gaze to Hera as if reminding Arya Remus of her duty and making it clear. She has forgotten her place. She had argued that heavy losses from the previous battle made a renewed invasion a bad strategy, but her warnings are dismissed with icy indifference. The commander continues, imagining the battlefield where the power of the Holy Knight inspires the troops to surge through pain and fight endlessly. He dismisses the cost of human life, considering minor wounds a small price for victory as long as the soldiers maintain their fighting spirit. When she listens, her heart sinks even lower as he casually mentions the plan to poison the water supply of Colonia, laughing off any moral warnings. He mocks her sudden talks about humanity, reminding her that she was the one who once proposed such a ruthless tactic as the rational option. She tries to justify her old advice. Supposedly, it was purely a rational suggestion made under pressure, and in the end the king himself made the decision. But he cuts her off sharply, demands to know if she is trying to evade responsibility, and insists that her role is only to carry out the will of the crown without any questions. His eyes narrow with cold concentration as he repeats again, "These are direct orders from the king." He makes it clear that the invasion must continue despite the pressure it puts on the kingdom and its people, leaving no room for further objections. Defeated and with her head lowered, against the backdrop of a gloomy shadow, she finally yields, promises to immediately begin preparations for a renewed offensive. She swears not to betray the expectations placed upon her, and her gaze reveals a deep, silent pain for the path she is forced onto. She stands in the cold, sterile corridor of the military command. Her gaze is fixed on the floor. The weight of duties presses her to the ground. Since joining the Night Order, her life has become a series of such grim assignments, far from the noble ideals she once held in her heart. This burden is the price for her position, the power granted by the crown, working independently of her own desires or morals. Kneeling before the king, she once again feels that she is merely a vessel for the power of the Holy Knight, a tool to be used for the expansion of the kingdom. Even when orders call for inhuman acts such as calculated poisoning of the enemies, Water Supplish cannot turn away. The need for victory became a shroud that suffocates Elwyn's conscience. Alone with her own thoughts, she finally breaks down. Her hands tremble as she stifles her sobs. The inner conflict tears her apart. She hates the cruel path she is forced to take and fears that if Levin ever sees the monster she is becoming, the very foundation of her strength will wither and disappear. Her thoughts keep slipping back to him. She imagines how he tirelessly works as a trapper for their home, unaware of the darkness she is immersed in. And suddenly the silence of her reflections is broken when a voice calls her name. Turning at the sound, she sees a young woman with short dark hair approaching, smiling confidently. The stranger explains that she was looking for her and that her appearance is a sudden intrusion into a private moment of despair. The newcomer moves closer with a creepy familiarity, recalling rumors about the upcoming campaign against Colonia. She calls herself an animal trainer. Her age is the same as Levin's, and this detail immediately sharpens her attention. Despite the seemingly innocent appearance of the girl, on the festive night the stranger's presence overwhelms her with a wave of anxiety. The newcomer does not appear overtly malicious, but her persistence and sudden appearance make one wonder about her true intentions. She stands next to Levin as he outlines the next phase of their military strategy. He says he will bring the Wyvernites as reinforcements and adds, the griffin he summoned will definitely come in handy for her, leaving her with the last task to sort things out there while he gauche prepares to set off on his own. Expressing gratitude, she acknowledges that his support significantly expands their tactical capabilities. While she speaks, he turns around, stops in place, and says that more preparation is needed, asking her to wait until he returns. But before setting off, he still stops and shares one more piece of news he considers wonderful. The sharp change in intonation makes her blink in confusion. She does not understand what kind of revelation this could be. The weight of his words hangs in the sharp and dispassionate proclamation. Their marriage has already been officially and formally decided. The revelation hits her like a physical crusher, and her consciousness flutters, trying to digest the impossible. Flashes appear before her eyes. They are like a pair, supposedly a perfect S-rank match, and she desperately tries to understand how such a thing could even be possible. Seeing her despair, Eris bursts out a sharp, contemptuous laugh. The Holy Knight trembles in stammering, insisting that there is some mistake, that she is not worthy of such a union and that she has no intention of marrying anyone yet. Ignoring the protests, the dark-haired girl leans forward with a predatory smile, her eyes shining with cruel delight. Coldly, with eerie certainty, she repeats again, "The matter is settled and this is the final decision." Then she exposes the true source of this power, explains that the king himself approved the alliance, and shows her ceremonial dagger as proof of the royal decree. She tells the trembling girl that she has no right to refuse. This is no longer a choice, it is an order from the throne. She freezes as he approaches closer, and his voice settles into a low, commanding tone as he declares that she now belongs to him. The weight of the royal decree hangs over them, just as sharp and indisputable as the ceremonial flame. Suddenly the tension eases. He raises a playful, almost mocking smile and says he was just joking before, then officially greets her as his future bride. The sharp change in mood makes the air heavy with confusion. Making a light gesture with his hand, he slowly walks away, arrogantly hinting that all the minor details of their agreement will be settled later. She remains standing, bowing her head, and the silence speaks of deep anxiety as he leaves. Her fists turn white when she clenches her fist into the fabric of her skirt. The physical tension reflects the inner rage at being treated like a mere pawn in a political game. Looking at the empty spot where he stood, she quietly exhales his name, and a cloud freezes on her face, a mixture of sadness and uncertainty. The scene explodes into chaos. The griffin, Eternal Sky, lunges into attack with primal fury. Soldiers bustle, their voices drown, and creatures screech deafeningly. They frantically call for retreat and the use of anesthetic arrows. Watching the carnage, he is overwhelmed by despair. He cannot understand why his own companion behaves like a wild beast. He wonders where exactly the creature is trying to flee, but the arrows again find their target in his feathered curves. Sudden, rhythmic applause cuts through the noise, forcing him to look away from the struggle. A man approaches confidently, step by step, and his posture presses authoritatively and anxiously as he mocks the energy of the mad beast rushing forward. He is Urgus, a high-ranking nobleman, and his appearance ripples through the gathered crowd with recognition and anxiety. The young Timur meets the smug gaze with a cold, firm look, demanding to know why he came in this commotion. Forcing himself to approach predatorily and dangerously, the commander whispers that he has brought an exact plan to tame the unruly griffin. He speaks as if giving a gift, but his eyes reveal a harsher, colder, and more calculated purpose. He continues the psychological pressure, threatening that the king's patience is running out, and that failure here could cost the boy his engagement to Arya. The weight of this threat hangs in the air, pressing on the will and intentions of the trainer. He flinches and orders the man to be silent, his patience finally snapping, and he fiercely drills into the nobleman's mocking face. He asks himself whether the commander truly has the confidence he shows, or if it is just another layer of his deceitful nature. A cold stone smile and the man confirms his confidence. Behind him, the once mighty griffin is finally subdued, pressed to the ground by heavy chains and the full force of the soldiers. He managed to restrain the griffin, but high above his head, a giant dragon-linen June traces circles across the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the Liven farm, he stands amid a sea of golden rye, eyes wide with disbelief and a scythe in his hands. Incredible, but the harvest ripened at an unnatural speed, stretching all the way to the edge of sight. He asks how such a thing could have happened and emphasizes, "It has been less than a week since the seeds were sown." Arya and Elfie just smile, holding bundles of ripe grain in their hands, and explain that such a bountiful harvest is quite natural when they give their strength. Thanks to their unique abilities, the mystery is quickly solved. Elfie used the water attack Grace of Rain, and Arya illuminated the attribute light with sunlight. Leven is filled with gratitude. He understands that it is their combined magic that sharply accelerated growth to the delight of both girls. When the group gathers together, Louis bows his head in a rare moment of humility and admits with regret, "Fiery beasts like him are worth little when it comes to the subtle art of cultivation." Leven encourages him, but the pride of the lion beast is still somewhat hurt, for his value in this matter seemed insignificant. But soon the great Lev and the Valkyrie sisters find their way to help. They throw themselves into the hardest work transporting these massive, heaviest loads. Leven watches in amazement as they effortlessly drag the heavy bundles and feels deep reassurance. Exhausting work lies ahead, but he can rely on such mighty companions. When the sun is high in the sky, the whole group stands ready at the edge of the endless field. A collective shout rises as they prepare to begin the final joint harvest. Their spirits are high after seeing the fruits of their unconventional labor. In a moment the work is done. Leven proudly lifts the heavy sack of freshly milled flour next to the joyful elf. The inevitable harvest has fallen into place, success. So finally they have the main ingredient to move forward with their plans. He stands before his comrades and clutches tightly a heavy sack of freshly ground flour. When Arya asks about his plans for the harvest, he says he has already decided what he will treat everyone. Toned, a wave of impatient excitement washes over the young elf. Having moved to the kitchen, he explains that the process is extremely simple. Just quickly mix the ingredients and bake immediately. Then he turns to the great lion Louis, asking for help with heating the stone oven, and the beast takes on the task without hesitation. Working, he remembers how the Valkyrie sisters used to savor these very treats. Their grateful reaction lingered in his memory for a long time. While the dough is already prepared and portioned on the baking sheet, he feels ready to act. His feline companion watches the entire process attentively without taking his eyes off. While the oven does its job, he switches to the second task, preparing the seasoning from the jar. Nearby, Arya and Elfie are drawn in by the sweet aroma filling the air and spreading more and more. In a moment, he carries the ready batch to the waiting group, announcing that the wait is over. The Valkyrie sisters, sitting at the table, immediately sense the aroma rising from the tray, warm and enticing. The table is about to be filled to the brim with golden brown scones, baked entirely from whole-grain lindworm wheat. A ringing call for a shared snack spreads, and this is the sign that their well-deserved break has begun. The winged warriors gladly accept the offering, recognizing the familiar quality of his homemade baking. While he serves everyone at the table, they only note how long it has been since they last enjoyed something like this, and their faces light up with genuine delight. He carefully sets the table, arranging various toppings for the freshly baked scones, explaining that he prepared clotted cream for Sapphire, ham for Ruby, honey for Topaz, and jam for Eris, tailoring the treats to each of their preferences. While the group enters the dining hall, one of the Valkyrie sisters impatiently asks where her portion is, and the small white lizard, Elfie, is already lost in thought with a full handful of food in his mouth. He watches them and quietly smiles, noting the enthusiasm with which they begin the meal. So that no one goes hungry, he reveals a giant stack of scones so tall it reaches the sky. The enormous scale of this tower leaves his companions gaping and speechless. They look at the mountain of baked treats before them. Everyone settles into a comfortable rhythm, eating and chatting, and the air buzzes with the sound of hearty crunching. The blonde knight, watching this, teases him, calls him a caring father since he has been involved in such fuss before, but he just shrugs, saying that if there wasn't enough food, they would definitely have complained. Under the open sky, the whole team gathers around a large table, and a huge beast rests nearby while the feast continues. A rare moment of silence and shared joy on the farm. The dishes are finally cleared away, everyone leans back full and satiated to the brim. He pauses to sincerely thank, acknowledging, this generous harvest was made possible only through the joint efforts and cooperation of each person. Following his example, the winged girl bows her head, a gesture of deep gratitude. She thanks the group for lending their strength to Lindworm. Her voice is quiet but full of genuine emotion. Next to her, a dark-haired girl looks intently, thoughtfully realizing how much she owes these people. She quietly decides to find a way to repay the kindness that saved her life. Her gaze, fixed on her companions, flashes with new determination. She pondered the lineage of their new companion. Elfie was a princess of the divine dragon race, a people long thought destroyed in ancient wars against demons. Next to her, he shared a quiet moment of shock with the young dragon girl, confessing that the reality of her summoning still seemed like a dream to him. Their conversation was cut off mid-word. A shining holographic figure flickered and suddenly appeared, which completely threw him off by its suddenness. The spectral administrator showed a series of radiant graphs, and they revealed that the settlement's population had more than doubled because of this. The city was officially elevated in its rank. As a reward for this milestone, the entity announced the unlocking of a new artifact, a specialized storage device for preserving perishable products. With a soft breath of magical energy, a tall carved cabinet materialized before them. Its surface was covered with delicate patterns. The administrator explained that this relic of the ancient city used powerful ice magic to maintain constant cold. It prevented things from rotting and even froze solid objects. He immediately realized what such a tool was capable of. If you keep huge stocks of fresh ingredients, then the farm's culinary possibilities are now limitless. He addresses the group with infectious enthusiasm, promising to prepare a banquet as soon as they have the means. His companions watch him, some with a smile, others with impatience, as he declares that everyone should look forward to his cooking. The next morning, the group arrives at the bustling market of Shirin village. He divides the work, takes on meat and vegetables, and sends the rest for spices. Elfie, full of energy, sets off together with Eris, promising to meet later. This walk was planned the evening before, that night when Eris quietly expressed a desire to join the shopping tour. She was sitting at the table, and in a soft voice asked if she could go with them, and her request was met with warm and immediate agreement. Returning to the present, Elfie enthusiastically supports this idea, saying that now that the curse is lifted, Eris finally has to see more of the world. She even offers to fly together with Eris if something goes wrong. Such a proposal brings a smile to him and he confirms he has no objections. She gives a reassuring smile and tells Eris not to worry. She will be nearby to protect her. This confident demonstration leaves Eris momentarily startled. Became alert. Elfie asks if she is worried because she found herself in such a crowded place now. She gives a reassuring smile and tells Eris not to worry. She will be nearby to protect her. This confident demonstration leaves Eris momentarily startled. Became alert. Elfie asks if she is worried because she found herself in such a crowded place now. They continue through the market, and Elfie's attention quickly shifts to the sight of some high-quality meat. She excitedly calls and urges Eris to come and look, while Eris walks behind still getting used to the overwhelming amount of impressions and sounds in the village. They continue through the market, and Elfie's attention quickly shifts to the sight of some high-quality meat. She excitedly calls and urges Eris to come and look, while Eris walks behind still getting used to the overwhelming amount of impressions and sounds in the village. She cautiously makes her way through the market. Her hood is pulled low to hide her features, and her small companion stays close, not stepping away for a moment. The winged girl beside her does not take her eyes off. Vigilant glances slide through the crowd, in search of any sign of trouble. Ahead of them, their leader cheerfully displays trophies of provisions he managed to get for pennies. Unaware of the oppressive atmosphere behind until the boy shouts to get his attention. Noticing their gloomy facial expressions, he asks what is troubling both of them. The hooded hideout finally tells about the eerie rumors she overheard about the kingdom's movements. He falls silent, pondering whether Elwyn will dare a new assault on Colonia, since now they believe that the one who could defend it is no longer there. Overwhelmed by guilt, she sobs that her escape from the city has put everyone at risk, and fears that because of her decision even her friends will end up on the front line. She gently dismisses self-blame, insists she should not bear such a burden and directly asks, what exactly does she really want now that she is free? He asks whether her icy duty is only what her father or the king imposed on her, and from this she understands. Her path might not have been her own. She stands before him, averting her gaze, while he gently urges her to reconsider her own desires. He speaks plainly, what she truly wants for herself, not what the kingdom expects from her. Clenching her fist so tightly that her fingers turned white, she struggles with the weight of this question. The words seem to get stuck in her throat as she finally prepares to voice the truth she has long suppressed. With renewed determination, she looks him straight in the eyes and declares that her noble origin means nothing to her. Her only wish is to stay here, living a quiet and peaceful life with him and their companions. Her sudden proclamation momentarily leaves him and the young girl speechless. They look at her, they are touched by the sincerity and strength in every word she speaks. Seeing her determination, he decides. The very next day they will set off for Marley Castle. Although at first she recoils from the thought of returning, he explains that she herself must tell those who used her that she is no longer their tool. He meets her with a reassuring smile and assures her that she will never have to follow their orders again. Together they head to the castle and submit her resignation, just severing ties with her past, while the towers of Marley Castle loom above them. She cries out in despair, her voice trembling as she calls her mother, and the world around seems to crumble to dust. They stop abruptly when Elfie in her lizard form glances toward the distant Marley Castle. She speaks, warns that the fortress is under siege, and calls Arya and Eris to immediately report the impending threat. Over the sprawling city, the chaos of battle is visible from afar. Magical circles flare up in the sky, cutting through the light. Levin is talking with a local official and confirms, King Julian is indeed commanding the border guard and is now right in the thick of the fight. Since the fall of the castle would mean an uncontrolled invasion of the Colonia, he decides, protecting the king is their most urgent task. He orders Elfie to lead them through the gate, understanding that they must act before it becomes too late. Meanwhile, on the high stone walls, the defenders take their places and freeze in readiness for the next wave of assault, while the enemy approaches ever closer. He pauses for a moment and wonders if Arya also managed to get this far into the city. But then his attention is sharply pulled back to the nearest threat by the cry of an ally nearby. Somewhere far away, King Julian races at full speed. His face pales with horror. He frantically flees from pursuers. Soldiers quickly tighten the circle and shout that they have finally found their target. Eventually, he hit a dead end, choking with horror, as two armed men crossed blades before him, cutting off any hope of escape. He convulsively grasped the sword hilt, but his hands trembled. The blade refused to come out of the scabbard. A soldier loomed over him and sharply jerked the command, "Do not approach." His own weapon was aimed at the target with deadly intent. Despite the attacker's mockery, who brazenly jabbed a finger at the thought that the king abandoned the people to save his own skin, he still kept pulling the stubborn steel. The weight of his cowardice seemed to show in the very weapon that was supposed to protect him. Suddenly a voice cut through the tension, calling the attackers cowards. A flash gleamed on the sharp edge and the clash abruptly changed its course. With a sudden burst of movement, a dark silhouette collapsed onto the stage. Her strike was so fast and powerful that it shattered the ground beneath the soldiers' feet. A shockwave rolled through the corridor from the impact. Assailants didn't even have time to recover. They were thrown back like rag dolls. Confusion was obvious as they tried to understand where this devastating force came from. The air crackled with the remnants of the attack, causing the enemies to stagger and lose resistance. Becoming a protective wall in front of the bewildered monarch, the dark-haired girl remained calm as Levin and Arya rushed to her. Anxiety rang in Levin's voice as he looked her over, but she only confirmed. She had arrived in time to prevent the unthinkable. But the king was by no means grateful. His face flushed crimson as he roared about how close he had come to death. He paced anxiously back and forth, and his fear turned into a cunning, defiant rage misdirected against those who had just saved him. When the explosion subsided, he shifted his gaze to the girl who had become a breach for him. A suffocating silence fell between them. His face froze. A moment of shock still flickered within him, while in his eyes the understanding of the power he had just witnessed was awakening. He does not flinch when the young woman approaches. Her voice is steady, heavy with emotion, and she addresses him as if he were her father. He bursts with outrage and demands to know where she was hiding, and how she could have returned with such a defiant expression on her face. He snorts contemptuously at her, asking if she has any shred of pride left, the kind a knight of the kingdom should have. He pushed her to the limit with continuous insults. She screams at the top of her lungs, having nothing left, not a drop of pride to give in return. This rebellious scream froze him, stood still with rage. His face twisted into a grotesque grimace of shock and distrust, while the nobility silently watched around. While silence hangs confusedly in the air, she announces her immediate resignation from the Order of Knighthood, and swears that she will never again be a puppet in his will and blindly follow his orders. Then her voice drops to a painful whisper as she admits, all she really wanted was to find her own happiness. Nearby, the commander watches as the family cracks at the seams and looks sternly, silently, but with anxiety. She continues her renunciation, declaring that noble titles and the empty pride that comes with them mean nothing to her. The commander tries to intervene, calling to her in despair to maintain some semblance of order. He fervently insists that every harsh decision and every expectation was meant to preserve her future reign. She can only echo this in response, feeling a deep, empty uncertainty. He insists that marriage to high nobility and earning merits as a knight is the only path to Eris's happiness. But Levin and Arya disagree. They accuse him of selfishness and ignoring her true feelings, reminding him that she nearly lost her life because of these empty achievements he imposed on her. King Julian, seeing the heated quarrel, begins to panic as the truth about Eris's condition comes to light. He stammers about rumors of her deadly, exhausting battle and insists that he was never informed of the full extent of the danger. In despair, he tries to wash off any involvement, insisting he is not to blame for the reckless order given to her. His despair quickly turns into furious rage. He roars that Eris used her powers without his consent and declares that he has authority over her because he is her fiancé. He demands that she come to her senses and take her place, treating her more as a thing than a person with her own will. Eris stands in heavy silence. Her gaze hides a shadow as the weight of his words settles. Julian continues his pitiful performance, insisting that all this time he was searching for her, as if his famous care could cover up blatant narcissism. She looks at him with cold, piercing eyes and calls him truly incorrigible. Her priority is not his ego but the lives of innocent people who will suffer from the war. She makes it clear. She will not allow blood to be shed for his pride. With a stubborn look, she proclaims, this will be her last act as a knight. She swears to stop the advance of the Elwyn armies and personally protect Clinia, but leaves the king stunned by her sudden and unequivocal defiance. Standing straight before the throne, she delivers her final ultimatum. She demands to be immediately removed from knighthood and officially break off their engagement. The king only freezes, mouth agape. Control over her completely slips away. He explodes in childish fury, shouting that he will not allow her to leave or break their bond. Eris does not move, coldly cuts off that he has no leverage. If he does not submit, Marleyan Castle will fall to the invaders, and his reign will end regardless of her status. He bursts out in a fit of despair. His fingers dig into Eris's hands, and he roars that some low-ranking nobleman has no right to dictate terms. He snorts disdainfully, throwing her a reproach. How, he says, will she survive without his royal patronage, and that she has nowhere else to seek refuge in this world? The sharp grip breaks as soon as Levin intervenes. He firmly grasps the monarch's wrist and orders him to let her go. Eris shudders, pain and shock on her face while the king freezes in disbelief, looking at the commoner who dared to touch him. The youth does not flinch. He meets the king's gaze with cold concentration and declares that the one truly lost is the king himself homeless. He makes it clear. Eris already has a place where she is welcomed and protected far from the suffocating walls of the palace. Under the weight of that unyielding gaze, the czarist bravado begins to crack. Sweat streams down the forehead, for he understands his power means nothing here. Turning his back on the king hissing with sparks, Levin calls Iris to follow him, leaving the monarch alone let him stew in his powerless rage. When the king stands and trembles, suddenly a gigantic shadow looms over him. It blocks the light and chills the air. He slowly throws his head back, and his eyes widen with pure primal fear as the scale of the threat above him unfolds. Above the weak man gripped by fear looms the most ancient creature itself, the great earthly dragon. Its titanic presence falls like a silent verdict on his arrogance. It looms over the palace, a terrifying figure of ancient power that throws King Julian into a fit of hysterical screaming. The monarch shudders with pure fear, while Levin remains astonishingly calm, casually calling the beast great land dragon Lindworm. Then he shocks the trembling king even more by revealing that he himself has a contract with the legendary creature. Turning his back on the royal chaos, Levin tells Eris. If her desires are ignored here, their presence makes no sense, and quietly leads her to the idea of simply going back home. The king, somewhat recovering from the shock but still in a cold sweat, convulsively points at them and shouts for the guards to stop their departure. In panic, the monarch does not stop begging and breaks into a shout ordering his men to seize the aliens and not let them out at any cost. In the corridors, a swarm of armed guards begins to stir. Heavy footsteps echo loudly as they gather to surround the two. Against the backdrop of growing uproar, Levin glances at the approaching soldiers with a slight, kindly smile tinged with dryness and notes. The king has indeed called quite a lot of reinforcements to deal with them. The youth quickly scans Eris to make sure the sudden escalation hasn't shaken her, and she responds with a calm nod as if to say she's fine. Moving her away from the border where the guards could reach, he kneels on one knee and takes out a document completely official in appearance. Focusing, he reviews the parchment, preparing for the next stage of his plan. He lifts his gaze from the written oath. A sharp, confident smile slides across his lips as soon as he meets the eyes of his pursuers. While the king watches, anger and growing anxiety mix within him, the young man holds the document high and asks one single, clearly directed question: what the monarch intends to do next. Power has been overturned at its root end. Now the fate of the entire meeting hangs on the king's response to this new challenge. Steel cuts into steel, and the echo resounds across the entire battlefield as the army of Lewin clashes with the forces of Cronia in a desperate struggle for dominance. Standing before her ranks, she raises her blade high, and her voice carries full of divine authority. She lifts the spirits of the brave soldiers of Elwyn, proclaiming that the sword she holds bears the very will of the goddess and will inevitably lead them to triumphant victory. With fierce determination in her eyes, she leads them on, commanding the army to cast aside fear and hesitation. Their advance is unstoppable now. They surge toward the enemy lines, rolling forward like a solid wave. As the enemy breaks and flees, she looks down at a simple branch in her hand. Her face reveals nothing. Behind her, the commander laughs loudly, admiring the retreating soldiers, praising her skill and delighting in how pleasing it is to witness such a rout, an achievement truly worthy of a celebratory night. He continues boasting and claims that the supposedly impregnable walls of Cronia will soon fall. He insists that she must be incredibly proud to be directing the course of the battle, but she quietly objects. There is no triumph in her voice that he expects. Ignoring his words, she averts her gaze from the carnage and contemplates what her position means. She says her actions are merely the fulfillment of duty. Nearby, the hoarse groans of the dead faintly remind of the cost of their glory. The commander watches her closely. His eyes narrow as he considers her modest reply. He finds her resilience and dedication to duty impressive, but a calculating gleam still flickers in his gaze. Her gloved hand grips the hilt of the sword, carved, exquisite, so tightly that the leather creaks under the tension of her silent resolve. She is a symbol of hope. Her very presence is enough to raise the troops to battle and steal from them the resolve to defend the nation. It is this sense of duty that drives her forward, the burden she carries as she affirms her commitments, while the echo of soldiers' cheers becomes a constant reminder of the lives resting on her shoulders. Meanwhile, King Julian's temper flares. He furiously throws furniture and curses, grinding through the humiliating terms of the agreement he was forced to sign. Lewin watches the outburst, maintaining patience but feeling growing discomfort, then finally asks if the king is satisfied enough to finally hand over the signed contract with. Once the documents are secured, the focus shifts to Eris. She reads the official decree dissolving her knight squad and, most importantly, canceling her engagement to the petulant king. She looks up as he approaches with a gentle smile and says she is finally free from her burdens. Silence falls for a moment. The news settles like a heavy stone before her gaze becomes firm, filled with new purpose. She explains that she must head to the castle gates immediately. The defense of Cronia is collapsing under the relentless assault of the Holy Knight. When she is about to leave, he watches her with his eyes, and thoughts rush like a whirlwind in his head, as he contemplates the supreme power of Arya and the shadow she casts over the entire conflict. While he sinks into thoughts, she quietly and barely smiling laughs, as if to say the Dark Knight is no longer a threat on the battlefield. After the previous clash, she was pushed to the limit by the superior tactics of the Holy Knight, her strength completely exhausted. This apparent weakness is exactly what she is betting on, and her gaze sharpens with cold, calculated determination to turn the tide of the war. She turns away from the man, orders Levin in a calm voice to take her father to safety. Levin reaches out to her, begging desperately to wait, but her determination cannot be moved. Her father, Urgus, looks at her with a face carved by agony and denies that he can allow her to sacrifice even a drop more of her own time in battle. His pleading is cut off by a dark, horned figure materializing behind him, and he recoils in fear. The commander stammers in shock upon seeing the creature, but Levin calmly calls it Edel, a sacred animal. At this revelation, Urgus freezes speechless. His eyes widen as he stares at the legendary being now serving his daughter. He freezes in stunned silence while she explains. She has a unique ability to absorb impurities, so the curse of the Dark Knight will be lifted as long as she is near. She assures them that her life is no longer the price for her power, and at these words, her impulses remain both stunned and full of hope. Her words hit him right in the heart, and he, choking on guilt, cannot bear it. The commander bows his head low, and his voice trembles as he begs her forgiveness for all the suffering he caused her. He honestly admits, the guilt is entirely his, and he bears his repentance openly, right under the open sky. With regret, he watches as she looks back one last time. Her face is inscrutable as she declares that she will never again be a pawn in anyone's hands. And as the last words of independence sound, she turns to the beast waiting, leaving her father standing in the shadow of her departure. Stepping to Edel, she notices that the future of their broken relationship now entirely depends on her father. Urgust can only silently watch as his daughter prepares to ride away. The weight of her words hangs heavily between them. When she leaves, the commander turns to Levin with a weary, self-critical smile and laments that he has shown a truly pitiful side of himself. Levin quietly supports him with words, acknowledging the entire complexity of the bond between father and daughter, who has finally found her own path. He turns away from the desperate cries of the king and leads his own away from the destructive fortifications. Behind, the plump monarch helplessly waves his hands, vainly trying to stop the retreat, shouting for them not to abandon him, but the commander's decision is final. When the leadership collapses, Marley Castle Gate of Colonia turns into complete ruins. The continuous bombardment from Elwyn army has no intention of stopping, and terrible reports come from the front line. Archers and shield bearers are almost completely destroyed. Above the loopholes, on the walls stretching to the sky, the remaining mages strain every part of themselves to hold the flickering magical barrier. Their leaders roar orders to unleash their full power and hold the line at any cost, pleading for at least a few precious moments against that onslaught. Yet the tension proves unbearable for some. One mage falls to his knees, his strength exhausted. Despite harsh orders from a comrade to stand up, he hoarsely gasps. The mana is completely depleted, the continuous spellcasting has dried it up, and the body finally betrays him. When the magical defense begins to falter, the massive stone wall eventually gives way. It is shattered by a thunderous explosion. A lone soldier freezes in silent horror as the very foundations of the fortress crumble into a pile of dust and debris. The destruction of the wall means the complete failure of the magical barrier. It vanishes into oblivion. Seizing the moment, the Elwyn invasion suddenly raised a cry to the Skeist commanders roared for the troops to storm the breach and tear down the Cologne flag. As the enemies pour like a river through the broken gates, their sea floods the shore. The surviving mages are paralyzed by hopeless doom. They understand with cold certainty, no matter how many they destroy, others keep coming, and the city's defense has reached its tragic end. Above the slaughter and the cries of the dying, Eris races through the sky riding the majestic bicorn, Edel. They leave the falling kingdom behind. Their silhouettes are sharply outlined against the clouds as they begin their journey into a new, uncertain future. She flew over the abyss, soaring on a shaggy creature, her dark hair trailing behind like a flag of defiance. Below, one of the mages froze in stunned silence. His eyes widened as he saw the impossible rescue from the falling city. As they moved away from the destructive walls of Colonia, her face froze, a new, icy steel resolve awakened within her. The mages on the ground could hardly believe their eyes. They whispered her name without looking away, realizing that the Dark Knight had finally broken her chains and had now become a force they could no longer overcome. Ahead of her lay a path of upheavals. Urgus stands before the gates of Colonia. His gaze is fixed on the vulnerable city. When the barrier finally cracked, he orders his troops to seize the moment and break the city so that it falls low. He sharply thrusts his finger forward and his voice thunders the command, "Strike!" The dark-haired girl holds her position, narrows her eyes, and silently swears that they will not take a single step. She raises a devastating surge of dark energy that tears the air apart. The impact force is boundless. Frontline soldiers fly into the sky like rag dolls amid crackling flashes of power. When the dust begins to settle, the once formidable line of attackers is broken and scattered on the ground. The girl does not move. Her faithful Bicorn stands straight behind her as the echo of the explosion fades. The sudden display of power stuns those present. They freeze in shock and disbelief. Levin stands frozen, wide-eyed, whispering the name of the legendary Dark Knight, while the commander nearby can only stammer due to the unexpected obstacle. She looks down from her elevation, her face carved as if when she meets the gaze of the blonde knight. Arya can hardly believe her eyes. How could this girl have ended up here and stood in their way? The shock strike instantly ignites fury and the commander roars about interference from the Dark Knight of the colony, who was never part of his calculations. Paralysis becomes obvious, and then the blonde knight steps forward firmly. She will handle this situation herself. She is preparing to meet her former acquaintance. Her features harden under a gloomy determination. The question is already past time, only the duty of the Holy Knight remains. She stands firm, not taking her eyes off the Dark Knight, and addresses him as Silver Devil. Eris, however, remains polite, almost mocking, thanking Holy Knight for their previous meeting. She listens, not believing her own ears, as the Dark Knight reveals. Her long-awaited retirement to well-deserved rest is almost near. Although surprised, the warrior assures her she is in perfect shape and dismisses any fears about health or readiness for battle. She watches as her opponent with a sharp gleam in her eyes declares, since this is the end, she intends to stage one last grand massacre. Before she can recover, the Dark Knight lunges at her giant, clawed weapon cuts through the air as he rapidly closes the distance in a blur of motion. She flinches before the blow so deafening that the dark blade grates against her guard, and a shower of sparks flies into the air. Gazing into the darkness, into the fears of the Dark Knight, vigilant, determined, ice and a sharp chill pierces her. She understands that this time her opponent is fundamentally different. She feels the full terrible weight of the attack, much greater than during their previous encounter. She does not fend it off as if she is being devoured by an invincible force, although she pours every ounce of her strength into the fight. Clenching her teeth and throwing herself into a desperate need to protect those behind her, the Dark Knight echoes this word with cold, empty curiosity. Her dark power flares even brighter. She is lost in a whirlpool of memories. The clinking of steel and the burden of duty echo in her head. A voice from the past asks what exactly she is really guarding as she looks at her younger self and her comrades in a fleeting moment of calm. From afar, Levin sees her and he is suddenly paralyzed by a cold realization. He is sure this is his old friend, yet he cannot connect in his mind the kind girl he knew with the terrible title of the silver-haired demon now following her. He continues to watch intently, and his heart tightens with pain when he sees obvious torment on her face. He cannot believe she would ever choose this path of conflict or want the chaos unfolding around him, and he is sure this is not what she truly desires. Despite the internal struggle, the clash between the two women only intensifies. Arya begs her rival to withdraw the troops, but in this slaughter the dark-haired girl does not retreat. Her voice trembles as she admits she simply cannot fulfill the request. Having no other choice, the Dark Knight prepares to strike. Her huge, ragged blade crackles with dark energy. She warns that if Arya does not retreat voluntarily, she will have to forcibly move her feathers from wings fly in the air like falling snow. The air hums with power as the strange, lightning-filled weapon is snatched into hands. Arya can only freeze and become numb from silence. All the frantic might of the magical discharge reflects in her wide-open, frightened eyes as the blade descends. The duel is short and indisputable. On the ground lies the unconscious blonde knight, her strength exhausted. The victor stands over her, wings spread, a full display of dominance. The victor declares the duel over. Then she again demands the opponent to retreat. Looking at her fallen rival, she promises, as soon as Arya admits defeat, this senseless fight will finally come to an end. She stood over the defeated opponent, and the dark energy of her blade crackled with electric sparks, cold finality. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the silver-haired woman on the ground did not give up, whispering that the fight was not over yet. The fallen knight clenched her teeth and held on to her own decision, sweat pouring down her forehead like rain. From afar came a desperate cry asking to name her. It echoed across the battlefield. Yet her gaze was still fixed on the impossible, to rise again. She froze in disbelief when he suddenly burst through the clouds riding a magnificent winged creature and leading a whole flock of flying beasts. With a booming shout, he announced his arrival, apologized for the delay, and boldly declared that he was taking the bride right in the middle of the chaos above the sky. They met eyes for a moment. The shock of his sudden appearance briefly broke the tension of the duel. He urgently pointed toward the dark-haired girl, and she recognized the creature beneath him. It was the same griffin that Lord August had summoned. The beast let out a piercing screech, feathers ruffled as if it was displaying raw, untamed power. It was definitely the same creature from the ritual, but now its presence felt completely different, much more dangerous than before. Its author leaned closer. His breath faltered as soon as he noticed the unnatural, crimson gleam burning in the creature's eyes. Realizing the full seriousness of what was happening, he urgently called his little companion Elfi to give him strength. He feared the beast was no longer itself. A cold horror overwhelmed him as he froze before the mad gaze of the griffin and realized the monster obeyed no one anymore. He whispered a stern warning to himself, feeling that every soul on this battlefield was now in mortal danger because the beast had begun to behave unpredictably. A young enchantress, filled with fire, commands her majestic feathered ally to descend onto the battlefield. A thunderous roar that makes the very air trembling. The creature prepares to unleash its fury on the defenders of Colonia. Under the majestic beast, the infantrymen recognize the familiar silhouette of their commander's griffin. Seeing the chaos he is sowing, they rally, urging each other to seize the moment and break through the castle walls while the enemy is distracted. Somewhere above the entire fight, the commander himself stands on the broad back of the creature. Coldly and mercilessly, he urges the beast on, demanding even greater destruction from his faithful servant. But the ominous glare in griffins reveals a terrible loss of control. He rips in all directions, striking with a furious shockwave. Panic covers the soldiers on the ground. They realize in horror that the beast no longer distinguishes friend from foe. The relentless slaughter continues. The battlefield lies in ruins, and the creature's force tears through the ranks. From afar watches, the holy knight is overwhelmed by incredulity, and her heart tightens at the senseless massacre inflicted upon their very own comrades. She quickly clashes with the commander. Her voice trembles with outrage as she demands an answer why he allows such betrayal. He only snorts contemptuously, coldly explaining that the beast is currently incapable of restraint and such losses are a necessary sacrifice. He continues to brush off her pleas, insisting that the ultimate goal to crush the enemy justifies the cost on their side, even if it means the lives of their own fighters. Turning his gaze to her, he reminds her that as their forces dwindle, it is time for her to fulfill her role on the front line. She freezes, the words descend on her like a heavy burden, like lead. The commander's voice echoes in her thoughts, a cruel reminder. In his eyes, soldiers are merely expendable tools, used and discarded while her strength remains at his disposal. She watches in horror as the majestic griffin lets out a piercing scream. Its gigantic body twitches wildly and thrashes madly. The young sorceress desperately clings to the beast. Her face is a mask of shock as the creature's power spirals out of control. Amid this chaos, she can only stare, frozen in shock. Her hands tremble as she sees the eternal sky fall to the ground. The realization that their greatest asset has become a burden weighs heavily on her heart. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupts with new waves of chaos. The defenders of Colonia scramble, shield against shield, spells against Steeland. The cries of the wounded blend with the roars of dying griffins as the tide of battle shifts in leaps. In the whirl of slaughter, the dark-haired knight lunges forward. Her blade gleams as she intercepts the frenzied beast. She calls on others to restore the magic while she holds the line against the furious and unpredictable rage of the griffin. With an expression of fierce determination, she proclaims that the spirit of Colonia is unbroken. She vows, they will resist as many times as necessary, relying on the indomitable strength that inspires those around her. In response to her rallying cry, the soldiers find a second wind. They raise their weapons and shout their loyalty. They swear to be the shield that protects the home, following her example as she charges once again into the heart of the battle. Watching from afar, a young boy feels relief. He believes the city's defense is in reliable hands. He quietly whispers a word of hope, not taking his eyes off the brave knight who has taken command of the situation. Nearby, Bicorn watches the scene intently and mystically, sensing with a keen eye that something is terribly wrong. He notices that the flow of life force inside the griffin is distorted, which means its madness is unnatural. It was caused by some external, corrupting force. Levin senses a shift in the air as he watches the griffin plunge into madness. The young man understands. The beast has lost all reason. Its eyes blaze with malevolent red, and it strikes both friend and foe alike. It becomes clear to him. Some coercive force acts upon it from outside, likely a drug driving this unnatural fury. In this desperate situation, the youth turns to his small companion, Elfi, insisting, they must put an end to this slaughter immediately. The little lizard chirps in response, agreeing and ready to help. Nearby, the young sorceress freezes in amazement. Her admiration for his bravery only grows as she realizes the griffin was once the partner of the commander himself. She recalls how, moments before this chaos, the commander handed her mysterious medicine, praising it as the key to victory. Despite her hesitation and concern for the beast's welfare, he assured her the substance was safe. It had already been tested on other creatures to keep the griffin under their control. Under his pressure, she gathered and hardened her will, promising to effectively lay this beast. She believed that as long as they won, the means would be justified, not knowing the true cost of the commander's ambition. For now, at the other end of the battlefield, Eris surveys the place where the soldiers lie broken and defeated. She grits her teeth in anger. She is unbearable from the stomping and the ever-increasing losses caused by the uncontrollable beast. When chaos unfolds, her gaze is fixed on the commander who is harshly tearing Arya apart before her eyes. He roars for her to gather the troops and reminds her that her duty to the king is to maintain order no matter what happens around, and however many bloody consequences lie nearby. She is silent, holding the head of fate and tightly clenching her hands on her knees. The burden of the commander's demands and the sight of suffering tear her conscience to pieces. While she remains frozen in the heat of the conflict, Griffin lets out a piercing scream. His huge wings beat the air as he continues his fierce hysteria. Levin lunged forward and convulsively calls the creature by name, eternal skytreeing, to reach what remains of his spirit, while Eris shouts for him to stop before the beast's rage overwhelms him. She looks with fear as the griffins tear madly at the peak of rage. Their piercing screech shreds the silence and scatters through the air, while Levin desperately tries to divert it from inevitable disasters. Suddenly, a rumble like thunder drowns all chaos and announces a fierce clash that makes the very ground beneath their feet tremble. Through this sudden aid, the little white lizard Elfie rushes forward with incredible fury. Her tiny body flashes with light as she strikes the giant beast with unheard-of force. In a moment, the dazzling light begins to fade and Arya freezes in shock, because the physical appearance of Griffin trembles, flickers, and dissolves into the air like fog. When the light disperses, a small lizard disappears and in its place appears a winged girl who exhales a long, relieved sigh. But Arya can only watch, eyes wide open, amazed and bewildered by the impossible transformation. In response to the embarrassed silence, the mysterious girl spins joyfully, announcing that the intervention is a complete success. She looks incredibly pleased with herself, her cheerful behavior sharply contrasting with the attention that had enveloped everything a few minutes ago. When the initial shock passes, Arya quietly expresses gratitude to the girl she now knows as Elfie, and her voice trembles with relief and still not fully dispelled confusion. Despite the victory, she is still deeply hurt. Thoughts race like a train and drag along the consequences of what just happened. She wonders if Elfi really changed just for her, and from this thought, gratitude and painful uncertainty about the future simultaneously arise in her heart. She remains on her knees. The burden of the recent battle still weighs on her and lifts her gaze, not believing her eyes. Before her stands a familiar boy she knows so well, her childhood friend from whom fate separated her. His appearance is a sudden anchor in the ruins after chaos. She barely whispers his name, asking if he is really here. Eleven stands before Arya. His voice is steady as he admits how long it has been since they last saw each other. She suddenly freezes at the shock of his appearance, and a wave of strong emotions spread across her face, flooding it with heat. When their hands touch in a cautious removal, she loses her voice and cannot find it. Thoughts race, uncertain where to begin the story of the path she has walked. The silence between them presses with the weight of words they have not said. The emotional dam finally breaks, collapses into a fit of loud, hysterical sobbing, no longer able to hold back the pressure of this meeting. He looks at her with a gaze of exhausted, irritated fatigue, hand on his hip, while she continues to spiral into tangled, tearful panic, and all this in the complete chaos she created with her own hands. Taking control of the situation, he sternly orders her to sit and look at him. He begins listing the troubling reports he has heard: poison in battle, forced mobilization of wounded soldiers, and her own reckless raids. She can only barely stammering Denny, and with each point, the weight of her actions becomes clear. She is silent, and her gaze drifts to the floor as shame over her decision finally begins to reach her. The former bravado completely disappears. Clenching the fabric of her dress, she contemplates the harsh reality of her life in the Night Order. Her greatest fear was that he of all people would learn about the dark and dubious tasks she was forced to undertake as soon as she joined their ranks. Instead of further reproaches, he sharply and firmly pulls her to himself and whispers an apology. Holding her in his arms, a mournful realization appears on his face, finally understands the incredible burden she has been trying to carry alone all this time. He reflects on the heavy burden Arya bore and concludes that she was forcibly drawn into the conflict against her will. Now he understands. He has no right to judge her for the choices she had to make while following the order's commands. Suddenly, the silence is broken by Commander Urgush rushes to them with a crash, his voice commanding the young man to retreat from the holy night. Urgus looms over him, recognizes, former official of the Kingdom of Elwyn, equal to him in rank. The commander changes tone, becomes accusatory and demands to answer what they did to his majestic beast, Eternal Sky. Glancing up at the commander, he noticed a brief flash of recognition on his face. The features seemed familiar and suddenly stirred a memory of something he thought he had already left behind. The commander snorts contemptuously, openly mocking him as a disgraceful doctor of conscriptions, a failure who was expelled to exile from his homeland for his incompetence. This revelation hits Arya like a physical blow. Her eyes widen in shock, and the word exiled echoes in her mind, shattering all her notions about the man before her. She turns to him, her voice trembling as she begs him to deny the commander's words. But he only looks away, acknowledging the truth about his exile while trying to explain all the tangled misunderstandings that led to it. Against the backdrop of tension, a young female exorcist watches the exchange of glances with increasing confusion, calls the woman and thinks about her mother, demanding to say who this man really is. While he struggles to find words and explain the chaotic situation, he begins to explain that the story is long and complicated, but the young summoner cuts him off halfway through, shouting at the commander to stay away from Ariand, boldly declares that she is his fiancée. Because of this explosion, she gets even more worked up. She pokes with her finger and orders the commander to get back to his den instead of ignoring her. Behind her, a winged girl shakes her head. It's clear that this performance has completely worn her out. In response to the girl's scream, Alia's face hardens and she orders to stop, her voice so commanding that it cuts through all the noise. Suddenly, a wild wave of energy explodes. Someone shouts for them not to interfere. The shock force throws the figure and it flies, tumbling in the air. In an instant, the young enchantress stands her ground and insists. Her mother is currently in the midst of an important conversation. Arya watches her surprise growing as she tries to comprehend the strange connections unfolding before her. While the group watches, the conversation shifts to the mysterious girl. She confirms that she became a partner of the legendary divine dragon Rasa, being capable of taking human form. The weight of the revelation falls on her, and she looks at Levin with a different respect, suddenly understanding the depth of his nature and wonders if it is finally time to end the struggle. His suspicion keeps her in place. He says that the griffin is going mad because it was mixed with a potion. He warns that the entire battle is at risk and asks Arya to withdraw the troops so he can stop the beast himself. He had just made his request, but Eriga's face showed deep turmoil. Her gaze flickered with tears that never fell as she struggled under the burden of her duty. She explained she simply could not do it because this battle was a direct order from the king himself, and her oath forces her never to oppose his royal will, no matter how her own feelings respond. Suddenly, the conversation was cut off. The griffin, recovering with terrible speed, began a sharp, steep dive towards them, causing Levin to growl at Arya and the young girl to immediately hide behind him. The beast moved too fast, and a cold thought struck him. He would not have time to intercept the strike. Meanwhile, Elfie tensed, preparing for the inevitable collision. With a thunderous crack, the giant creature landed right in front of him, its wings raising a thick cloud of dust and debris. Both Arya and the mysterious girl stood silently frozen, not taking their eyes off, their faces frozen with terror and confusion from the sudden halt of the beast's furious aggression. Instead of attacking, Levin stretched out and gently embraced the head of the great bird, whispering softly that he had finally found her again. The griffin, whose eyes filled with tears reflecting the boy's tears, let out a quiet, piercing cry. Recognizing in him its mother, and its rage melted away. The sudden change in the majestic creature's behavior leaves Levin speechless, his eyes widen in disbelief, as he tries to comprehend what is happening. It suddenly lunges forward with a joyful cry, calling its mother, while wrapping its huge wings around the frightened boy. Arya and Elfie can only watch silently, stunned. Their faces are frozen in shock before the strange display of tenderness from the very same once terrifying creature. He jerks, clinging to the feathered embrace, wildly insisting that he is not anyone's mother, but the creature does not let go. It chirps in response stubbornly, devotedly. It says it has been searching for its mother for a very long time and now nothing can stop it. Pressing its cheek against his cheek, the beast purrs with satisfaction and finally declares that it has found its true master. Levin's resistance begins to melt, giving way to exhausted submission as he realizes how deeply this creature feels attachment to him. This memory again brings back recollections of the holy beast summoning ritual, a solemn event where, it is said, the fates of trainers and their companions are bound forever. The burden of that day hangs in the air as the true nature of their bond is questioned. The story of two eggs unfolds. If one was truly considered elven, the other was always attributed to Commander August. But the griffin sets everything straight. Its egg simply happened to land in front of the commander, so it was just one coincidence of fate that led to years of misunderstanding. A terrible suspicion overwhelms Levin as he puts everything together. He himself summoned both eggs, the one the monster calls Mama. He freezes and stares into the distance, pale with shock. He is the source of the power that caused so much chaos. Because Urgus was never its true master, he had no choice but to resort to harsh medicines to drive the griffin into mindless, blind rage. Levin freezes in place. The mosaic finally comes. Tojdar understands the full depth of the commander's deception and how the beast suffers. He looks at the majestic creature, shackled in heavy chains, and cannot help but think about the torments it has endured since the day he was expelled. With tired eyes, he looks and sees in them a reflection of his own former torments. A shared pain between master and beast, both searching for each other in the darkness. Reaching out his hand, he offers a sign of peace, a silent promise of a different future. He pulls the mighty bird into a strong embrace and, whispering apologies, vows a long delay and the terrible lonely burden the creature had to endure alone. Assuring the beast that its days of torment are over, he makes a vow to protect it from now on, and his companions watch the gentle reunion with relief as the creature responds with a quiet, shimmering cry. Now he understands that this injustice goes far beyond just this creature. The beast's gaze, sharp, knowledgeable, seems to confirm this feeling. His thoughts return to the throne, where the king and his commander's risk lives as expendable material, erasing the spirits of their subjects to fuel their own selfish wars. He stands with his back to her, his gaze fixed on the horizon, and questions the very foundation of their duty aloud. Whether a nation that treats its defenders and sacred beasts as disposable tools is worthy of service. Behind him, Arya hesitates, bowing her head and struggling to find her own words as her identity as a holy knight clashes with the harsh truth he has just revealed. Turning to her, he extends his hand in silent pleading. Choose another path. With the mysterious girl and the great bird beast behind him, he asks Arya to leave her old life behind and join them. It is an invitation to find a new calling without the corruption of the kingdom they once served. Levin looks at Arya with a serious gaze and suggests going together, leaving the kingdom and finding a place to live. She stares back, eyes wide open in shock as his proposal sinks in. She lowers her gaze, anxiety on her face as she explains that she cannot just leave her post. She is afraid, if they both leave, the fate of Lumiere village will be at risk. The kingdom will withdraw support or worse, find a way to retaliate. He quietly apologizes and blames his own exile, because of which they ended up in such a deadlock. It immediately ignites her from within, shouts a desperate denial, refusing to accept his self-blame. She leans closer, and in her voice is a firm conviction as she insists that he did nothing wrong. She begs him to try to resolve the misunderstanding with the authorities, hoping there is still a chance to return to his former life. He stands firm. His gaze is unwavering as he tells her that returning is simply not an option. There is such finality in his voice that it momentarily catches her tongue, and anxiety spreads across her face. When she asks the reason, his gaze shifts to the horizon. The bristling huge figure of the dragon Lindworm lies there. He says he made a contract with another holy beast and is now building a new home right on its mighty back. She can hardly believe what she hears. Holding her breath, she feels the scale of his new life overwhelming her. He admits he calls it home, but now it is more like a mountain of ruins. He continues, explaining that he and Elfie are working together to slowly restore this place. She cannot come to her senses, is overwhelmed by complete disbelief. Her mind races as she tries to grasp the reality. He lives on top of a legendary creature. She freezes in stunned silence until the weight of his words reaches her. He confirms, although the dragon's back is now his home, he hasn't simply thrown away their former life in Lumber Village. He is only aiming for a different horizon. He looks up at the enormous creature hovering overhead. He shares a grander plan. He wants to transport the entire village of Lumber on the back of a sandworm. The scale of his dream is overwhelming. It takes her breath away. Her eyes catch that impossible dream he describes with such conviction. He tells in detail about the sanctuary he found. He calls the dragon's back a land of soft soil and pure water, unreachable by any kingdom. He insists that they are capable of forging their own future without the empty protection of a crown. Although she is torn by the commander's responsibility, his determination will not waver when he offers the final solution to end this conflict once and for all. The statement hangs in the air, a simple but enormous vow to put an end to the cycle of violence. Far from the quiet heights of the dragon, war gnaws at reality deep within the colonial gold mines. Overseers tear the air with orders, driving workers to dig with desperate, frantic speed, while the echo of pickaxes striking stone rolls through the canyon. King Julian strides nearby, his face twisted with greed and irritation as he demands more. He insists that the current yield is by no means enough. His sharp anger cuts off as soon as he notices the unexpected arrival of a young timer and his companions. The king's shock instantly turns to outrage, and he roars for them to get out, declaring his absolute power over all the land. He watches the royal outburst with a calm, analytical gaze and notices the man's obvious desperation. In his voice is a sharp edge. He asks if the monarch is already preparing to flee again, sensing the cracking foundation of royal confidence. Pieces of the mosaic fall into place, and the understanding that Eris conveyed about the true nature of the invasion emerges. The war was never about ideals, it was a greedy attempt to seize the wealth of mines. And if Colonio falls, the entire region will be swallowed by the insatiability of Elvin's troops. He continues the verbal assault, mocking the king's desperate attempt to scrape together funds for escape, while the monarch, drenched in sweat, can only stammer and deny. He watches as the king directs his anger at the workers, shouting for them to be silent and keep digging, insisting that their thoughts mean nothing to the crown. He is met with increasingly loud murmurs from the miners. They begin to ask why their commander is here and not at the border, and why they are still digging when the kingdom is in danger. He is not listened to as he furiously lashes out at the young man before him, reproaching him for his audacity, demanding an explanation of what happened to Eris, to whom he entrusted everything. When the tension thickens, the cold truth of the situation is revealed without embellishment. Whether colonial wins or suffers defeat, the cycle of invasions will continue as long as gold remains the prize. Then he delivers the final blow and calmly states that the fastest way to end the conflict is simply to destroy the gold mine itself. He is met with the king's mocking laughter. The king humiliates the boy for thinking he has any such power until a token of guarantee is produced, reminding the monarch of the authority he once granted him. He freezes in stunned stupor as the legal trap is sprung, and the young man orders immediate evacuation of the site and declares the mine officially closed. He sees relief it washes over the workers as soon as they realize King Julian's grip is finally broken. They celebrate their newly gained freedom, and joy lights up their faces like it hasn't in years. They thank him for freeing them from the crown's oppressive demands. Seeing their enthusiasm, he offers them a new beginning, telling them about a quarry near his home where skilled hands are needed. The prospect of honest work away from the crown's shadow stirs a wave of excitement in the man who himself greedily spoke of a chance for a fresh start and a better life. Focusing on the matter, he asks Elfie if she can create a barrier around the mine to contain the upcoming explosion and lessen its consequences. She gives her word that she can manage it while Arya watches him. On her face are both worry and growing respect for the responsibility he bears. When she questions the importance of destroying such a vast capital, he simply replies that her happiness is worth more than any gold mine. The sincerity of his words confuses her and leaves her speechless. Her cheeks flush as she tries to comprehend this selfless devotion spoken so easily, as if such deep feelings could be discussed casually. Once the plan is set, the group rises into the sky. Majestic griffins beat their wings against the air, ascending higher. He gives the signal, time to take their final positions. The operation enters its most critical phase. Above the clouds, he sits firmly atop the huge avian beast, looking through the horizon as they approach the site. The wind lashes behind them, a silent witness to the turning point of the war and the bold step that will change everything. Suddenly, a bright flash floods the distant sky, cutting through the atmosphere like a beacon. He immediately recognizes it, the signal they were waiting for, the moment to begin the final phase of mine destruction. He calls upon the ancient power of the great earth dragon Lindworm to fulfill its purpose in destruction. The menacing creature acknowledges the command with a deep, loud assurance and is ready to unleash its thunderous power upon the gold mine. A massive dragon opens its jaws between its teeth, closes a sphere of dazzling energy. Below, elven soldiers who have no idea what is happening raise their eyes, and their confusion immediately turns into primal terror, for the sky darkens from the beast's shadow. It unleashes a devastating stream of pure heat, a pillar of light whistling through the air with a roar. The sound of a scream, desperate and hoarse, echoes in the valley, begging to stop the destruction, but the power of the ancient creature is unshakable. The beam cuts into the earth with the force of a falling star. It slices through rock and soil with terrible ease. The soil itself seems to groan under the weight of the celestial fire. In the decisive, blinding flash of gold, the mineth source of so much suffering vanishes from existence. The explosion is silent and complete. Only a scorched crater remains where a mountain stood just a moment ago. When the smoke begins to disperse, the reconnaissance units scramble and try to report to the rest of the army about the impossible event. Through communication channels, they send fragmented, anxious messages. Allegedly, a mysterious giant dragon appeared from the clouds and with a focused beam of heat destroyed the entire gold mine. They whisper quietly among themselves in the shadow of destruction. Their morale is shattered by the sight of an invincible force. The soldiers exchange frightened glances, wondering if it was the hidden weapon Colonia or some divine punishment, and conclude, they cannot possibly withstand such a monster. Seeing the destruction and loss of their goal, Elwyn's forces broke into a frantic retreat. The ranks scattered, and they fled the battlefield in complete disorder. Nearby, the mages defending the city watched their withdrawal with relief and surprise, finally connecting that sudden, unnaturally cloud-covered arrival with the appearance of the great beast. With a heavy heart she watches the retreating army, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the dragon vanished into the sky. A quiet, troubled whisper escapes her lips as she calls his name, unaware of how far he has gone to protect everyone. She stands amid the ruins, and beside her rises a giant dragon. Levin watches with satisfaction as the forces retreat and notes, everything went well. He turns to her, calls sharply and tensely, but relief rings in his voice. Of danger has just passed. After the battle ended, he acknowledges his joy. Both she and Eris have finally been freed from the cycle of conflict. With a confident smile, he asks her for the answer he has waited for so long. She looks away for a moment, her face revealing nothing, before quietly and simply confirming. While she speaks, her thoughts drift aside to countless times when she imagined life beside him, and wonders how wonderful it would be to simply disappear away from the exhausting. The fleeting dream leaves a barely noticeable smile on her face, as she sincerely thanks him for everything he has done. And just as she begins to explain the harsh truth, her resolve hardens. She cannot go with him. The duty of the Holy Knight draws her to the path that is not so easy for her to abandon even despite her own desires. In response to his confusion, she reveals a darker secret, naming a specific dagger that binds her to her current life, while apologizing for her silence. Somewhere in memory echoes a chilling laugh, and he stands stunned by how vague her confession turned out to be. Suddenly, behind the young man appears a gigantic figure with long flowing curly hair and a mocking smile. The stranger laughs coldly. Apparently, the Holy Knight can truly be called a very busy woman, and his appearance signifies a new and dangerous turn in their journey. Levin sharply turns around, eyes wide open with anxiety, when suddenly a foreign presence appears in the air. He demands to know who has intruded, and his voice cuts with sharp protective intuition for those standing behind him. The intruder chuckles quietly low, mocking, and the laughter exudes confidence. He fixes his gaze on the group, savoring it like a predator. So they have caught quite an interesting company, thus his unexpected appearance becomes even more noteworthy. He narrows his eyes, not taking his gaze off the winged girl, and brushes off her legendary origin as if it were just a trivial problem no one cares about. For him, the appearance of a divine dragon is just an interesting detail, a story to be told after he finishes his current business. Turning his back to the youth, the stranger completely dismisses him, stating that he does not care whether he is nearby. His attention is focused on one and only, and with chilling determination, he heads straight for the real target. He reaches out his hand, grips her with a firm, inevitable grasp. She twitches, catching her breath in her throat, while Levin, in a desperate, futile warning, calls her name pleadingly. The man bows with ostentatious, courtly elegance, and his voice flows with formal yet still threatening politeness. He addresses her by her full name, Arya Remus, and announces that he has already arrived to escort her back. She freezes and looks at him, not believing her own eyes. Her voice trembles as soon as she recognizes the man, Lord Drake. He only smiles indulgently, as if asking why she is not glad to see another member of the Langren ducal house. Levin watches in confusion. This name awakens somewhere within him a barely perceptible, troubling memory. He stands there, and he is preceded by the weight of reputation, the head of the Langren ducal house. Levin recognizes the name. Before him is a famous knight, but he is not going to back down. Taking a step forward, the youth declares, whoever Drake is, he will not allow Aurea to be taken, and orders the dawdler to leave immediately. He tries to intervene, but the man bursts out with a sharp laugh, dismissing the demand as a ridiculous request. When the youth steps forward, the stranger deftly pulls a small, exquisitely decorated dagger from his cloak. His movements are precise and calm. He watches as she begins to tremble. A deep, ingrained fear tightens his chest. His breath falters near the blade. The young man catches the change in her behavior and becomes increasingly confused as he demands an explanation of how this man could possess such knowledge. She intently looks at the dagger of loyalty, a ceremonial weapon tied to the very essence of the holy Knight Soth. The blade flickers with a cold, silvery light, like a symbol of a bond that is not so easily broken. He twists the dagger in his hand, noting its rarity, and mocks the fact that it does not kill a jab at divine manners. Noticing that the boy does not understand the meaning of the dagger at all, the knight becomes more entertained and calls this artifact a price that must be paid. He leans closer, a smile spreading as he explains. The price of power is a cruel mechanism. If the festive knight betrays the one to whom they swore this blade, they will lose what is most precious. He watches as realization strikes the boy like a physical blow. As long as that dagger is with him, Arya is bound to him, no escape, no hiding. She sees this pain. The uninvited guest mockingly strokes the girl's head and tells her not to worry in a tone dripping with false sympathy. He lunges forward with a furious roar to catch the man and in a fit of rage throws out a vile promise. He will take care of the girl instead. The confident seasonal knight effortlessly pulls aside and his mocking "oh" only emphasizes the difference in their strength. He dismisses the meeting as over, recalls his own tight schedule and walks away. Vanishing into the distance, he takes captive Arya with him, while Levin only shouts her name in a helpless, painfully aching place. One black ribbon lazily floats through the air, the only trace of the clash. Below, Levin sits hunched over, weighed down by the burden of defeat as he struggles with the bitter truth. He was powerless to protect her. Clenching his teeth, he barely parted his lips and uttered a curse while silently looking down at his feet in silence filled with wordless pain. Despite the oppressive despair, deep within his grief, a spark of determination still flickered. It would not let this be the end. With a silent, ironclad vow, he promises to find her at any cost. Meanwhile, far away in the kingdom of Elwyn, a fragment shatters completely. The sound of broken glass echoes, and the demand for answers rolls through the royal halls. King Julian Belove is in shock. His face twisted with rage as news arrived of the destruction of the gold mines and the humiliating defeat of the army. Nearby, Drake looks on with a cold, contemptuous smile and taunts young Levin. Let him explain his failure to the ruler. The young conscript tries to recount the horror of the sudden appearance of the dragon and its devastating breath. But the king cuts her off mid-sentence. He roars that such a story is impossible and cannot accept the idea that any creature is capable of such total annihilation. She freezes under his watchful, accusatory gaze, eyes wide open with fear. The king leans closer, his voice dripping with impatience as he demands to know the fate of the magnificent griffin. Trembling, she reveals the truth. The eternal sky was stolen by the same man standing before them. The king's suspicion turns to confusion. He darts his gaze between the defeated boy and the silent, formidable figure of Drake, trying to understand why they returned in such a state. The king looks down from the throne and demands to know who the boy in question is. Drake, standing next to the young griffin summoner, replies, "This is Levin, a failure who during the sacred ritual could only produce a lizard egg." He dismisses the boy as an incapable trainer and the king recalls that miserable creature again. She quickly interrupts and confirms that this is exactly the boy who snatched the griffin from the royal grass. Yes. His jaw clenches in silent rage as realization finally dawns. He grits his teeth, haunted by the memory of the majestic beast that refused to obey his royal commands, a slight he cannot forgive. He suddenly explodes with rage, shouting that such a statement is a lie. He refuses to believe that a commoner who failed to answer the call can have any power at all. When the king's shout echoes through the hall, Drake only smiles indulgently and finally claps his hand signaling to stop this theatrical performance. The dark-haired man leans closer and with a smug smile hints to the monarch that his first assessment of the boy might have been a fatal mistake. He continues the explanation, clarifying that the creature Levin had was never just a lizard. He sees how the king's eyes sharply widen with absolute disbelief as soon as the ancient term divine dragon tribe is uttered. Then he reveals the astonishing truth. The small white satellite that Levin carried with him was actually a colossal dragon that destroyed the gold mini, a living relic from legends. When the king stammers and cannot understand where Drake got such knowledge, he calmly invites him to hear the whole story. Prince Zek steps forward, a sharp, unyielding gaze, and the entire hall submits to his presence. He introduces Gideon, the leader of the trainers, who stands behind trembling with anxiety, and declares that he knows the whole truth about what happened. Then he shifts his gaze to the stunned King Julian. The son's eyes widen in disbelief as he suddenly intervenes. Zech demands that the kings reveal the reality uncovered in the archives, the full weight of the mistakes they made together. The time has come. The kingdom must face the consequences of its own hidden history. The king's face twists with distrust, and he demands an explanation for the shocking news. Pressed before the throne, Jaedon mumbles apologies, his voice trembling with fear while Prince Zex remains unmoved, his gaze fixed on an ancient tome in his hands as if the truth lies in its weather pages. He points with his hand at the open book and explains that these records were preserved precisely for the era when the divine dragon returns to the world. The knight beside him narrows his gaze and listens in one breath, understanding the weight of the prophecy they have just uncovered. Closes his eyes for a moment to recall the legend. The prince says, "A truly exceptional user of the sacred beast is doomed to walk alongside two separate partners. The first is the traditional sacred beast, a mighty guardian, but who the second is remains a mystery hanging heavily in the air." He continues and reveals. The second partner is none other than a member of the royal line of the divine dragon himself. They say such a thing happens only once in a millennium, and its appearance brings blessings to the earth beyond imagination. The king's eyes widen in wonder. With a barely noticeable understanding smile, the prince points to the illustration in the book and calls the small, unremarkable creature the larval form of the most divine dragon itself. Despite its legendary status, in the picture it is an amazingly cute and tiny creature. Having glanced at the text, Commander Argus notes, "Even such a magnificent creature as the divine dragon must begin life as a small, fragile hatchling." But the king absolutely disagrees. His patience snapped when he roared in anger at what he considers a ridiculous claim. He points with a trembling finger at the small creature, and his voice rumbles with indignation, unable to believe that a lizard-looking thing could be the legendary beast of prophecy. Silence falls in the room as his skepticism clashes with the ancient evidence his son presents. And yet it sits there among the fragments of its shell, a simple white lizard whose unremarkable appearance hides its true nature. Despite the king's distrust, the truth remains. The wonder of the creature hatched from the sacred egg is indeed a descendant of the royal line of the divine dragon. The true essence of the small creature hangs in the air like a heavy burden, and the stunned silence that envelops everyone present reflects this. People's eyes widen in disbelief, while Commander Argus watches with a cold, confident smile. The king's face hardens, turning into a mask of growing fury. Continuing his speech, the prince declares that Levin is the legitimate ruler of the divine dragon, and most likely of the griffin as well. The girl who just claimed to have tamed the winged creature is left gasping in shock as he explains that for a sacred being, their summoner is as necessary as a father and mother. She lowers her gaze and the world crumbles as soon as the prince points to the undeniable truth. The griffin refused to obey her because she was never his master. The girl shudders with realization. The beast she considered hers belongs to another. Commander Argus approaches closely. His voice, a poisonous whisper, cuts her with reproaches for the sin of taking what does not belong to her. Next to him, the boy who just claimed about the lizard Trembleshee's voice breaks as he tries to deny the truth. Below, the king's knuckles whiten as he grips his golden scepter. His patience finally breaks. With a sudden, fierce, sharp attack, the king swings his heavy scepter and strikes the Tamir Gideon in the face. The blow pushes him to the floor. The man collapses, and the wound sprays blood as the monarch roars that the ancient book is a lie. He looms over the fallen official. He lies on the cold stone stunned in blood. The king's voice thunders in the hall, branding Gideon a worthless fool for failing to distinguish an ordinary lizard from the legendary divine dragon. Consumed by rage, the monarch continues the attack, accusing the insignificance of the leader who tamed him of losing the kingdom's greatest treasury. He raises his scepter again, and his shadow looms over the groaning, broken man. He is consumed by blind, murderous rage. His face contorts as he tries to rush forward. Prince X convulsively squeezes his father's hand, pleading desperately to stop before more blood is shed. Diverting his poisonous gaze for a moment, the monarch singles out Commander August and declares that the blame also lies on his shoulders. Next to him, a young girl who claimed to be controlling the griffin trembles with absolute horror. The king's voice thunders in the hall, mocking their worthlessness for failing to hold the gold mines and failing to subdue the sacred beasts as promised. His tirade continues. He shouts insults, branding everyone as worthless trash. Zex holds firm. His voice breaks as he begs his father to control himself and stop this public display of cruelty. Seizing a moment of hesitation, the prince changes tactics and reminds his father. It was his own royal decree that expelled Levin, based on Gideon's falsified reports. He directly asks whether the king truly considers himself blameless in this disaster. A strange and eerie silence suddenly falls over the king as he processes his son's words. He abruptly agrees, his eyes widening with a new, twisted understanding, so much so that Zek doesn't have time to react at all. With a sharp gesture, the ruler commands, "Immediately find Levenby and bring him back to the capital." Then he switches to a creepily cheerful tone and brushes off the previous violence as if it were just a simple mistake that has supposedly been resolved. Laughing at how joyfully Levin returned, Zex can only watch silently, sweating from his father's wild mood swing. His delirious demands left Zex shackled by distrust, his voice trembling a mixture of anger and shock. He asked if the king was truly serious, reminding him of the boundless cruelty and verbal venom he had earlier unleashed on Levin, and to ask him to serve the kingdom again after that seemed utter madness. The king was drowned out by a Rorhai's face twisted into a mask of tyrannical fury. The monarch ordered, "If Levin does not return voluntarily, force will have to be used." He commanded Zex to seize the inhabitants of Levin's hometown as hostages to make that very dump, which supposedly sabotaged the gold mines and betrayed the state, feel the full weight of its crimes. The tyrant's proposal horrified the prince, and he reminded his father that the Levin house was part of their own possessions. He increasingly asks in despair whether the king really wants to torture and oppress his loyal subjects just to satisfy his own revenge. He was met with a mad look as soon as the king leaned closer, eyes wide open, burning with a dangerous light while he gave the final warning. The king declared that anyone who opposed his will of in his own flesh and blood would face his complete lack of mercy, and with a final, sharp command, he barked at his son to go and immediately carry out the order. His tyrannical presence was far away from that quiet night the young exile sat by the crackling bonfire. Levin stared into the flames, fidgeting with a piece of leather as he thought about the path that had brought him to this fleeting peace under the starry sky. Arya joined him. She sat beside him, and the soft glow of the fire highlighted her features. She said that many know her only as the Holy Knight, but her name is simply Arya, a reminder of who she was before the burden of duty fell upon her. Eris interrupted Hirsch joined the conversation with a hot mug in her hands and said she had heard from Elfie about their shared past. The dark-haired girl exhaled in surprise. It turned out that they had been childhood friends with the same person, and this connection seemed to go much deeper than mere coincidence. She listened as Levin solemnly nodded, confirming the truth about their story. He said that Arya lost both parents when she was very young, and that it was his family who took her and gave her shelter and raised her as their own. He remembers the day when he and Arya celebrated their 16th birthday, a time of grand celebration, when the whole village joyfully celebrated, as soon as they learned that both of them had been given prestigious S-rank sea-level assignments. Continuing his reflections, he realizes the village continued to receive aid only after his exile thanks to Arya's status as a holy knight, although she was ruthlessly forced into obedience by the dagger of loyalty. He lowers his gaze with a heavy heart. He notices her silent struggle and understands. All this time she has been trying to protect their home alone. While they sit together by the fire, Eris speaks up and recalls the moment when their blades clashed for the second time, and how she was able to hear in Era's heart a desperate, silent cry. The silhouette of Arya appears, and as she describes the plea for help she managed to feel, it becomes visible how the torment she endured inside churns, forced to obey orders she hated. Clutching her cup tightly in her hands, the young woman admits that she understands this pain all too well, for she herself once experienced a similar struggle. Fixing her gaze on him, full of determination, Eris insists, they all must go together to save Arya and bring her home. The promise she made, Eris will definitely fulfill. In response to her words, he stands up. His resolve hardens, and he announces his plan to set out for Lumer village as soon as the sun rises. The others are momentarily stunned by his sudden decision. He has considered the consequences of his actions, knowing the same knight is already aware that he was the one who contributed to the destruction of the golden mine, and the king's character guaranteed retribution is inevitable. Turning back to Eris, he laid out the harsh truth. If the king does not find him, Lumer village will become the main target. The news struck her. She apparently shuddered, her eyes wide open with anxiety. Despite the danger, he gave a reassuring smile and insisted that he has a plan that only he can execute. Remembering Arya, he silently vowed to protect his home at any cost, and Eris remained watching him with a flash of hope and uncertainty. King Julian's rage echoes through the throne room as he demands that Levin be returned immediately, even suggesting taking the residents hostage to force them to obey the order. The prince tries to intervene, but his father brushes off the pleas and declares that further talks are pointless. He does not calm down, continuing his tirade and shouting at the prince for what he believes is disrespect and bad attitude. Zex can only stand still, enduring the storm of the king's explosive anger as the spectators move toward a tense finale. The prince finally turns around and leaves. The heavy thuds of his steps mark the grim departure against the suffocating atmosphere of the throne room. He leans against a column in the corridor and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. The weight of that meeting settles on him. Noticing the guards nearby, he apologizes for the noise and says he is returning to his chambers, asking to be informed if anything urgent happens. As he walks away, the guards watch him with pity and whisper about the misfortune of being the son of such a king. but they quickly fall silent, understanding that these talks could be deadly if heard by the wrong ears. He keeps his composure, stops and greets the knight, gently asking about the young son. The knight is noticeably moved. He says the boy is full of energy and sincerely thanks the prince for the absence he allowed him. He responds with a warm smile and hints that they should soon have a drink together so he can learn more about the family. The knight enthusiastically agrees, encouraged by the prince's sincere care for his subordinates. A brief moment of rest is cut short. Commander August is already nearby. He approaches with a worried face. He heard the royal scream from afar. Zex just brush it off with laughter as usual, without tension, assuring the commander that it is nothing unusual and not worth worrying about. While he makes his way through the palace corridors, two knights greet him sincerely and warmly. They express gratitude for the recent training battle in which he participated. His face shines with admiration. The prince pauses only for a moment to notice them. He asks Eurus and Kyle how their training is progressing. One of the youths admits that although he tries every day, he still cannot match the prince's natural skill. The prince gently advises him not to rush. With a calm expression on his face, he reminds them, true strength is forged only through constant accumulation of effort, so one must not neglect their dedication to the craft. As he continues walking, a young maid cautiously approaches him, her hands clenched convulsively while the fiery cries of the knight still loudly echo behind them. She hands him a basket of pomegranates sent from her home in Aldo village and says her parents insisted he must enjoy the especially rich flavor of this year's harvest. He accepts the gift with a warm smile and promises to try them as soon as he returns to his chambers. Down the corridor gathers a group of maids. Their muffled whispers and giggles follow him as they watch him pass. Their admiration grows louder. Someone jokingly shouts marriage proposals or asks to set a date, and at the same time everyone wonders how handsome he looks today. Finally, he reaches his door and turns around one last time, jokingly teasing them for their reckless words and ordering them to return to their duties before slipping inside and closing the door behind him. He lets out a long, weary sigh. The weight of the day finally catches up with him as he pulls a sleep mask over his eyes. Entering the sanctuary of his own chambers, he crosses the room with difficulty, then collapses face down on the soft bed. Next to him lies motionless. The silence in the room is shattered by deafening internal echoes of thousands of voices, a continuous cacophony of demands and expectations, seemingly shouting from every corner. The very air of the luxurious room feels heavy, and invisible noise presses down, and the exquisite furniture stands like silent witnesses to the raging mental storm fiercely tearing inside the young prince. Suddenly he sits up abruptly, gasps convulsively for air, cold sweat runs down his forehead, and his eyes widen with panic and exhaustion. The burden of his duties weighs so heavily that one single desperate thought emerges. He can no longer live like this, for this burden has become unbearable. He buries his face in the pillow. The prince finally admits to himself he has reached the absolute limit. The perfect royal mask crumbles in the silence of his own room. He reflects on the cruel irony of his life. Having much more talent and receiving more public favor than his father, he is repeatedly forced to clean up after the king. A shameful cycle of failures and anger that leaves a complete emptiness inside. He is consumed by silent, burning rage, his face contorted as he curses the man who gave him life. The weight of the kingdom's failures, piled up due to his father's incompetence, falls with physical heaviness and presses down like death itself. This inner storm tosses him from side to side on the bed. A muffled cry of frustration bursts from his lips as he tries to hold back growing despair. A sudden, sharp knock on the door cuts through the chaos in his head like a blade. In a moment, the mask of the perfect prince is back in place. His gaze, aligning into calm authority, grants entry. Kyle enters the room, bows in greeting, and asks if the prince can spare a moment to address urgent matters. Through the severity of the royal command, the knight hands Zeke a summons to immediately proceed to Lumer village to carry out a clearly defined mission. The message contains a heavy threat. Either he does everything now or faces consequences of harsh punishment from the crown. He absorbs the order, notes that Lumer is Levin's home, and calmly informs the knight he will begin preparations for the journey without delay. Finally, he bows and thanks him, and the messenger leaves, satisfied with the prince's professional response. When Kyle walks down the corridor, he is unsettled by the prince's unbreakable composure. He thinks, how impressive it is that Zex maintains such a dignified, cold posture even in the privacy of his own chambers. Heavy wooden doors click, and the prince is once again left locked in the absolute silence of his room. Only the latch clicked, the majestic facade crumbled into 1,000 jagged fragments. He sank to the ground, his face twisted into a mask of pure, defenseless rage. Hatred for his father screamed into the empty air, and the cycle of suppressed anger began anew. He has already disappeared, set off on a mission. The king leans back, satisfied. Since the prince himself has gone, even someone as stubborn as Levin will have no choice but to obey. Next to the glass of wine, they place it firmly on the table without shaking. Drake looms over the powerless, sagging, defeated face and reproaches for the unnecessary troubles they caused. He says coldly, "The king must not suffer because of the incompetence of the senseless subordinates." Again raises his gaze to the monarch. The dark-haired man offers his feigned sympathies. He speaks smoothly and calculatedly, acknowledging the heavy burdens the king must surely bear. Snapping his fingers sharply, he brushes off others' failures and openly mocks their failed attempt to take control of the gold mine, then points to the gathered pile of trophies and declares that he has brought the crown real spoils of war. He shows a sample of gold or explains that it is only a drop of the wealth available from here, a share of the treasure that is hundreds of times greater. He admits that his methods may have been a bit harsh, but justifies them as necessary to fulfill the true ambitions of the king. The king stares motionless, holding his breath in greed. Conquered by greed, the monarch begins to rub the tattered skin against his cheek, his eyes wide open possessed. Watching this display of gluttony, the man only smiles, showing empty satisfaction that the gift was so well received. The king, still clutching the treasure, showers it with praise, declaring the deed a great honor for the kingdom. He lifts his gaze from the spoils, promising a reward fitting such service, and suddenly throws the man off balance with unexpected generosity. Although he initially feigns humility and insists that honor is a sufficient reward, the king will not accept this. He demands that his loyal servant state his price, urging him to speak as his heart commands without any hesitation. He paused for a moment with a royal proposal, and a calculating gleam flashed in his eyes as he assessed his prize. Turning his gaze to the blonde knight, he coldly and unequivocally announced his demand. He wanted the holy knight Arya Remus for himself. This audacious demand passed through the room like a shockwave, and the young man burst into a desperate cry, protesting, "She is his fiancée." But the king only nodded in agreement with the dark-haired man and with an indifferent wave of his hand dismissed the boy's pleas. Then the man stepped forward. A heavy boot stopped a few centimeters from the boy's face, and he looked down with disgusting contempt. He inquired whether the youth even realized how terrible his failures were. Towering over the fallen opponent, he did not cease his verbal attack. He called the boy a sinner and declared that he had no place among the holy knights. He accused the youth of deceiving the crown and stealing the sacred creature from its rightful owner. Under the weight of these accusations, the boys blazed with look-helpless rage and growing despair. Returning to the throne, the man asked the king how he wished to deal with the trash still left on the floor. The monarch apparently had already closed the matter, gave him full authority to do as he pleased, and declared that he was tired of wasting time on such pathetic failures. With the king's permission, he grabbed the knight by the shoulder and began to lead her away, ignoring the frantic cries of the boy begging for one more chance to prove his skill through his call. He watched as the king's decree was carried out. Urgus and Gideon were stripped of their titles and banished from the kingdom forever. Their desperate cries for mercy echoed through the halls, but the verdict was final and irrevocable. Far from the intrigues of the capital, the peaceful village of Lemur gently nestled in the countryside, unaware of the power shifts or the arrival that was about to change everything. Silence shattered when a giant shadow passed over the town, and a villager dropped his bucket in pure horror. Dragons soared high above, so the local lords tirelessly tried to maintain order while panic swept like a wave. Some already saw the end of their home approaching. In a moment, the heavy thud of boots on the ground announced the arrival. A dragon and a majestic griffin descended from the clouds. Onlookers froze in shock, realizing that a person truly sat atop the legendary creature. Standing on tired legs but with a victorious smile, the young master stepped forward and greeted his stunned father, announcing his return home. Nearby, a small white lizard silently watched the reunion and thus put a full stop to a long and dangerous journey. Mighty dragon, striped spindle snake, majestically glides over the landscape. Its shadow looms over the small village below as it returns home. You glide just under the beast's shadow. Levin sits at the table in the family home. The father, the village lord, demands an explanation for the incredible events that just occurred. He smiles warmly and explains. The great dragon is his tamed sacred beast, and now it lives right on his gigantic back. The lord watches and silence freezes. Sweat rolls down his forehead as he tries to comprehend the full scale of his son's revelation. Despite the father's shock, the young man unfolds an explanation about the holy beast's ascension ceremony and his ambitious plans to pave the way forward and rebuild the city on the dragon's back, while the father pleads with him to stop and slow down. Suddenly, his sister Fiona rushes forward and pulls him into painfully strong, tearful embraces, overwhelmed with relief that her brother has safely returned home. As they get drawn into conversation, the family discusses how the king might react, and how precarious Levin's new status is. He shifts uncertainly and awkwardly in his seat. Finally, she notices the obvious absence and asks why Arya is not with him today, and a shadow of thought briefly crosses his face. She sits quietly while his sister and mother talk about Arya. Fiona wonders aloud if she is all right and notes, as an S-rank adventurer, she is probably incredibly busy, yet still dreams of reunion. Breaking the silence and calm, he addresses them with a heavy heart, announcing, he has important news. He lifts the veil and lays out the harsh truth: he has been officially expelled from the kingdom. This truth throws his family into complete stupor. The father and sister just stare frozen, unable to recover from how such a thing could have happened to him. Seeing their despair, he remains gloomy, not averting his gaze from the table. Fiona quietly presses him, her voice trembling with anxiety as she asks for an explanation of what exactly led to these events. He begins to tell grim details, explains the circumstances of the exile and his role in the destruction of the royal gold mine. The parents listen attentively. Each of his words settles like a heavy burden. Next, he explains how the king will likely react. The monarch will want above all to see him punished. And he admits that he is trembling with fear. If he is not found, the crown may take its revenge on their home, Lumiere village. His father absorbs this grim truth. His face darkens as he realizes the danger looming over everyone. After considering the risks, the young contractor prepares to propose a radical solution. He shifts his gaze to the giant creature resembling a ribbon worm and declares his intention to relocate the entire Lumiere population onto the dragon's back, seeking safety in the sky. He watched as the family digested the weight of his proposal. Distrust froze on their faces at the very thought of moving to the backyard of a giant dragon. The father caught him with a question, asking if he was serious, but he did not budge. Acknowledged the difficulty, but insisted that this was their only way forward to escape the king's reach. At this surprised call, the women of the family caught the idea with unexpected enthusiasm. Their eyes sparkled as they declared it a wonderful plan. They were more than ready to leave the kingdom that had turned away from them. Their fervent agreement filled the room with sharp, rebellious energy. Even Arya, usually so composed, sat with quiet fury, watching her brother's exile become an irrevocable betrayal that deprived the crown of legitimacy. Sensing the firmness in the looks of his family, the rural lord finally reached his limit and announced his final decision. He stood up straight, and his voice thundered with new authority as he announced the decision that would change their lives forever. Lumiere village would no longer be subjects of the crown. They declare complete independence from Elwyn Kingdom. A sudden change of circumstances knocked the young exile off his feet, while the family began planning an immediate departure. Some were already advising to leave that very hour. The sister wondered how to live on the dragon, and the mother only said, "Anywhere will be home as long as they are." Tojtharand made him beg for at least a minute of silence. He sat down at the table, stunned by how quickly they agreed to such a radical turn, and it made the father ask whether this was exactly why he had come here. He himself admitted that it was, but he was troubled by the ease of their transition, since before undertaking such a grand task, the rest of the village still needed to be heard and consulted with the people. His anxiety instantly vanished as soon as the peasants gathered together. Their faces lit up with excitement, not fear, at the thought of living above the dragon. They thundered their support, swearing unbreakable loyalty to the Lord and readiness at any moment to gather their entire lives to follow him into the unknown. He looked out the window, stunned by how quickly the news spread and how few people cared about the distant king they had never seen. Their outrage over the exile outweighed any fear of the unknown, firmly cementing the village's collective decision to follow him and leave their old life behind. He stands among a crowd of joyful peasants. Their faces blaze with new hope. They shout their loyalty, declaring that they trust him and the rural lord much more than the distant, incomprehensible king who has done nothing for them. Despite the insane amount of support, he cannot shake the feeling of incredulity. Everything is moving too fast. Nearby, the village lord remains calm and notes that perhaps it is worth being thankful that the king has no influence. Meanwhile, the young man swiftly rushes off, eager to deliver the news to the rest of the village. When the first wave of excitement subsides, the company switches to moving logistics. He, along with Arya and his father, freezes in amazement. Before them flickers and flashes a shimmering holographic interface, a phenomenon of ancient power they now possess. The scoreboard pulses with light, indicating that the city's population has surpassed 300 souls. As soon as this milestone is reached, the city rises in rank and unlocks a set of new administrative functions that were previously unavailable. He leans closer, eyes widening as he just notices the migration command among the new available options, explaining to his father that he has already explored this possibility, hoping to find a way to transport the entire community safely. He unfolds the map of their new home in detail. A quiet determination grows inside. This is the path he has chosen. Using the technology of the ancient dragon race, he will finally be able to ensure the safety of Lumber Village and fulfill the promise he made to Arya. Far from the festive village, a completely different movement unfolds. Prince X leads a column of armored knights through a rocky mountain pass. His face is stern as a subordinate makes a remark about how exhausting this road to the remote village they seek to reclaim is. Ancient protocols of the linear worm allow an incredible trick: to move entire structures from the ground directly onto the back of the great dragon. This very migration command saves the village from looming borders, lifting their homes into the safety of the sky. Considering the logistics of this grand plan, Levin discusses the plan with Kyle. Although buildings can be laid out through the system, people who are unable to move independently become a serious problem. And he realizes, if they had the strength of a great bird beast, transporting the vulnerable would be much easier. Suddenly nearby rises a chorus of frightened screams from the villagers. They point upward to the sky, and their faces pale from a mixture of awe and fear. Something massive and powerful begins to rapidly descend from the clouds above. High above the ground, a familiar silhouette cuts through the air with majestic grace. Recognizing the creature, the young master exclaims with joy, calling the one he considers his mother as she swiftly flies downward to answer his unspoken need. When the great griffin lands, a wave of panic sweeps through the crowd. People whisper in fear of tricks and monsters. He immediately steps forward to calm them and explains that this majestic creature is his trusted partner and has come specifically to help their cause. He reaches out to touch the soft feathers on her neck and cannot help but admire her timely arrival. He wonders, how did she guess to come? The connection between them is so deep that distance means nothing. She simply understood what was needed of her and came to him. With a sharp, piercing screech, the griffin signals that she is ready to begin the evacuation. She did not come alone. Following her flies a whole flock of winged companions, ready to undertake the colossal task, to safely transport the villagers to their new home atop the dragon. He stood at full height. A massive figure cast a shadow as soon as he acknowledged the youth's authority. Since he was the ruler of the griffin, the dragon declared that he was their ruler too and promised full cooperation for anything he might need. Understanding the weight of this hierarchy, Levin realized, as the master of the creature standing at the top of all flying beings, he could convey his will to each of them. He thanked them for their reliable support and felt confidence growing within him about what was to happen next. Despite the severity of the situation, the majestic bird creature chirped joyfully, called him Mama again, and promised to help as much as possible. He exhaled, still trying to get used to this humiliating title, even as he thanked his faithful companion. He decided it was time for a change. Someone had already named it Eternal Sky, and it was absolutely unsuitable. After some thought, he proposed a new name that would truly belong to them, Van. Explaining his choice, he said it sounded like a foreign language. The name meant the wind itself, and the griffin listened attentively, his eyes flashing as soon as he grasped the meaning of the new name. The creature gladly accepted the name. It chirped thanks and declared that from now on it was Van. Their bond strengthened, and Levin felt a new surge of determination to proceed with relocating the village. Under his instructions, the mass migration finally began. Buildings were uprooted and carried through the air by winged beasts flying in a flotilla. The peasants stood amazed as their homes headed to safety on the back of the great dragon, and all this was made possible by his unique skills and the coordinated help of his comrades. While the operation was unfolding without glitches, his father approached him and inquired how the move was going. He reported that everything was going as it should, but it was felt that the very scale of the plan was still weighing on him. He watches as the landscape changes. The soil is rich and fertile, the air fresh and clear under the endless sky, and the river shines like a string of jewels through the new settlement. Next to him, a young gentleman watches as the peasants burst into applause and shouts of joy, celebrating the successful resettlement behind the great beast. With cries of triumph. Gazing at the endless, untouched stretched field of burial grounds behind, the village leader feels a wave of hope, confident that through joint efforts this new home will grow into prosperous land. But a shadow of concern crosses his face as soon as he reminds the boy. Their celebration is premature because the family is still incomplete. Then he shifts his gaze directly to the youth and inquisitively ties his intentions regarding the vanished knight and whether he truly wants to leave her fate to chance. For a moment he is silent. Thoughts bustle under the weight of responsibility and the power he now holds. And then he finally promises he is already making a plan to bring her back home. Moved by this, the elder extends support and again affirms that she is a dear and valuable part of their family. Their grim conversation is suddenly cut off by a nearby scream. A worker shouts frantically, demanding the immediate attention of the young master. The cause of the commotion is soon revealed. It is a royal messenger, led by the prince himself. They have arrived at the village outskirts with a harsh demand: call the boy at once. He jerks his horse in place and stops it, his gaze sharp as he confirms that before him is Levin. Levin is distracted and wonders, what could the prince be doing in such a distant, humble rural backwater? The prince wastes no time announcing that he has come regarding the gold-bearing mine matter. Levin's heart tightens as he realizes the royal thread is pulling much faster than he had anticipated. His presence causes drops of sweat to appear on Levin's forehead as the youth weighs the full gravity of the situation. The king must be truly intent on closing this debt. While the village resettlement is still ongoing, Levin understands. The next words must be chosen with utmost caution. He watches as the prince dismounts, then begins a conversation about the incident that happened the previous day. His voice is steady despite the inner storm. He suddenly cuts off Levin, his movements sharp and heavy, as if they have gained unexpected weight. He sharply bends his knees in a deep bow, and his voice thunders as he offers a sincere and desperate apology for the wrongs done to them. This overwhelms Levin with complete shock. He continues his passionate appeal, recognizing Levin as a true holy beast user and condemning his father's violent actions in the unjust exile. When his guard tries to object to such humiliation, he sharply orders them to be silent. He raises his eyes. There is both repentance and hope in his gaze and makes an unexpected request. He asks Levin to return to the kingdom with him. He continues the appeal, outlining the concessions the crown will make: exile of those who wronged him, protection of his village, and also the restoration of his rank and wealth. Levin can only stare in stunned silence. The scale of the offer is such that it seems to cover every grievance he has ever held against the kingdom. Stunned by the sudden twist of fate, the young man understands. To agree means to undergo a complete rebirth, to go from an outcast to a high-ranking official. The offer is too tempting. It guarantees him a future, and the future of his home, yet he feels a strange detachment from the life he once longed for. Despite the allure of power and security, he bows deeply, and his voice calmly and evenly proclaims the official and final refusal. He explains that he no longer feels the kingdom in his heart. He has already promised himself a new life and chosen a different path. Nearby Arya silently watches, sees the strength of his conviction as he breaks the last ties with the crown. When he speaks to the king, the tone becomes sharper, a statement about insatiable greed and senseless war that exploited the power of Arya for its own benefit. He solemnly and firmly declares that he has no intention of serving a ruler devoid of both competence and nor his contempt for the current regime is wordless. His sharp condemnation ignites the guard's fury. He lunges forward, grabs him by the collar, and growls about the outrageous blasphemy. But the tension dissipates as soon as they burst into ringing, boisterous laughter. Their anger disappears and a strange respect remains. They admit, although his words were harsh, it takes incredible courage to tell them the truth so openly and directly to their face. Laughter brings the prince no relief. They only sigh, resigned and weary, acknowledging the firm logic of refusal. He extends his hand and asks for a moment alone. The voice becomes softer. He tries to make it clear that they will talk privately, without the court's prying eyes. Catching his hesitation, he quickly assured his companion that he had no hidden intentions or devious schemes, and with a gesture ordered the armored guards to keep their distance while they walked to the village. In a moment they stood before a modest stone dwelling, and he formally acknowledged the situation, accepting the terms of their private meeting with a respectful nod. As soon as he closes the door of the quiet house behind him, he asks if this is really where its master grew up. Instead, he receives a harsh reminder. No matter the conditions offered to him, the answer about his return to the kingdom will not change. In response to this finality, he suddenly falls to his knees in a desperate low bow, shocking his guest with a wild, heartfelt plea to destroy the very kingdom for which he was sent in order to bring the man back. The weight of the crown feels heavier than ever. Zek looks into the distance and his thoughts race wildly. He is haunted by the ruthless order of the king to burn the village to the ground. This command clashes within him with a fierce madness and his own sense of justice. If he carries out these orders, he fears losing the last remnants of his humanity. Yet the pressure of royal service strangles him like a noose. He catches himself thinking that he is drifting back 6 years ago when the world seemed much simpler. At 12, he shared a quiet moment over tea. Steam rose evenly as he listened to stories about the world beyond the palace walls. It was a rare respite, a brief pause from the expectations that had already begun to shape his future. But the silence shattered as soon as his father called him to the throne room. Even as a child, he already knew a summons from the king was not for an ordinary social visit. It was a call to service. He approached with pride and anxiety, eager to prove his worth to the man who held their kingdom in an iron grip. The first true test for the king was a trial by fire, taming the basilisk that terrorized the borderlands. While the court advisors whispered about the danger for such a young prince, he accepted the mission without a second thought. He knew, In his father's eyes, a prince was worth only what he could neutralize. He faced the monster with a resolve unbefitting his age. The blade struck true as he fought for the safety of his people. Above, on the throne, the king watched the battle unfold, his face cold and calculating. There was no paternal warmth in his gaze, only the dry assessment of a master evaluating a new tool. By the time he turned 15, his training had shifted from physical to political. The king ordered him to serve as the royal envoy at the Pope's inauguration, a mission requiring sharp intellect and a silver tongue. Side by side with the loyal knight Kyle, he prepared to navigate the treacherous waters of high-stakes diplomacy, knowing any mistake would stain the crown. He easily bypassed intricate ceremonies and complex social hierarchy, so much so that he surprised even the most experienced diplomats. His skill in winning allies and neutralizing opponents made him invaluable to the kingdom's interests. He was already becoming the ideal prince, a natural blend of warrior and statesman, just as his father had intended. But as soon as he turned 18, the king's demands sharply shifted to a darker side, becoming cruel and aggressive. His father was no longer satisfied with defense or diplomacy. He ordered him to lead the army and seize neighboring lands. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Now he was being trained not to protect the kingdom but to be the spearhead of its bloody expansion. He stood before the throne and tried to remind his father of the ancient alliance treaty made by the previous generation. But the king drowned him out with a roar demanding silence and declaring his absolute authority as ruler now. The king dismissed the prince's concerns, coldly saying that a person with such abilities should find this easy to accomplish. Pressing his head in a gesture of silent submission, the young prince accepted the impossible order. Behind him, his loyal knights were silent. Their presence lay like a stone on the tense throne room as he whispered his consent. The news of the royal decree quickly spread, and a furious rage flared among the military. In the dimly lit room, the heavy tankard slammed on the table, and voices rose in turmoil. People did not believe and utterly did not understand how the king could demand such a reckless and suicidal campaign. Surrounded by his closest advisors and soldiers in the local tavern, the prince listened as they burned with anger. They insisted that the reinforcements given were only raw recruits without any real combat experience and insisted a march under such conditions was a guaranteed road to defeat. Despite his husband's reasonable complaints, he remained unshakable, staring into the distance with a grim expression. He decided to interpret the king's impossible demands as a sign of great, though distorted, hopes and convinced himself he could not turn away from duty no matter the cost. Turning to face his dissatisfied troops, he spoke with new clarity and confidence, so much so that the room fell silent. He promised to pave the way to victory with his own hands and swore to protect every life under his command. He directly asked if they would stand and fight alongside him. Seizing his determination, the men collectively followed him as he mounted his saddle and led the vanguard out of the city. Throwing his sword ready and with an expression of stern resilience, he prepared to meet the coming storm. A small but stubborn force, step by step, moved across the open steppes toward the distant silhouette of the enemy fortress. As the castle rose on the horizon, above the soldiers following their prince straight into the maw of reckless war, the heavy weight of the king's ambitious aspirations hung. He led the army to a triumph that shattered all expectations, and now this fact is loudly proclaimed throughout the capital. The clear voice of the messenger tore the silence and announced to the very heavens, the prince won the victory and brought glory to the kingdom. Standing before the triumphant crowd, the young commander waved his hand. His posture became a beacon of hope for the people. Proudly, he reported that the victory was indisputable, achieved without the loss of a single life. And high above everything in the palace, the king watched through the window, his face like a mask of cold, silent outrage, while cries in honor of his son echoed through the streets. The sound of the adoring crowd was poison to the monarch, and he finally broke down alone in his chambers. With a sharp wave of his hand, he threw everything off the table, and the loud crash of broken glass cut through his silent, boiling rage. Unaware of the depth of his father's anger, the prince walked the quiet corridors of the castle, his footsteps ringing on the stone floor. It occurred to him whether the king was now in his study, and somewhere there flickered a small, desperate hope to catch at least one word of approval for his achievement. He abruptly flung open the heavy doors and, greeting restrainedly, announced his return. But inside, the air was thick with anger. The king stood trembling with fury, his voice a quiet, poisonous hissing roar, and he cursed the name of his own son. His eyes burned with a hatred that no victory could quell. The prince's face became a cold mask of restrained disappointment, turned and walked away, the father's refusal weighing heavily on him. Behind him, the king's thoughts spiraled into madness. He seethed with anger that common people now looked only at the prince and seemed to have forgotten who truly held power in the kingdom. In the shadow of his own room, the king's face twisted into a hideous, furious grimace as he pondered the dark solution to his problem. He thought, Perhaps only a killer can remind the foolish people who their true master is, and he was certain that the prince's death was necessary to restore his own fading power. His determination hardened as he stared into the void. The road ahead became clear in his distorted consciousness. He believed, as long as his son lived, his own heart grew wilder and loneliness deepened, so there was only one thing left to strike from the darkness. While he wove a conspiracy in the shadow of the capital, his son stood by the distant windowed burden of the elven kingdom pressed on his shoulders so heavily he could not breathe. The young man was certain, if he did not support the people, then no one would. But his determination began to crack, and he slumped onto the table. He buried his face in his hands, and the heavy truth about his situation overwhelmed him completely. His thoughts soared and spun in an endless circle of despair. No matter how hard he tried, the king erased every one of his successes. The cities would not calm down. They were constantly on the brink of rebellion. And when the monsters were defeated, the king used it as an excuse to cut the night budget. He felt the kingdom rotting from within, and in a moment of pure, flawless pain, he let out a piercing scream of despair. Levin immediately felt the trembling pain in that cry and rushed to him, placing his palm on his back as if to soothe him. Then the young man understood. The prince bore a burden much heavier than anyone could know, loved his country more than himself, and endured in complete solitude. A sudden, wildly frantic pounding on the door shattered the heavy silence in the room, along with urgent cries about the prince. The door burst off its hinges, and Kayla and another night watchman rushed inside like a whirlwind. Their faces flashed with alarm after the prince had bolted, demanding to know if he was unharmed, their hands instinctively reaching for weapons. He slowly got up, wiped away the traces of his loss of control, and composed himself properly. He told Levin that he had to return to the capital immediately, quietly apologizing for allowing such a pitiful weakness to be seen. Preparing to set off, he assured his companion that he would find a way to deal with the king's interference. Despite the uncertainty ahead, he insisted it was his duty, leaving Levin to watch him go with a ghostly sense of anxiety. He stood still and watched intently the young man who was looking down, a slight blush creeping across his cheeks as if gathering courage within himself. His hand was suddenly grabbed just as the young man extended his palm with a firm grip. The touch sharply cut through the air between them. He turned sharply and froze in surprise, his eyes widening as he uttered the young man's name, questioning. Their gaze met with a different, new strength. The young man addressed him with solemn seriousness, calling the prince to ensure he was fully attentive and not distracted. In an even voice, he extended an unexpected invitation and asked the prince if he would join him for the linear works. Levin stands next to Prince X and gestures toward the settlement below. He warmly welcomes the royal guest to the newly founded Loomer village, which rests on the massive back of a dragon's spine, paved by workers. As they descend, the local peasants immediately surround the prince with loud enthusiasm. They offer him food and bombard him with questions about his fishing skills, so the royal guest clearly stumbles awkwardly over their informal, almost warning-like conversation. He manages to snatch a moment of silence. Levin encourages him. Calm down and just enjoy the stay. Despite his high status, the young man still looks as if he is struggling to get used to the relaxed atmosphere of Dragonback. Suddenly, the young trainer slaps his palm on realization and declares that he needs to prepare proper housing for the prince. His royal guest can only blink in confusion, not understanding what kind of home can be arranged so hastily. Waving a magic cube, the prince saw a huge building begin to grow out of the void, and he himself froze without a word. He looked in awe at the structure constantly emerging from nothing, and only then finally understood. He had entered a world where the impossible had become everyday reality. This invitation began just moments ago. The Tremor approached him with a burning gaze. He promised to show the prince the most impressive views that Lindworm could offer. Returning to the present, the young man looks at the prince with genuine concern and notices that he looks very pale. With sincere worry, he asks if the king has had any rest at all recently. He pauses, the very word sounds strange to him as he contemplates his heavy duties. After a moment, he admits, perhaps he really does need a break. He floats into a foggy memory of a peaceful noon drinking tea with his mother in the royal garden, a rare sip of silence from his youth. The sudden appearance of an apology from the host sharply pulls him out of this moment, and he is left wondering why the boy should apologize for simply showing hospitality. The boy barely formed a thought when the young lad suddenly and swiftly stood up and confidently led him to a chair. The cold insistence in the youth's voice was disconcerting, as he declared that the royal guest was not even capable of thinking about the way back to the capital. Leaning forward and staring so intently that it leaves no room for denial, the young man delivers a sharp, direct conclusion. The prince is currently in a state of extreme danger. The weight of his words hangs in the air, bewildering the king with their pure, stunning force. The lecture continues without breaks, and the boy warns. The prince's mental endurance has reached its limit and can no longer hold up. He says with chilling certainty, insisting that if this exhaustion is not stopped, the consequences will be fatal. Turning his thoughts back to that brutal clash, the prince recalls how he was eventually persuaded to leave the kingdom behind and he found himself here, carried on the back of a great dragon in this secluded conviction. He did not intend to stay, but the boy's terrible desperation and pleading for the prince to go for restoration were unbearably hard to ignore. Cozy settled within the modest but warm confines of the peasant house, he watches as the host prepares a simple cup of tea. It is quiet here and without pretension, a sharp contrast to the cold severity of palace protocols. Yet he still stands, not understanding how to exist in such a relaxed space until he is invited to sit. No sooner had he settled down than genuine embarrassment appeared on his face when he asked a question that the host could not utter a word in response to. So what exactly is a person supposed to do during leisure time? The realization that the prince had no idea about recreation struck the young man as if physically, and he hurried to ask whether anyone in the royal court had ever dared to suggest a break. He explains with empty calmness. His father considered any moment of idleness a failure that must be corrected with even more work, and subordinates only praised his tireless dedication as a virtue. The revelation of such a joyless existence shocks his companion. On can see him trembling with horror at the systemic neglect the prince endured. He silently watches as the prince takes a sip of tea and wonders if there is truly not a single sane person within the walls of the royal castle. Zex, however, seems genuinely impressed and remarks on the unexpected quality of the infusion. When night falls on the silence in the house, the young man continues to lead his royal guest, urging him to cast away heavy thoughts. He assures the prince, today, just today, doing nothing, absolutely nothing is exactly what is needed. The prince's surprise only grows as he finishes eating. The simple dish turns out to be much tastier than he expected. He wipes his mouth and, holding his breath, looks at the empty plate in quiet, completely unforced satisfaction. After the meal, the royal guest flops onto the soft bed and eagerly takes in the plush texture and the clean, soothing scent of the sheets. Nearby, the host reminds him, it is enough to simply close your eyes after a hearty meal, and that is the purest restoration. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the prince is overwhelmed by a deep realization. He recalls, in all the years of service and waiting, this is the first time someone dared to give him permission to simply stop. Outside, the world remains motionless. The quiet flow of the river reflects the starlight, and the surrounding mountains stand frozen in silent watch. He lay down in the warm rooms. The prince feels a rare silence and calm washing over him like a wave. He whispers to himself, finally truly quiet. With that last thought, the world dims, dissolving into a soft, radiant mist, and it slowly sinks into a deep, sleepless sleep. It is carried into the realm of soft, ethereal light, where the harsh realities of his royal life quiet and blur in the gentle mist. In this dream, a woman with a kind smile and long, flowing hair embraces him. Her presence radiates a warmth he has not felt for years. While he dozes, a single tear seeps through his closed eyes, and in the silence of the room he quietly calls his mother, the name Fragile Whisper. He is still deeply asleep until the morning sun rises high above the quiet village. His body finally succumbs to the exhaustion he has carried for so long. Levin enters the room with a steaming pot. His voice is cheerful as he greets in the morning but gently reminds, it is well past noon. Waking up from the voice, the prince suddenly sits up. A blush flashes across his face. Embarrassment mixes with what still lingers on him from his dream. The awareness of his own vulnerability hits him like a physical blow when he remembers begging his mother, and shame shakes him even more, making him stammer. While Levin kindly asks if he has finally found some peace, he quickly tries to pull himself together, apologizes for his uncharacteristic outburst, then shifts the conversation to the appetizing aroma of the soup. Thanks for the food and for the simple kindness shown to him. He swallows a cautious spoonful from the dish, and as soon as the flavors touch his tongue, a pure culinary triumph electrifies him. He raised his eyes for a moment and opened them wide. The prince asks if the soup was also prepared by his master. The young man quietly nods. It is a recipe he is very proud of. He suddenly bursts out with a scream of pure delight, unable to hold back praise for the rich harmony of tomatoes, chicken, and vegetables dancing on his palate. The guest, frightened by this sudden outburst, hurriedly tries to calm him down, fearing the neighbors might think something is wrong. Regaining self-control, he sincerely apologizes for losing it, admitting that it had been too long since he felt such calm joy or enjoyed a meal with such genuine enthusiasm. He is silent for a moment, reflecting on the warmth of the room and the kindness already shown to him, and then finally reaches a firm answer. Turning to his companion, the prince solemnly asks the young man to be his guide across the entire continent, and the offer is immediately accepted, with instant, fervent enthusiasm. Thus began his long stay in Lumer village. Once a distant king found himself in the midst of the daily rhythms of rural life, from the bustling market to the silence of the fields. He is surrounded by new friends, and the table is almost bursting with generous food. Finally, he feels a simple light joy that he could not find within the cold stone walls of the palace. He went to rest in the evening, so the rest of the group gathered around the warm bonfire under the boundless night sky. The crackling of the flames laid a calm background to their quiet conversation on the outskirts of the village. On the table stood several mugs ready, filled with warm drinks to ward off the evening chill. Levin carefully carried the tray with hot drinks to his companions and informed them that the prince had already returned to his chambers. Arya noted how well he had adapted to the area and said that he even promised to go fishing with the local children in the morning, a sign of how far he had come. They recalled the past week, reliving how the lord and lady of this house watched the remarkable recovery of the prince. Since he arrived in the village, color returned to his face, and his overall condition seemed to have noticeably improved in a calm atmosphere. Young girls attributed a significant part of this progress to Levin's exceptional cuisine, showering him with praise that made him somewhat embarrassed. Elfie and Arya insisted that it was his culinary skills that were the main reason the prince felt a surge of strength again, while Levin modestly tried to downplay this idea. He listened as Arya shifted the conversation to a more serious tone, asking if he had already spoken with the prince about their secret plan. Levin admitted that he had not found the right moment to bring up the topic despite Arya's insistence. This step was critically important for the future of the kingdom. The young man weighed the full gravity of the situation and realized, if they succeed in time, the personal troubles in both regions and the uncertain fate of the kingdom could come together in one solution. He firmly knew that now everything depended on the perfect moment and the ability to hear true feelings in the prince's heart. Elfie urged him to speak directly to the prince, and he took this advice to heart while they arranged plans for the next day. With renewed determination, the whole company awaited the upcoming exploration of Lake of Lindworm, hoping it would bring them closer to their goals. He stands in front of the little house and entrusts Elfie with an important task for the night. The little companion joyfully and resolutely promises to handle everything. Having accepted his request, she closely watches the prince while he lies in a deep, quiet sleep. His features finally relax as he is recovering from his ordeal. The morning sun envelops the fertile fields of the village with warm radiance, where in the rich soil, even rows of bright vegetables grow abundantly. Among the greenery, the young prince carefully picks ripe tomatoes, finding strange pleasure in the work manual. Moments later, comrades join him. They gladly greet him as he finishes the morning's work. He listens attentively while the group discusses a large cave found near the lake. His curiosity sparked at the mention of such a place, and when he asks to join the expedition, the offer is accepted with the remark that the physical work will be excellent training for him. The prince carries his prey back to the very heart of the settlement, a soft smile on his lips. 10 days have passed since his arrival at this refuge on the dragon's back, and part of his new life seems almost unreal against the harsh expectations of the palace. He catches himself thinking that he values the simple rhythms of this world, how the day begins with natural light and ends with loud laughter over a shared meal. The peasants keep a good, respectful distance from him that allows him simply to be without the burden of his title. But he cannot completely escape the shadows of his past. Memories of his father's explosive temper and the kingdom's strict control flash through his mind. He faces the fact that this village has practically stopped being under his father's rule, so he can only guess what will ultimately become of his reporter of his future. His inner conflict only intensifies as he watches friends enjoy a simple breakfast and doubts the very foundation of his upbringing. He once firmly believed the sole purpose of a prince was to serve the state, but here, in this quiet domestic silence, he begins to seek a meaning that belongs only to him. This heavy pensiveness suddenly breaks with a light, funny phrase from a friend. He notices a small spot on his cheek. He doesn't even have time to blink. A young girl next to them reaches out her hand, smiles gently and playfully, takes it off and again pulls him into the warmth of the present moment. He sat alone right at the water's edge, lost in thought, until a familiar voice called him, addressing him by his royal title. He turned at the sound. He noticed his companion approaching with a polite request for a moment of time, and a thought crept in: what urgent matter could have happened? The man explained that there was someone he very much wanted the prince to meet. And as soon as he said this, a tiny ethereal figure with shimmering wings flashed into view. It twirled and completely confused the prince. This little creature hovered before him. She spoke softly and noticed that his spirit had completely settled, as if he was weakened by a deep, exhausting fatigue. She introduced herself as Filmy, a healing fairy, and gave a warm greeting so warm that he almost lost the power of speech while trying to comprehend the reality of the mythical being before him. Explaining her nature, she revealed that she loved to heal the hearts of others. With a gentle gesture, she began to sprinkle shimmering magical dust onto his open palms. She asked him to slowly inhale the shimmering scales while his companion assured him. The sensation was like the scent of incense. The prince hesitated but decided to trust the advice. When he inhaled the radiant particles, a sudden clarity overwhelmed him. His eyes widened, and the magical essence began to affect his weary soul. He looked at his hands, not believing his own eyes. The glowing powdery haze still hung in the air. The heaviness that had long gripped his chest began to recede. It was replaced by a warmth he had not felt for years. She looked at him with a lively sparkle in her eyes, and the tiny fairy quietly giggled brightly. It seemed she was pleased. She asked if the effects worked as quickly as she had promised. The prince closed his eyes, savoring the strange, pleasant sensation. As if he could finally breathe deeply, the suffocating haze that clouded both mind and heart was retreating and dissolving without a trace. Turning back to his companion, he asked why he had gone so far just for him. The man simply smiled and said, "It was worth searching so much when you see his strength returning." The little spirit only confirmed she was merely fulfilling the contract of a holy messenger. When they pass through the ruins, the man explains, "Caring for the prince's welfare is perfectly natural." He emphasizes that the young monarch is an indispensable figure for the future kingdom, regardless of the circumstances he currently finds himself in. The little prince freezes in place and looks back, his gaze a mix of confusion and curiosity. He admits that this unwavering devotion has always been a mystery to him, one he could never fully comprehend. He emphasizes his status as an outcast, that his home was uprooted and transplanted onto the back of dragon. Although he believes he does not deserve such efforts, he expressed deep gratitude for the genuine care and rest he was given during these few days. Among ancient stones he freezes. With his gaze, he finds a friend and leans on him with new determination. He quietly says that he needs to discuss something important for the first time in a long while. His voice sounds steady and clear. He stands among the ruins of crystal stone crumbling down and thinks about the strange turn of events. Nearby, a young man nods, restrained and honestly agreeing, exactly as the prince had told. As they continued walking, the prince confessed. He no longer felt the slightest attachment or love for the kingdom he once called home. His companion understood this perfectly well, given the betrayal and the suffering the royal had endured. A shadow of pain passes over his face as he recalls the cold treatment he received from his motherland, the place that was supposed to protect him. But his face changes. Determination appears in it again. He looks directly at his friend and explains that if the matter is about the birth of the future allied nation, then everything is completely different. This sudden statement puts the young man in a dead and thoughts rush as he tries to understand the weight of those words. Seeing his confusion, the prince insists, only now can the truth he carries be told. With a spark in his eyes, he reveals his grand dream, to build a new nation right here on the vast back of the great dragon. The scale of this plan knocks his companion off his feet, barely manages to whisper the word nation, while the ancient creature looms in the background. Glancing at the vast and peaceful village nestled within the dragon's domain, the prince speaks of endless lands and the people already living there, sharing a sincere intention to build a refuge where all can live in lasting peace. He watches the young man, lost in thought. Levin understands. For the sake of everyone in Loomer village and for Arya, this is the path he must take. Breaking the silence, the prince points to geopolitical realities. The divine dragon's protection allows the nation to exist, but Levin's destruction of the gold mine has already made neighboring lands suspicious. He warns if this continues, they risk complete isolation. The young man solemnly agrees. To counter this threat, he insists they need a strong ally, a state that recognizes their sovereignty as equals. The weight of this proposal hangs in the air, and the prince freezes for a moment, unable to find words as he contemplates the consequences. When a young man suggests the kingdom of Elwyn as an ally, the prince does not believe it, doubting that his father would ever accept such an idea, but he is immediately interrupted by a cold declaration. They do not need King Dorcas. He goes even further, brazenly claiming that the prince himself should ascend the throne, demanding that the current king abdicate for a new era. The young man explains that their paths are already intertwined. The prince seeks to remake his kingdom, and he himself has decided to turn the dragons back into a recognized nation. They stand together among ancient ruins. He extends a solemn invitation to cooperate, merging their separate ambitions into one alliance agreement that is meant to change the world. The prince's gaze is heavy, a treacherous thought ripens within him, to forcibly achieve his father's abdication and take the throne himself. Standing among the ruins of what was once a proud land, he admits to his companion, the current state of the kingdom is unbearable, and this feeling they both clearly share. He bitterly realizes, Any move he makes against the king, even for the right reasons, will be called a rebellion. Yet he fears the dark path the country is currently on. His companion, feeling the full weight of the moment, he asks whether this radical plan truly arose from a desire to save the people and the country from further strife. The prince falls silent for a moment. His gaze hardens as he weighs the heavy burden of power and the cost of this decision. A shadow of hesitation passes over his features, a moment of vulnerability before determination returns to his eyes. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere shatters as a small healing fairy bursts between them like a whirlwind. Her hands are clasped playfully but firmly, like a stop in motion. She reproaches the two men for their gloomy expressions, reminding them that this day is meant for the prince to finally rest, and this thought quickly finds support in his companion. He watched as Filmy gently interrupted their heavy conversation and offered to take Prince Zex to a special place. Zex hesitates, noting that their conversation is far from over, but the fairy still heads toward the system. Supporting the fairy's suggestion, he added that reaching a conclusion on such a weighty matter in too short a time is difficult. He advised the prince to go out to change the pace, hoping it would help him gather his thoughts more easily. Yielding to their pleas, the prince followed Filmy to a rural wooden hut hidden among the quiet landscape. Eventually, he agreed, admitting that perhaps a rest was truly needed. When she pushed open the heavy doors and opened them, she warmly invited him inside, showing that the entire establishment was reserved especially for their visit. The prince was bewildered. He could not believe such arrangements had been made so quietly and unobtrusively. Entering the cozy, dim interior, he found himself in a well-appointed tavern. Filmy proudly introduced the place as a temporary bar, lined with worms along the walls, a refuge away from the pressure of the court. He sat at the polished wooden counter, genuinely impressed by the atmosphere. When the fairy asked if he liked spirits, he confirmed that he did and began to relax in this unexpected setting. Soon a plate of fresh salmon carpaccio was placed before him, and it threw him off balance. Filmy admitted, while she is still studying human cuisine, she would leave the rest of the service to the master, a title that left the prince completely puzzled. Such an absolute shock. The master behind the bar turned out to be none other than Levin, now in formal bartender attire. He greeted the prince with a calm smile, and Zex was left wondering when exactly his companion had managed to prepare dinner and so quietly change roles. He takes a bite and his eyes suddenly widen in shock as the flavors explode on his tongue. A simple swallow turns into a revelation. He leans forward on the wooden counter. He says the balance of spices is nothing less than perfect. Behind the bar, Levin quietly says thank you, and Filmy looks on with a satisfied smile, noting, whatever Levin prepares will be extraordinarily delicious. Next, he raises a glass of wine and finds it no less impressive. Levin calmly remarks, this vintage is not from the category of overly expensive ones. Still, the secret lies in how perfectly it pairs with the food, creating a harmony of taste that outweighs the price of the bottle. Looking around at the rustic interior, he notes how the scent of fresh wood adds a cozy atmosphere. Levin explains that he used the city's management functions to arrange the space, and when asked if all this was done specifically for the prince, he confirms it with a simple, sincere nod. He sincerely thanks, moved by the effort. Levin dismisses the compliments and instead asks if he wants another round of drinks and snacks. Filmy enthusiastically supports this idea while preparing to bring more. After a few hours, the atmosphere changes. The alcohol takes its toll. He rests his head heavily on the table and groans in drunken misery, while Levin wanders nearby with a glass of water and anxiously asks if the prince is all right. The petrified royal facade finally completely crumbles. He bursts inside with loud sobs, grabbing the little fairy to calm down. He shouts about how hard it was for him to work, and the accumulated disappointments spill out in a messy, overly emotional scene. He continues his tearful tirade, complaining about how his father mocks the voices of common people, yet endlessly bows to the whims of the nobility. He rages about the lack of respect and the inevitability that he will simply be driven away, and Levin can only watch with a hurt expression and quietly apologize because the prince got too carried away with his outburst. He continues his drunken mumbling, dull pounding his palm on the table while grumbling about the exile of such a talented S-level chef. Levin silently watches as the prince's irritation reaches its limit. Seeing his despair, Filmy gives a gentle look. The human heart is like a mirror, and if you do not nurture those around you, indifference eventually reflects back on yourself. She then carefully reaches out and gently strokes his head, praising how persistently he fought on his own up to this day. This unexpected kindness makes the prince lift his gaze and freeze with eyes full of tears. In the fairy's look, he sees only a warm, supportive smile. Stunned by this praise, he suddenly rushes forward and, pressing his face against hers, chokes up, howling her name in a fit of emotional breakdown. From behind the table, Levin could only watch the strange spectacle and wonder what kind of show he had swallowed, while the prince declared that only films truly understand him. When he continues to choke on sobs because of his father's expectations, Levin realizes, maybe this breakdown is needed so that the king finally speaks the truth he has long kept under wraps. The long, emotional night finally gives way to the quiet silence of a new morning, as the sun rises over the peaceful village. The prince looks as if reborn, his eyes shine with that new clarity. He firmly, without hesitation, declares, his father must abdicate the throne and renounce it. Returning to his companion, he asks Levin for help with the colossal tasks awaiting the kingdom ahead. He recalls how he was once bound by the chains of tradition and his own doubts, but now finally understands his true purpose. For the sake of the nation and its citizens, he realizes, action is necessary. He asks Levin for strength not just as a friend, but as a representative of the future allied state. Levin, deeply moved by the prince's determination, firmly shakes his hand and promises to help with all he has. The young man immediately offers to share his prepared project and asks if the prince is already ready to hear his ideas about their next steps. He looks with a spark of ingenuity, but the prince, though acknowledging the proposal, seems to hold something much closer to his mind than concern. Leaning in closely, the king whispers a question to his friend so that he loses his train of thought. Whether the bar will be open today, although the weight of their previous conversation still hangs in the air. In the familiar establishment, the fairy, like a ghost, greets them with a warm smile and openly rejoices that the prince has appeared again. He waves back brightly, carefreely, a sharp contrast to the very anxiety that had raged within him earlier, as they settle in to discuss plans over a drink. He and his new ally spent the following days secluded in quiet corners of the tavern, carefully perfecting their secret strategy. When not a single detail remained in the plan, it was time to act. They were finally ready to part ways and play their roles. When he was about to set off, Eris approached him with deep anxiety and asked if he really wanted to enter Elwyn Castle alone. She admitted she was afraid because even more suffering awaited him there, but he gently reassured her, confirming the mission to meet King Dorkasichi face to face. His determination was strengthened by the fierce loyalty of his beastly comrades. They roared, confirming their support, and promised that if the king proved troublesome, they would not hesitate to storm the palace and resolve everything by force themselves. Looking back one last time, he reminded Eris that the prince had a strong ally, and with such power on their side, he was confident they would achieve victory. With a final nod of farewell, he stepped into the morning light. The prince silently watched from the balcony as his companion rose into the sky on the back of a great griffin. He placed all his hopes on the man and mentally urged him to succeed in the dangerous task ahead. Above the clouds, the young traveler squinted against the icy wind, and his face sharply hardened as soon as the reality of the mission hit him with full force. Soon on the horizon emerged the massive silhouette of Elwyn Castle, a heavy reminder of the power held by the king. Returning to the very heart of the kingdom will be the greatest test of their shared resolve and the first step toward a new future. Levin stands before the enormous castle of his homeland, a place he never expected to return to. Memories of exile surge with painful clarity. The day he called a small, seemingly pointless egg, the jeers of the gathered crowd, and the cold rejection of the egg by King Dorcas as if it were mere trash before he banished him. He lowers his gaze to the small white lizard sitting on his shoulder and remembers how long it has been since she took this form. She presses against his cheek, calls him Mama, and whispers that he is not alone. They are all nearby to support him in this difficult moment. He gives a quiet, grateful smile, feels the anxiety recede, and thanks her for her constant presence. He begins his journey to the massive gates of the royal palace, ready to face the past. While the young man approaches, King Dorcas sits on his luxurious throne seat in the throne hall, and loud laughter echoes through the corridors. He greets the traveler with wide open arms, and the young man kneels in reverence. The king shows genuine joy at the arrival, emphasizing that he has been eagerly awaiting this very moment all along. The young man introduces himself to formally Levin Eeks. The monarch pauses for a moment and repeats the name in his head before stating that it is nice and memorable for a long time. Then he sincerely apologizes for the recent destruction at the neighboring gold mine, explaining that he heard the king's call and ran quickly. But the king brushes off the topic completely, insisting that these trifles no longer concern anyone. The king chuckles loudly, wrinkles gather on his face, and with a self-satisfied look, he declares that he will let the past remain in the past, boasting of his own magnanimity. As a generous ruler, he has no need to stir up old grievances. He continues to explain and reveals that Urgus and Gideon were both exiled for their failures. The monarch paints himself as a victim of their incompetence, insists they deceived him and caused great harm to the kingdom's interests, and then meets the young man with open arms. He recounts the nonsense of those he expelled. Gideon, who did not recognize the divine beast, and Urgus, who recklessly forced himself to be summoned. The king insists that all misunderstandings have been resolved and urges the young man to once again direct his talents toward the nation's prosperity. As soon as he finished his speech, the young man bowed deeply, swearing unwavering loyalty to both the crown and his dreamed homeland. To confirm these words, he began a summoning ritual. Flashes of light spiraled around him, and a mighty presence began to manifest. He stands next to a majestic creature emerging from the shimmering light. White scales gleam with ancient power. The king inhales sharply, his eyes widen as he realizes he stands before the legendary divine dragon. While he remains silent, the king stands stunned before the majestic aura of the creature, and in his mind a chase for conquest and absolute power is already raging. He marvels at how the dragon can annihilate entire armies in an instant and imagines himself the sole, undisputed ruler of the world. He reaches out to the dragon, driven by greed and a sense of divine right, convinced that the goddess herself chose him to take this power into his hands. The beast roars deafeningly and snaps its jaws right at the frightened monarch, shaking the very foundations of the hall. He settles in a heap in trembling robes. The royal dignity crumbles as soon as he shudders and flees from the dragon's fierce wrath. Nearby, the boy cannot hold back laughter. They whisper to each other about how funny the Tsar's face looked after his barely survived escape. He brushed off the apologies and composure returned as soon as the dragon finished its display. Levin bowed politely and explained that the beast was tense, but the monarch had already switched to something else. He told the young man that there was something extremely important and he must learn it. Leaning forward, the ruler reveals that only a few know what he calls his true mission, a secret he has kept to himself for years. This revelation throws the young man off balance and forces him to listen as the king explains. Even the recent conflict with Colonia was merely a way to fulfill this hidden plan. He is clearly stunned. He asks if the goal, as everyone believed, was the gold mine. The king prepares to reveal a deeper truth, one that existed even before their current borders. Placing his hand on his heart, the ruler proclaims himself the legitimate descendant of the legendary hero Sigurd, declaring that his struggle is sacred to reclaim their ancestral lands. The young warrior was silent, his gaze fixed on the man before him as he tried to reconcile in his mind this new image of a crusader with the greedy king he thought he already knew. The king continues to explain, ironically noting that the holy land of Cressa, the birthplace of Sigurd, now lies within the neighboring kingdom of Elven. He brands the forces of Colonia as barbarians who unjustly seized this sacred place, leaving the youth to wrestle with the burden of this tangled political and historical web. He recounts ancient legends dating back 1,000 years. Then an evil lord led demon tribes to ravage the world until 12 heroes, blessed by a goddess, rose to strike him down and end it, and among them the most prominent was Sigurd. The young man listened attentively as the king unfolded his grand story, yet he could not resist pointing out contradictions. He noticed that the oath surprisingly lacked specifics about descendants and ancestral homes. Instead, it was full of vagueness. The king merely snorted at these doubts and admitted that when he first learned the truth, he himself was overwhelmed with rage and could not utter a word. He leaned forward, a dangerous ambition flashing in his eyes as he declared that by the power of the divine dragon and their sacred bloodline, they would reclaim the lost Holy Land and inscribe their names in history. He demanded Levin's cooperation in this divine mission. But inside, Levin was fiercely repelled by this vision. A man obsessed with a fabricated history, ready to waste lives and resources on a senseless war while his people suffer. For now, he decided to play by the rules. He bowed low and offered his services to the crown. He assured the king that his strength was entirely at his majesty's disposal to be used as he saw fit. The king burst into loud laughter, delighted by what he took as complete submission. He praised the youth's resolve, unaware that every word was a calculated move in a larger conspiracy arranged alongside Princess X. He accepted a glass of wine and involuntarily pondered how smoothly things were going. The main goal to win the king's trust now seemed very close. He pushed the glass aside, and his gaze became serious as he prepared for the next phase of his gambit. He informed the king that there were several things he needed to confirm before they proceeded. He nodded indulgently in approval, but the conversation was abruptly cut off by the commotion at the entrance. Guards burst into the throne room, pushing in a bound prisoner who struggled and fought against his shackles. He froze in fury, recognizing the captive forced to kneel. It was Prince Zexai's own son, beaten and desperate as he begged for help. He collapses as a heavy blow from a guard's club pierces his back, and a sharp command for silence echoes all around. Nearby, Levin watches, a cold, satisfied gleam in his eyes, silently approving his ally for the flawless execution of their cunning. The guard Saikyou Valkyrie sisters in perfect magical disguises stand ready. Levin notes that they played their role perfectly. The prince was delivered right on time into this trap. King Dorcas freezes in shock, staring at the bound figure on the floor, demanding an explanation for the chaos unfolding. Levin steps forward. His voice is muffled, as if in feigned grief, as he recounts how his own village was recently devastated by a sudden, brutal raid by the royal knights. He confidently points at the prisoner, naming him as the one behind the entire massacre. And he weaves a story, how the prince took his family hostage and held their lives to force complete submission. Tears well up in his eyes as he describes the ruin. He insists that the prince did not even wait for a response, immediately ordered the fields to be trampled and every house set on fire. The place he once called home is now, he bitterly laments, reduced to ashes. While the king struggles to digest this betrayal, Levin adds another layer to the deception, claiming the prince was tasked with delivering a specific message. The king visibly trembles and barely finds words in response to such monstrous accusations against his own blood. He brazenly asserts, the prince claimed that every brutal atrocity was committed under the king's direct authority as if gold in the royal treasury could justify such murder. The final lie strikes a nerve. The king erupts into a fit of hysterical wailing, vehemently denying ever giving such a cowardly and shameful order. His face contorts with righteous anger. His voice thunders through the hall as he proclaims that the people are the true treasure of every kingdom. Cruelty toward them, he roars, is an unforgivable folly that he will never allow. He listens intently as the young man recounts the events, confirming that the attack was carried out entirely without the crown's knowledge. The monarch roars in agreement. His face flashes with relief and still burning fury over what he considers a betrayal by. In this impulse, the youth speaks of the sanctity of home and family values that, he assures, are dearer than life itself. Only the king sighs heavily, lamenting that his own flesh and blood could become such a disgrace, while the disgraced prince lies nearby, a mute proof of his alleged crimes. Looking down at the fallen prince, everything becomes clear. Such deeds are beyond forgiveness. The weight of betrayal presses in the air, casting a dark shadow over the royal dynasty. Seizing a moment of the king's vulnerability, the young man humiliates himself and declares that he has only one solemn request. Wishing to atone for what his son supposedly did wrong, the ruler gives him his word, promising to do everything in his power. Standing tall in the very center of the grand hall, the young man delivers his chilling ultimatum. In an official tone, he demands the execution of Prince Zek's Noah Elwyn. His words echo through the hall, final, devastating blow in a carefully orchestrated game of deception. The statement ripples through the hall like a wave of shock. The king gasps for breath, and the royal guard freezes in stunned silence. When the two central figures lock eyes, one triumphs, the other crumbles. The stage is set for a bold and dangerous new chapter. Zek stands motionless, and his voice echoes loudly through the hall as he formally addresses Levin. He demands the immediate execution of the man standing before him, and this order is met with a wave of disbelief among the gathered lords. The king is thrown off balance and bursts into indignation. He orders the prince to retract his contemptuous words and immediately expel him. He did not move even under the king's thunderous order to seize him, standing still, and in his gaze a quiet defiance while the guard hesitates. Levin, the very one doomed to sudden death, watches the unfolding drama calmly, almost detached, sensing a deeper game at play. The king's divine wrath suddenly subsides into a chillingly calm acceptance of what has happened, his simple consent to the demand paralyzes those present. Arya and others look on in horror, unable to comprehend how the monarch can so easily agree to harsh and public condemnation. This shocking news about the prince's demand and the king's first concession spreads through the kingdom like a flame, engulfing everything around, igniting a real storm of outrage. Citizens take to the streets desperately and uncontrollably, and protests against the tyranny of the crown grow louder by the hour. Faced with the threat of a full-scale uprising, the monarch is finally forced to concede, officially withdrawing the execution order within a few days. Above the ordinary streets, in the safety of a hidden sanctuary, loud laughter rolls under the roof and echoes in the rafters. The heavy atmosphere of the palace no longer oppresses it, is replaced by relief and a hidden victory, as the true purpose of the public spectacle finally becomes clear. He burst into loud laughter and realized that in how flawlessly their plan had come together, there was a certain grim satisfaction. Saikyou notes, although the execution was postponed, the king's reputation has already been completely ruined, and the seeds of discontent among the people still smolder. Meanwhile, Levin was placed under the direct supervision of the prince, a strategic move that keeps him safe while maintaining the appearance of punishment. While they toast to their victory, the prince contemplates the completion of this first phase. He likes the result, and Levin agrees, everything is going even more smoothly than they dared to hope. Their alliance now strengthens after the joint victory over the influence of the crown. He surveys his gathered alliced tension of recent days, finally begins to ease as they sit together at the table. Levin sincerely thanks each one for their unwavering support during the dangerous gambit. Someone backtracks and downplays their contribution, but the shared sense of victory is still felt with every breath as they prepare for the challenges ahead. He laughs loud-lithe tension after the recent political maneuver finally eases as he recounts the king's comical grimaces. His companions join in this light moment, reflecting on how their actions influenced events and how successful the plan to humiliate the monarch proved to be. Meanwhile, the conspirator behind the whole scheme contemplates the cold truth of his strategy: to corner the king until he makes an unforgettable mistake. He knows that while someone profits from the puppet on the throne, the king's incompetence must be proven so undeniably that even his most loyal allies are forced to abandon him to save themselves. Now he sees the way to the end. The king is cut off, the moment to seize the throne and place the prince is near. And in the present time, the group finds out that their demand to remain under the prince's protection was met with astonishing ease, yet the crowd's vigilance follows them through the castle corridors. He sits next to the prince, who throws a gloomy warning about the unstable atmosphere inside the castle walls. The prince speaks sincerely. His two impulsive subordinates might take everything into their own hands, but the young man only sighs heavily and says that the danger has already come. In a few days, peace crumbles when a knight suddenly stops him in the corridor. The soldier's voice thunders with indignation. He demands to know what business an ordinary commoner has wandering in such a place, and his hand reaches out to grab the youth by the shoulder. He blinks in confusion, staring back at the aggressive stranger with an empty expression on his face. He seems knocked off his feet when the knight's face reddens with rage at being ignored. The grip tightens, and he shouts about insolence. Asomion being led to execution holds himself so carelessly. The soldier appears personally offended that the young man did not recognize him. Anger rises in a wave. He quickly finds out that this is Dalana, knight of noble lineage, known for his compassion and loyalty to his subordinates. Despite initial hostility, it becomes clear that the knight's zeal stems from deep devotion to the prince, so the young man can only guess how far this allegiance goes. He stands as if rooted while the knight draws the distance. The tension between them is so thick it can be cut. Dylan's aggression is felt on the skin. His posture is a direct challenge to the young man's right to be within the walls of this castle. With a sharp, contemptuous movement, he pushes the knight's hand aside, his face cold and indifferent. The open defiance instantly stirs Dylan into a furious hysteria. As the nobleman cannot comprehend such disobedience from someone he considers a simple commoner. The nighttime tirade continues. His voice rises increasingly, and he accuses the young man of not understanding the full weight of his actions and the contempt shown to the crown. He does not move from his placid silence, only adds fuel to the fire of the second man's outrage. When the clash is about to explode, a heavy hand rests on Dylan's shoulder and stops his movement. The unexpected intervention throws everyone off track, and attention involuntarily shifts to the one who got into the thick of it. Drake stands still with a casual, almost disdainful smile and advises against engaging in these petty quarrels within the sacred walls of King Dorcas's residence. He notes that the tremor of the holy beast seems to be in a difficult situation. His presence radiates a dangerous calm. The name suddenly rings out with a sharp, crystal-clear clarity: Drake. The power of his reputation and the mystery surrounding his motives hang heavily in the air. It is a reminder of the tangled web of power operating within the castle. Dylan's fury is not easily calmed. He growls that the boy is nothing more than a traitor who had the audacity to suggest punishing the prince. He demands immediate retribution. His face twists with rage as he frantically tries to break free from Drake's interrogation. Pressing closer, Drake changes his tone to cold authority and reminds the knight. His target is an S-class professional who enjoys the personal trust of the prince. He implies that it is Dylan who cannot see the real political situation. The knight remains stunned, and the young tamer wonders what his true intentions are and what to expect from the unexpected ally. He freezes as Drake approaches closer, a low, dangerous rumble in his voice. Drake makes it clear. To the current king, the young timer is worth more than a whole group of knights like Dylan. Resisting Drake, he warns, is the same as opposing the king himself. The threat intensifies as soon as the man grips the knight's shoulder and his gaze pierces through. He voices her chilling ultimatum. If Dylan does not retreat, the consequences will affect even his relatives. Dylan can only stare back and freeze in silence, feeling the weight of the threat settle. With the last bitter oath to expose the holy beastmaster, the knightly one understood, and one day he abruptly retreated. Watching him go, the young man cannot believe that a force like Drake would agree to enter his system. As the tension subsides, his attention clings to the small, fluffy creature nestled in Drake's hands, and then to the silent figure of Arya standing right behind the man. Curiosity flared, 11 gestures toward the small animal, asking if it might be the legendary carbuncle. Drake responds joyfully and assures, holding the creature as if displaying it. The man says he obtained this rare creature from a merchant from distant lands. Levin leans closer. He admits he has heard of such ghostly beasts, but this is the first time he sees a living specimen. The animal looks amazingly calm, closed eyes, deep relaxation, and all this despite being held by stranger. Seeing this, the trainer wonders if Drake has some innate trait that naturally attracts the beast to him. A rare sign even among those belonging to his own. Despite the man's apparent friendliness and shared interest in animals, the young man remains cautious. He tells himself that he cannot afford to lower his guard or truly trust this mysterious figure not yet. He senses that there is something more to this man than meets the eye. Then his gaze again stops on the blonde and questions dart through his mind. Why is she standing so devotedly behind Drake's back? Noticing that the boy is confused, Drake quietly snickers and realizes he still hasn't introduced his companion. He drops a bomb, introduces the blonde as his official fiancée. The news hits as if physicalized young man opposite him freezes, paralyzed by shock. Next to the dark-haired one, she keeps her gaze on the floor, a mask of deep regret and shame frozen on her face. Sensing the tension, he casually suggests to two childhood friends to take some time to catch up with each other. After all, their previous meeting on the battlefield was too brief. But she remains silent. An inner plea trembles in a quiet whisper, begging the old friend not to look at her in such a pitiful state. The young man can only squeeze out a strangled, incomprehensible sound. His head bows down, the weight of the situation crushes his spirit. He only feels silence in response. After the cold reception, the young man finally finds the strength to apologize and leave. As he walks away, fierce determination grows in his chest. He knows, as long as the dagger of loyalty binds her, he is powerless, but he swears to one day break these chains and free her. With a mocking wave and a self-satisfied smile, the man watches as his opponent retreats. His daytime victory is already counted. Somewhere else, the prince sits in silence, immersed in calm reflections. The name Drake Gramiria Langren weighs heavily on his mind. He admits, during the upcoming coup, the head of the Langren ducal house will become the single greatest obstacle. The family's influence is staggering. It controls the largest territory in the country and has military power that cannot be ignored. This group, known as the Black Lion Knight Order, is an assembly of elite warriors backed by vast wealth and resources. Combined with the Royal Knights, they constitute a colossal 60 of the kingdom's entire military power, a steel wall almost impossible for any usurper to break through. He continues the explanation, noting that for some reason Drake gained the king's complete trust and built a political foundation stronger than that of the king's own son. Levin grimaces at the bluntness of these words. It is hard to digest that such harsh realities have to be heard from the prince himself. The prince bursts out laughing loudly and mockingly admits that he has neither military strength, nor power, nor authority, mostly because his own father hates him. Levin, awkwardly apologizing for the uncomfortable topic, shifts the conversation to the legendary divine dragon, who is now with them. They speculate that Drake is probably restless and eager for the clash to finally begin. Zek's muse becomes the thought that a reckless invasion will most likely be the very last spark before the revolution that is already approaching, and he expresses keen interest in seeing Levin's performance at his future debut. Accepting the challenge with calm determination, Levin promises to carry out the prince's orders while the tension in the kingdom reaches its limit.